Hey guys! So we are going to do something that I think is really cool. We get to take a peek at a hearing that deals with post-conviction relief. So we're going to be in Tennessee. This is the case of Tennessee versus Zachary Adams. He already had a trial. He was already convicted. We're going to do some backstory before we get into the hearing that's happening today. This hearing's going to last another day, so we'll get back together tomorrow to finish that out. But it's going to be a really cool way to see what it's like for a defense team, for a individual who's been convicted, to fight for a new trial. We're going to get into the backstory. Don't worry. But I want to give a special shout out here. I see that it's created by EJF. That's Aaron. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. That is super, super awesome. So glad. I hope we make it a good time here. If you're joining the chat or if you're on replay crew, say happy birthday to Aaron. This day is going to be all about you and a motion for a new trial. We've also got Amy in the building. Always good to see Amy. Thanks so much for stopping in and giving that reminder to hit that like button. Thank you so much, Amy. And you guys make sure you're checking Amy out as well. She's got plenty of content to keep you busy over on her channel. Love Amy E. And yeah, sorry I was late, but it was only a minute this time. I have a video uploading on an update in the Courtney Clenny case. So I was doing something for you guys. All that being said, sorry about that. I've been late more often than I like to be. So I've got to get better at that. Martina Nem's in the building. Good to see you. Saying hello, gang. We've also got Factual Lie in the building. Curious Lay. Good to see all of my friends in the building. So before we hit play on what's going on today, there is quite a bit of background. So first, let's look at, this is a write-up of like a true crime perspective write-up. So this was from a few years ago already. Let me get the exact date. So this was May 24th. Well, I guess it wasn't that long ago, but it was a write-up of the backstory. So there's also a little bit in the description if you prefer to read it. But back in 2011, 20-year-old Holly Bobo, so this is the victim, and you could tell she's young, mysteriously vanished. They're saying it was a kidnapping. We're going to learn more about that. From her Tennessee home, resulting in an extensive search for her across the country, led by police as well as her loved ones. Several years later, 3 years later, right before her remains were found, a bunch of suspects were already linked to the case. There was a TV show. They did an episode called Justice for Holly Bobo on 2020. So let me know if you've seen that episode of the Holly Bobo story on 2020. They covered the entire case while providing the intricate details of the aftermath that followed through exclusive interviews with Holly's family and friends, as well as officials linked to the homicide. So Holly Bobo was last seen disappearing into the woods with a strange man. So Karen Bobo and her husband, Dana Bobo, this is the backstory. Holly's their child. So Holly was born in 1990. She was raised in a Christian home full of love, all of this good stuff, right? They're extremely close. The family's really close. She was known to be shy and sweet. She was a nursing student studying at the University of Tennessee. She was living with her parents and brother in a Darden home at the time of her disappearance. She'd been dating a guy named Drew Scott, who had gifted her a promise ring. Having planned their future together, the couple had a lot to look forward to. But on April 13th, 2011, around 4:30 a.m., Holly woke up for her important test, and after gathering her lunch and homework, she made her way to her Mustang in the carport. At about 7:40 a.m., one of her neighbors heard her loud scream and immediately informed his mother, who told Karen. So neighbor calls Holly's mom. Meanwhile, Clint woke up to the barking of the family dogs. Because, not to segue and make everything about the Karen Reed case, but when there's stuff happening outside, things going on, dogs do tend to bark. So here, these dogs, these family dogs bark. Shout out to Chloe Albert. And when he looked for Holly, he saw her outside, walking into the woods with a man dressed in camouflage. So this reaction happened so quickly that this is seen. This is seen happening. Because the dogs bark, neighbors on alert. We actually notice something's going on in our yard. Next, he fetches a handgun. So Clint wakes up and he's ready to go. But when he went outside, he discovered a puddle of blood in the garage, pointing to a struggle. Soon, the authorities arrived at the Bobo house and launched a search for Holly immediately. As they delved deeper, they found that her cell phone had traveled all across Decatur County that morning. However, between 8:30 and 9 a.m., it stopped moving for about 20 to 30 minutes. The police then conducted an extensive search of the area and were joined by many of her loved ones and locals. The search led to the discovery of many belongings of Holly scattered along the backcountry roads of the county. Because remember, she was on her way to, she was a nursing student. She was about to go take a test. She probably had, all of her books with her. So they find her cell phone, her lunchbox, a notebook, a card from the school, a SIM card, and a receipt with her name on it. Then 3 years after this happens, on September 7th, 2014, a couple of ginseng hunters. What does ginseng hunters mean? Discovered partial human remains, including a skull with a bullet hole, at the foot of a cell phone tower in a wooded area off Interstate 40. Upon examining the remains, the report suggested that they belonged to Holly. Apart from her skull, her teeth, one of her shoulder blades, and several ribs were also recovered from the site. The gunshot wound to her head was reportedly the cause of the death of 20-year-old of Holly. So then it's officially declared a homicide. Now, they've got 3 mugshots here. We're going to hear a lot about these individuals. So Zach Adams is the one fighting for a new trial. We're going to hear Jason Autry took a plea, was given 8 years, and had to testify and say, he had to admit that he helped Zach Adams dispose of Holly's body. But Jason Autry ends up telling a psychologist that it was all made up. That it was all fake. Dylan Adams takes an Alford plea, and he's got to follow a condition where he's got to go when he's released from custody. He's got to go live with some police officer. So that's a lot of weird stuff. That's one of the reasons I was interested in what is going on here. But these are the 3 key players we're going to hear about. There's a 4th as well. So we've got 4 men were involved in the murder of Holly Bobo. Since Clint Bobo, Holly Bobo's older brother, was the last person to see her alive. Okay, so Clint is brother, not dad. The police deemed him as a person of interest as well as a potential suspect. Being fully cooperative, he allowed the authorities to search his computer and even agreed to be polygraphed twice. When no incriminating evidence surfaced against him, they focused on another man from the county, Terry Britt. And this great reason to pause, they put eyes on Clint right away. Because he's relative, he's in the property, he saw her. You are definitely a person of interest. So, always a scary thing. You could be completely innocent and people think that there's major factors that put you in the limelight. So they start focusing on Terry Britt, another man from the county. He's a registered sex offender and lived fairly close to the Bobo residence and had spent the majority of his life in prison for kidnapping and rape. So could be related to this. When the police questioned him and asked him about his whereabouts in the morning of April 13th, he claimed that he was busy buying a bathtub with his wife at a salvage yard, but the store had no record of the sale. So that's a time. Given his false alibi and the fact that he matched the witness's description, a search warrant was issued for his house. During the search, the cadaver dogs pointed to a couple of his trucks and a few tools in the house. They even wiretapped his phone and installed a bug in his house to eavesdrop on his private conversations. However, the police could not find any evidence linking him to the Holly Bobo case. Over the following 8 months, they took about 6 interrogation sessions with 4 new suspects, 2 brothers, so Zach and Dylan Adams, and cousins, Jason Autry and Shane Austin. During the interrogation, Dylan admitted that he was with Holly on the fateful day and further claimed that the other 3 suspects kidnapped her before all 4 of them sexually assaulted her at his brother's house. In one version, he claimed that his brother Zach killed her, and in another version, he told them that Jason had committed the murder. On the other hand, all 4 of them had alibis that checked out. Around March 2014, the detectives arrested Zach, Dylan, and Jason and charged them with aggravated kidnapping, first-degree murder, and rape. This is messy. This is a messy crime, but this is a tangled web already weaving. All of them pleaded not guilty as they faced the death penalty. A couple of other men, Jeffrey and Mark Piercy, were also arrested for being accessories and tampering with evidence. Eventually, charges against them were dropped. The detectives offered Shane Austin immunity in exchange for his testimony in court, but in February 2015, he died by suicide in a Bartow, Florida hotel room. As the investigation intensified, a gun belonging to Shane was also found in a drainage ditch. So Shane Austin, because of the suicides, off the table, but he was offered immunity in exchange for his testimony, but then ends up killing himself. And then a gun of his is found in a ditch. So I don't know, is that a red flag? Is that a red flag to anybody? Because it's a little, do I have the sound effect still? Maybe I have the sound effect. Let's get some effect going. We got a little bit of that, I think. So now let's go over to Jason. So Shane's cousin. After Jason accepted a plea deal wherein he was supposed to testify against Zach in exchange for a reduced prison sentence, he testified that Zach asked for his help to get rid of Holly's body on April 13th, 2011. Jason went on to claim that Holly was alive when they were about to bury her, and when Zach got to know that, he fetched a gun and shot her once, but it echoed a couple of times as they were under a bridge. So on September 23rd, 2017, we get to the conviction. We just jumped to the outcome here, the story, but I do think it gives us, like, if you watch something like 2020, this is kind of the way that the story would be presented. Zach gets convicted of all charges, so aggravated kidnapping, first-degree murder, and the rape charge. He's sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, in addition to 2 consecutive terms of 25 years. His brother Dylan, on the other hand, accepted an Alford plea and received 15 years imprisonment for facilitation of first-degree murder and 35 years for specially aggravated kidnapping. That took place on January 18th, 2018, so a few months after Zach's conviction. And Jason reduced sentence of 8 years and was released from prison September 16th, 2020. So guys, we're going to fast forward to this year, but we're not going to be quite at the live hearing. There was a proceeding, again, dealing with a motion for a new trial 5 months ago, and Law and Crime has some of the footage. This initiative for a new trial is relating to, a potential alibi. In this case, we really don't have new evidence. We don't have like DNA that's coming out that says my client's innocent, and because of this new evidence, a new trial is warranted. But they tried to look at some cell phone location information and fight for a new trial several months ago. That wasn't successful, but let's watch the proceedings because it's going to give us a layout of arguments from both sides. It's 30 minutes, and then after that, we'll get caught up to what's happening in court this week. So yeah, GV says I'm not going to spoil. Yeah, we're gonna watch everything that started. We're gonna get a recap of yesterday because they only published clips from yesterday, and then we're gonna watch the hearing that's live right now. But we're gonna get caught up. So I'm excited for that. GV, thanks for joining us. And Zach, also known as the Prince of Wales, thank you for the super. Says we've got to stop meeting like this. I don't know. Maybe it's something about these crazy cases, missing persons, decapitations. Maybe those are the things that draw us together, Zach. But I'm here for it. Hope you are doing well. We've got YP in the building. Let's see. We've also got Brooklyn saying, good morning. Woo, a new trial. It's a motion for a new trial. So it's a proceeding. Not quite a trial, although similar in a way. I think with these types of hearings, you get to hear more than you'd hear at trial, which makes it really interesting. And then Christine is in the building as well. Hey, hey, hey. Again, it's birthday for Aaron, created by EJF. So if you're just tuning in, make sure you say happy birthday. Hey to Mel. Hey to HTX Voodoo over on Twitch. Good to see you. And again, I'll put it in the banner. Let's say that we're going to be rewinding to this proceeding from May 23rd of this year. And we'll see what happens. Kick it up a notch a little here. And I know today's hearing, everyone's complaining the volume's really low. So when we get to today's hearing, we'll be able to boost that with the booster that Kerno Audits recommended. So we won't have that frustration. Excited about that.
For openings? Mr. Bates, you have the floor.
So this is the attorney for the defense.
I'm going to try to pare this down as much as possible. The court heard a lot of the evidence, the anticipated evidence yesterday. The way the evidence fits together has taken me 18 months to understand.
Oh.
This will be helpful to show this is a legal nightmare. Innocent men, and Mr. Adams was found guilty in this court. This is the nightmare our system tries to prevent. Lawyers failed Mr. Adams. His defense, the prosecution, and at times the court, all of which the Constitution protects and preserves this final fail-safe to correct. We often think in criminal worlds that the Constitution allows guilty people to get out. We often don't think in terms of the Constitution protects the innocent from being wrongfully convicted. The court has said before, and it is very true, a lot of these facts are interwoven in multiple issues. I will say some things are standalone issues, which are constitutional rights that were violated that are now known, that were not waived. Additionally, there were constitutional rights regarding ineffective assistance of counsel. My suggestion is how I've interpreted this is wait until you find all of your facts before sorting out how the law applies to them. I want to show very briefly.
Oh, we've got an easel.
How all of this is going to fit together. And
this lady looks over it. She's over it.
The video multiple times. And I'm going to get right to it to show you why it's so important. This is just a rough sketch that largely tracks exhibits that Mr. Reeves provided. I believe it's exhibit 140, where he maps out various cell phone maps, cell phone towers. 39077 is the northeast tower on the Birdsong Tower, northeast 7. That is incredibly important.
Hey, Baker crew.
There's
good to see you guys. Zach
Adams home tower 31522, 31523 is Shane Austin's. 12572 is Parsons South Tower. I have on this, just for your understanding, in purple is the route that Marshal John Walker predicted, but due to ineffective assistance of counsel, he was not qualified as an expert at properly tracking. Mr. Adams' attorney, the night before Agent Walker's testimony, was drinking wine and flippantly preparing for Marshal Walker's important testimony that he laid out. This is in purple. Here's the important part.
Drinking wine.
Marshal Walker says the victim did not move. Her cell phone was not moving between 8:26 and 8:56. He predicted that's where her remains are going to be found because that's where she was killed. He was right. Next to her, the victim's remains is a 380. Remember that. I'll come back to it. A 380 shell casing. The cell phone then continued along a route that ended at 925, where the SIM card was thrown out along with everything else of the victim at 925 at Gooch Creek. There are two directions of travel from this route that goes in a clockwise direction leading to Terry Britt's home. Now, most of this information defense counsel knew. What defense counsel did not know is that there was a video of the Silverado in question at 11:12 a.m. Zach Adams is prepared to say he was there. Multiple efforts, and I went into it yesterday. I'll just say this. The defense attorneys subpoenaed the bank for this video. The bank said, we've looked through our videos, we don't have it.
McDonald's.
There's multiple internal documents the state has now where the defense is told, you got to get these videos. This is really important. The problem is Ms. Thompson was told it was a BP video. And Agent Walker said it wasn't covered by the transaction of Shane Austin was not covered by our videos. It's fair to assume nobody realized what they had. And you're going to say, well, why is it important?
I like the corrections officers looking and watching this all go down. They want answers.
Because Zach Adams' cell phone was on the Northeast Tower at 39077 from 9:50 at 10:32 a.m. You're going to hear proof there was nothing uncommon about Zach and Jason Autry doing drugs under the bridge. We have, after realizing the BP video was the ATM video in March, we have spent enormous resources figuring out where along Autry's route the most favorable location on Tower 39077 Autry and Adams could have been. What's the closest to where they have to go could they have been? We have a gentleman, Paul Dillon, who ran this route according to Autry's testimony as fast as he possibly can to go without real consideration for what had to take place that day, which is drop Autry off in the PT Cruiser, then pick up Austin, pick up his brother Dylan, change trucks, and get to the ATM at 11:12 a.m. It is impossible.
Oh.
Now let that sink in, Your Honor. This timeline is impossible. The route is not mere logistics. The route, and you say, well, wait a minute. I know from Exhibit 240, I know that Zach was at the Northwest Tower at 10:35 at tower 39079 and 10:36 a.m. and 10:37 a.m. And then at 10:38 and 10:43, he's at tower 31522. Exactly right. In 11 minutes, he went from I-40, Birdsong Northeast, to his home. And on the interstate, it's 10 minutes away. So if you're traveling on the interstate, Your Honor, you do not have a body in the back of your truck.
I mean, maybe.
And if you do not have a body in the back of your truck, no crime has been committed. You're going to ask, okay, what else do you have? Is there anything else corroborated by this?
The magnet.
Same cell phone records.
Oh.
Shane Austin, Tower 12572. South Tower in Parsons. He's there pinging from 11:15 to 11:52. Zach Adams, 11:16 to 12:10. This alone shows probable impossibility. But the cell coverage, and you're going to learn, it's not necessarily like a border where you feel that you're in a different.
I think he meant improbable possibility.
Cell phone the second you're in a different cell phone tower. It's not as precise. What is precise is what was mislabeled a BP video, which is the ATM video, which has them here. You have bank records where Shane was at the bank that was provided in discovery, that Agent Walker, again, of the 600 witnesses the state identified, Joe Walker was not one of them, the lead case agent. I assume because he has the records and either he didn't know what he was looking at or he was told to lie when he said that transaction is not covered by the ATM.
Uh-oh.
There are multiple ways to show Jason Autry's testimony was a lie. Here's one, and this is just delicious.
Delicious.
Part of this, anyone who grew up in the country knows a .32 revolver does not make the sound boom, boom, boom that Jason Autry said it made. Anyone ever been around a firearm knows that was a lie. So we employed somebody, hey, take a .32 revolver out, go under the bridge and shoot and see if it makes that sound. And it sounds like a cap gun being played in the backyard. Provided it to the state. On May 6th, the state sent their agents out to perform the same testing. And kudos to them. They brought something to read the sound. The cars were louder. That was provided yesterday at lunch.
Look at the defendant. I highly recommend. Like, the defendant is like, my attorney's cooking right now. Dang, I wish I had him at my first trial. And I still don't get I get you shouldn't drive on interstates with contraband, bodies in your car, because interstates are the hot spot for you to get stopped and searched, and have all that stuff found. But he made it conclusive, as if there was like evidence that there was nothing in the trunk, which is a weird way to argue it. But he's been doing great with these visuals, like having these maps. And again, I don't know, did anybody follow the initial trial of this back in 2018? I didn't follow the original trial. This is new to me, although the name Holly Bobo sounds familiar, so I think I remember the story that she was missing. But it's interesting to be able to see a defense attorney lay something out. I'm a blank slate, and the visuals helping me. With something. I don't know, but his face right now is really just like, dang, my guy is cooking. So, but we'll see.
The motion in limine on Mr. Autry's video. So that's the first point, how Jason Autry's testimony was a lie, that the state had the ability for 7 years to independently investigate, to say, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. They waited until May 6th to do it. And kudos to General Boiano for disclosing that. But the fact that they tested that, and they've never tested this route, shows me either they haven't tested it because they're putting all of their chickens in the basket of, well, maybe Zach's not at the ATM. Or two, they've run it as fast and as many times as they can, and it's impossible to beat what Paul Dillon beat.
Uh-oh.
And you're going to watch Paul Dillon's route.
I hope we get to watch that. That's fun.
You have in this wrapped in all one, prosecutorial misconduct for realizing, hey, even if they have Zach at 1116 in Parsons, you can't get from here to there, back, and then drive around Parsons. You have mislabeling the ATM. And here is, and Judge McGinley has been a family friend of my father's for decades. But when Jennifer Thompson requested a motion to continue, she said, she listed this, I believe, V8, which had been considered.
I think Jennifer Thompson might have been on the prosecution team previously.
A BP video among her motions to continue.
Oh, no.
Judge McGinley.
So Jennifer Thompson was previous trial attorney. Jennifer Nichols was former prosecutor, and now she's a judge. She was on the state's team. So we had a Jennifer Nichols on the prosecution team and Jennifer Thompson on the defense team at trial. So dang, same names are confusing.
Asked her, when do you want a trial date? She said 1 year from the date Autry's testimony. Judge McGinley said, I believe the date you would select would be when pigs fly. You don't want a trial date. Now compare that to Judge McGinley saying at Mr. Autry's plea deal, your testimony was some of the most persuasive, credible testimony this court's ever heard. Judge McGinley believed Jason Autry, a man the state said is too dangerous to transport, over a fellow lawyer whose job was to defend Zach. You're going to hear how the state dealt with the other evidence. You're going to hear things about the TBI that's going to, you'll never forget it. You're going to hear the TBI in a letter saying that to the TBI, accuracy is not the issue. Consistency is. I didn't believe it when I read it. It'll make sense, though, when you hear the other evidence in this case. Autry's fabrication has this white truck being used and put in Victor Dinsmore's garage. And you're going to hear of Agent Brent Booth, who went to Indiana and said, I want to go over with you what Jason's going to testify and see if that helps your memory. That's 6 years after. 2011, Dinsmore's in Indiana in 2017. Booth says, Jason says this white truck was in your garage. Dinsmore and his wife on recording say, didn't happen. This is another point along the way where the state had the ability to say, okay, time out. Autry, you're lying. Accuracy is not the issue. Consistency is. So they continue on with Dinsmore. Finally, Agent Booth, and you'll hear it from him. He says, it helped me. It helped this case if we can nail all these little details down. Dinsmore asks, well, what's the chance of Zach getting out? Booth says, you never know what a jury will do. Dinsmore, on a recording that Adams' attorney never played to the jury, where she even had it transcribed, Dinsmore says, let's go with it. Let's put the truck in the garage. You will hear fabrication of evidence of the worst kind. So bad, Agent Booth went back to him the next day and said, hey, I just want to make sure I wasn't putting words in your mouth. Final point, and I'll sit down. The gun. In discovery, Dick Adams had a .357 confiscated from him that Jason Autry knew because he had had the discovery. Also, Shane Austin had a .357. One of those, or both of those reasons, is why Jason Autry told Agent Ferguson in IR 3152 that the gun employed that day was a .357. When Booth goes to Dinsmore, he says, I just want to make sure. Let's talk about the gun. Dinsmore says it was a .38 revolver with an interchangeable .357 barrel. And he's 100% true. What he tells Booth, 100%. And he says, I know my guns. 6 days later, one other thing. Dinsmore said, because he's a felon, years ago, my wife threw away a .32 revolver. Six days after this, they find the .32 revolver. And somehow the coordination takes place before trial where everybody says it's a .32 revolver. Their lie had been caught. The only thing they pulled out of the ditch was Dinsmore's .32 revolver. The victim, the defect in her skull was .36 in diameter. Then Prosecutor Nichols said to the jury in closing arguments that .38 is excluded.
Nichols is now a judge.
Next to the victim's remains is a .380 pistol casing. Would you like to know what the diameter of a .380 is? 0.355. The gig is up on this conviction. I take zero pleasure in presenting this evidence. My obligation is not necessarily to Mr. Adams, it's to the court who appointed me in the Constitution that requires it. These things are devastating to learn can happen in the system. My family has spent practicing in since 1871. And I am sorry to have to learn this and present it. Thank you.
He drops the book and everything.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Ms. Warwick.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know. He is spicy. I mean, I don't know what to make of the facts of the case. What stands out to me is we have a prosecutor arguing that something that was not excluded was excluded in closing arguments, and that prosecutor is now a judge in present day. So, if you hear people say most judges were prosecutors, there's like a pipeline. There's an example of it. We're going to hear, we got like 10 minutes left. We're going to hear the state's rebuttal. Again, if you're tuning in now, we are wound back to May of this year. This is May 23rd, 2025. This was a different proceeding as part of this effort for a new trial for Zachary Adams. And then we're going to get caught up to speed with what's happening this week and today.
This smoking gun that Mr. Bates purports to bring to the court this week, the smoking gun of this route puzzle, the smoking gun of the time zones and the time frames and the where were they and what was going on, the smoking gun of Zach Adams and Shane Austin being in Parsons around 11:12, 11:15 until noon. Guess what? It was shot at a jury, and they didn't flinch. Everything that Mr. Bates has shared with the court this morning was shot at the jury, and they didn't flinch. I think everyone in this courtroom, every state agency that has been involved in this case since 2011, that horrible, horrible morning, April 13th, that the Bobo family and this community and West Tennessee will never forget. Everybody that was out there will tell you mistakes were made. This was bigger than anything we had ever seen before. And the irony of it is how truly simple it really is. When you break away from all of the noise and all of the attempts of subterfuge and smoke and mirrors, because that's what this is based upon. Zach Adams stands before this court today presumed guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree, guilty of kidnapping, and guilty of rape. And what this court is called upon to answer are two things. Were his lawyers deficient? His three lawyers, who among them had 100 years of experience, some of the best and brightest lawyers in the state of Tennessee, were they deficient? And if they were, and the state submits that there is no way that prong will be satisfied. If they were, for the sake of this interesting conversation that Mr. Bates wants to have, instead of a legal factual argument based on the laws and the rules, if they were deficient, what difference does it make? would any of this new, what the defense wants to call new evidence, make a difference? State submits to Your Honor that you are not going to hear anything in the next days, weeks, months, however long it takes. You will not hear anything that jury didn't hear. That those men and women of this community.
The jury didn't hear that Jason Autry, the key witness, recanted.
Took into account in doing their job. How easy it is for jurors when we bring them in on the first day of jury term and they start figuring out how easy it is to get out of jury duty. Oh, wait, I just have to say that and then I get excused. These men and women stood up as members of this community, raised their right hand, and promised to listen to everything. Not just a little bit, not just what Mr. Bates wants the court to hear and think about, but everything. So the state would challenge Your Honor to ask, would it have made a difference? Is it new evidence or is it something the jury heard? And if it isn't something the jury heard, the state submits that the court will not be able to find any credibility with it, that it will be unreliable and unbelievable testimony. His lawyers were some of the most prepared, if not the most prepared lawyers that anyone has battled, and I submit anyone will battle in modern time. Jennifer Thompson alone, in just a 2-year period from September of 2015 to September of 2017, worked 2,600 hours alone on this case. She billed the state over $200,000 for her time and effort. And the biggest chunk of her effort was reviewing discovery, reviewing the evidence. They had a team of 16 people who rolled into Savannah for this trial. 16 people. Every request they made to Judge McGinley for extra resources was granted. They had a private investigative firm that billed the state $115,000 for their time. Jim Simmons worked 1,700 hours. Jim Simmons, who, if you ask anybody, will tell you is the greatest capital defense attorney in the state of Tennessee, sitting over here, representing the petitioner. Was counsel deficient? Absolutely not. They were the most dogged, relentless, zealous trio of lawyers that anyone has seen representing a defendant. But what they can't do is magic. What they can't do is keep the state from putting on the incriminating evidence that continued to pile and continued to pile and continued to pile against their client. The court also has to look to whether they had a plan. So what if you put in 2,700 hours if you're just flying without a goal? So what if you're just putting in the time and there's no quality to it, no intentionality behind it? They had the greatest defense possible. And it was delivered to them on a silver platter by the case agent in the beginning phases of this case, Terry Dykes, by the FBI agent who worked the case in the beginning phases of this case, Art Viveros, and from what Mr. Bates refers to as Marshall Walker, who worked for the Marshal Service and also was the one that went into the jail to interview Terry Britt and get a confession out of him, this seasoned law enforcement officer, and forgot to Mirandize him. That's kind of criminal investigation 101. The state would submit that when the court hears the timeline, the true timeline of the breakthrough in this case, which was 2013, 2014. Terry Dicus was off the case because he'd lost objectivity. Art Viveros was off the case because he'd lost objectivity. Marshall Walker was off the case. Those three were not on it anymore. Nothing had been done, and everything started to come together. As soon as they were out of the way, and the misguided, erroneous, destructive focus on Terry Brent took a back seat. The TBI did things in this case that they have never done before. Things we only see on TV and in movies to try to catch Terry Brent, because that's who Terry Dicus was focused on at the expense of every other lead that was coming in. This defendant's name, Shane Austin's name, Dylan Adams' name, and Jason Autry's name were coming into the TBI in the days and the weeks that followed. But Terry Dicus wasn't having it. Terry Dicus wasn't having it. Because guess what? We got a sex offender that lives in the county. He's got to be our guy. They spent countless hours investigating him for nothing. They all got outsmarted by Holly Bobo. Most of all, this defendant. He got outsmarted by her, and he got outsmarted by his co-defendants, because they weren't all supposed to fold. They weren't all supposed to start talking. Nobody does that to Zach Adams. I run this county. I know these roads. I grew up here. Everybody's afraid of me. Nobody's going to talk because we all raped her and we're all in on it. He got outsmarted.
I mean, is
by
that
his
a
drugged up foursome of co-defendants and by a tiny little blonde girl named Holly Bobo. She left scratches on him. Her test papers, she was studying for a test that morning. Her test papers were found by Shane Austin's house. Her phone, her backpack, her property, her things were scattered by these meth heads in the minutes following what they had done. We may never know exactly what happened minute by minute that day, but what we do know is what came from his mouth in the weeks and the months and the years that followed. Were his lawyers deficient? Heavens no. They brought zealous representation to a new level. And even if they were, was it detrimental? Was there prejudice because of it? Absolutely not. Because what no one wants to talk about is all of the other evidence that came into this courtroom, the smoking guns that the defense shot at the jury, and they never flinched. And at the end of it all, what cannot be lost in this is they kept him from death row.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
I wish we got to see like a rebuttal. Oh God, sorry, that was loud. So this is taking us, I think, live, but we have clips from yesterday. So again, that was from May 23rd, 2025. And hearing started this week, but for whatever reason, even though they're streaming live today, what happened on day one wasn't streamed. So we've got a recap here from WBBJ. So day one, court meets again for Zach Adams hearing. 2017 trial prosecutor takes a stand. We could play this clip real quick, but let's read first. Hardin County, Tennessee, Zach Adams appeared in Hardin County Circuit Court to continue to provide new evidence, hoping to overturn his original conviction. Oh, okay, wait, there was previous coverage. So there was also something in August. Let's go there. Sorry, I didn't see that when I was getting all my notes together. So let's jump to August 15th, 2025. Right? Well, this is weird because it says day 2, but who knows? So back in August, let's see. The defense presented more evidence pointing to another suspect, while the prosecution poked holes in the defendant's alibi. So defense attorney Doug Bates, who we just saw in the clip that we watched, called the next witness to the stand, Terry Dykes, retired TBI case agent. Dykes detailed his review of surveillance footage that captured several vehicles, hoping to spot a suspect. While focusing on Terry Britt, Bates entered an investigative report into evidence that details suspicious activity. David Bird added that he observed Terry Britt coming up and down Fred Inman Road in his white van, maybe 4 or 5 times, very slowly, on the weekend that Holly Bobo was kidnapped. Okay, that's kind of sus, right? Casing out the area, maybe? Bird thought that was strange because he usually only saw Terry Britt drive by maybe once or twice a week. So at least he's in the area other times. It's not like he's never been in that area before. Bates continued to provide evidence that points away from his client, including audio from a wiretapped conversation between Terry Britt and his wife. Quote, get mad because they can't solve a case and go try to cost somebody else money, cause all kinds of problems because they can do that, said Britt. Britt also discussed that authorities claimed there was human flesh found in one of their vans. Well, there ain't been no human flesh in that old red van, said Britt. During cross-exam, ADA Christopher Boiano pointed out that Dykes had been removed from the case in 2013. So, is it true that the reason given for taking you off the case was your fixation on Terry Britt, said Boiano. No, the official reason that they gave me was that I had become too emotionally involved in the case, said Dykes. Dykes previously ruled Shane Austin, I don't know why that's lowercase, Jason Autry, and Zach Adams out as suspects based on their alibis, cell phone ping locations, and Clint Bobo's witness statement. Well, that's interesting. It was later proven that their alibis were inconsistent. So you would agree with me that the statement that Shane Austin gave 4 days after the abduction is not the same statement or version of events that he gave you in July, said Boiano. That's correct. Uh-oh. And that's, hold on, was Shane Austin the one that killed himself? Let me see. Yeah, so Shane Austin's the one that he was given immunity in exchange for his testimony, but in 2015, he died by suicide in the Florida hotel room. So that's who we're reading about now. So he gave a different version of events. Boiano went on to question the thoroughness of the investigation. All right, so let's hop back to the article where we saw this, which was about yesterday. There's a lot of jumping around, but this goes to show you guys we're cramming this into a day. But these types of proceedings, post-conviction, it takes months, years. So day 1, they're calling yesterday day 1. Court got together again to meet for these proceedings. Let's see. And this petition was filed in January of 2024. So yeah, we're approaching 2 years of this effort stemming from this petition. So defense attorney Doug Bates called Paul Hagerman to the witness stand. I think we have a clip from that uploaded by Law and Crime that we're going to watch. Law and Crime has 2 clips from yesterday we're going to get to. I think that's one of them. Hagerman was a prosecutor in the original trial for Adams back in 2017, along with Jennifer Nichols. Bates questioned Hagerman on his relationship with Adams' original defense attorney, Jennifer Thompson. He says, so this is from the trial prosecutor, I got along with Miss Thompson quite well. She knew she could come to me with questions, or I need X, or I need Y, or wanting to talk about X or Y, said Hagerman. He said he knew Thompson was fighting for Adams' innocence. She was at the extreme of maintaining Zach's innocence, and she vigorously litigated, said Hagerman. Bates also questioned phone records in Dylan Adams' original statement. So Dylan he took an Alford plea, that's Zach's brother. Hagerman says Dylan Adams' statement was hard to piece together. Having watched on the statement and having talked to Dylan, hard to piece together, it definitely left so many questions, said Hagerman. That's the trial prosecutor. Zach Adams was sentenced to life in prison without parole plus 50 years, and then set to appear day 2. Let's see. We are going to get to day 2, but we have 2 clips from yesterday. I don't know what this clip is, just titled Holly Bobo Killer Shakes Head as Lawyers Go to Sidebar. And then the other one, it's the prosecutor. So we've got 12 minutes of the prosecutor on the stand. That's all I see from yesterday, but it'll give us some context before we jump into and get caught up with what's live today. So let's start with this. We'll get captions up. All right, and this one seems like the volume's okay on its own, but if you guys want to, when we start playing it, if you want me to make it louder, just let me know. I don't know why these captions keep coming on as transparent. So let me change that. Oh, that's normal now. Okay. And we'll see why they shake their head as they go to sidebar. I don't know who this witness is. Maybe it says. They were back in court Wednesday. He appeared upset as lawyers discussed Dylan Adams being sent to live with a police officer at the time after his arrest and requested a sidebar. I wonder if this is the police officer. So yeah, that was after that Alford plea. His brother takes an Alford plea. He has some time in custody, and then after he's released, he goes and lives with the police officer. So let's see if we can make that make sense.
Let's now talk about Dylan.
Okay.
What got you on to Dylan?
What got me on to Dylan?
Yep.
I never thought Dylan was involved in it. So I don't know what you mean on to Dylan.
Do you remember if Mr. Dinsmore told you Dylan is the weak link?
I remember him saying he was the punching bag.
Do you remember anything else?
About Dylan. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
I remember him coming to live with me.
All right. Prior to that, go to hour 2. No, not this one. And now, Your Honor, we're playing the most recent exhibit.
Still 74, correct?
No, Your Honor, the most recent.
Oh, 103.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before that now? She was with Jamie Darnell. She was with Jamie Darnell? Yeah. Okay. And Jamie Darnell was associated with the 3 guys?
Mr. Bates, where'd you start this? And then 103.
Hour 2 minute 34 0 second.
Yeah, off and on. Off and on. But he's scared of him now. He's scared of him. But he's not associated with him at all. But he's scared of him. He was then. And I think now he's probably cleaned up a little bit off the dope. His mom and dad were pretty religious, so he's wild when he's cleaned up. But the one I'm still thinking is Dylan. That's the one I'm telling you. He's weak. You think he'll give it up? He's weak. He knows he think he'll give it up. I'm telling you right now. Give it up?
He's give it up. What does that phrase mean?
I didn't catch it.
Okay, go back.
His brother, he Dylan. Now he's probably cleaned up a little bit off dope. His mom and dad were pretty religious, so he's wild when he's cleaned up. But the one I'm still thinking is Dylan. That's the one I'm telling you. He's weak. You think he'll give it up? He's weak. He knows he think he'll give it up. I'm telling you right now. Even up his brother. He hates his brother. You gotta remember this. The grandma's dead. All there is Dick Adams left. And there's about 150 acres, 3 houses.
You remember other statements about Dylan being weak beyond this one?
No, sir.
Go to hour 4 minute 12.
I believe he'd be a lot better picture. Ask that. I was a German, a retired vet down here. And 11 had a marble shop. He just sold everything, retired. He has a great vision. So when I go down there, I'll do a little bit about see what I can find out. I know Zach put that on there. He's laying low. You already know for a reason.
Yes.
And it ain't a man because he's right out front street. And he don't care. It's fact. He's laying low because that he knows that everybody knows. Just don't let nobody know out here. And I will definitely tell the Bobo what you told. And Carl, he does have a warrant up there for him, so that's the way you can get him to talk. And Dylan is super weak, he's fragile, he'll talk.
What did you understand? Dylan is super weak. He's fragile. He'll talk. How did you interpret that?
I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay. So then fast forward to me when Dylan comes to live with you. What took place between being told Dylan's super weak and fragile to him living with you?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Oh, they don't like this. This is the sidebar moment. The heel clicks.
Hold on 1 second. Gotta make sure that there's no mics up here from this bench conference. Just
All right. I put it in the chat, you guys, but I found about 6 hours, it looks like, of testimony and arguments from the May proceeding, in addition to what we just watched. So it's up to the chat if you guys want to go and get the full picture and watch those proceedings. It looks like his brother Dylan testifies for about 2.5 hours. And then the ex-TBI agent that was taken off the case, 2 hours and 17 minutes. And then there's about 1 hour and 20 minutes of arguments with the attorneys from May of 2025. So there's also what's going on live today. So you guys can pick what you guys want to do. But either way, we're gonna make sure we watch what happened yesterday before we watch what happens today, because it's so close in time. I wonder if they come back in this clip. I don't think they come back and say anything. I think this just ends out. So, and unfortunately, there isn't full video footage of whatever took place yesterday, even though they have a live feed today. So I think Kathy Roussan had mentioned they had the cameras in the courtroom yesterday, and right as they were about to start, the judge was like, nope. And that's cleared up today. So I don't really know exactly what happens, but that's what we've got. That's what we've got. Let's see, what was the second clip from yesterday? This was the second clip I saw from yesterday. I don't know why all of these, maybe because I have the windows open already. I had something wrong with the setting once, and it's making all these captions half see-through. So we're gonna have to change the subtitles that way we can read them clearly. And it's saying, it looks like it's set back to 100, but I have to change it to actually get it to go. So there we go. Now we can read the captions better. And again, this is from yesterday, but it's just a 12-minute and 42-second clip.
State your name, sir, and spell your last.
My name is Paul Hagerman, Hagerman.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm an assistant district attorney
What district?
in the 30th Judicial District at Memphis.
And how long have you held that post?
24 years.
You were a prosecutor in the prosecution of Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry.
Yes, sir.
And When did you come on the case?
Not sure about dates. The case had been going on for a little bit. Jennifer Nichols and Ray Lapone were on the case, and Ray had recently taken another job and gotten off the case. Miss Nichols got Mr. Ragland, Mr. Christensen, and then me to help her on the case after that.
Did y'all have a specific assignments?
No. Miss Nichols and myself we were the primary attorneys that worked on it the most.
Okay. Was the case a death penalty case when you came on?
Yes.
And when you came on, had you reviewed the 2014 recorded statement of Dylan Adams?
After I came on, I reviewed it. Yes.
Okay. And at some point you received cell phone records of the defendants in this case.
TBI or the other investigative agencies had gotten cell phone records for the defendants. That was part of the file.
Okay. When did you realize Dylan's statement was impossible with the cell records?
So when I first got on the case, of course, Dylan's statement already existed. You know, it was recorded. It wasn't until Mr. Autry gave his proffer that we realized the significance of a lot of the cell phone proof. So maybe, I guess that's my answer to that, unless there's a more particular question
Okay.
about what you mean.
You realized Dylan's statement could not be true.
Based on the cell phone proof?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say I realized that.
Well, how do you reconcile them?
Well, I don't know that they can be reconciled.
What do you mean by that?
Okay. I mean, Dylan's statement was, I want to say, is limited because it does go on for a decent amount of time, but it doesn't provide details as to exactly, when and where and every party's movement, during the incident, or after the abduction and pre-abduction, and then during.
Do you remember reviewing Dennis Benjamin's statement that Dylan gave to him that became the precursor to the recorded interview?
Yes.
The witness can be passed. Exhibit 104.
It's the last exhibit.
Next to last.
Next last exhibit.
You have it in front of you.
I do.
And can you go to page 3?
Yeah, Slim Life, it was the brother that saw something happening in the driveway and yard.
Handwritten portion.
No, sir, of the type.
Okay.
I've got 1. The back is 2.
And then
So the brother's name is Clint Bobo, of the victim. So victim's brother is Clint Bobo. He's the one that saw things. When we hear Dylan Adams, we're watching Zachary Adams fight for a new trial. That's his brother. They were also co-defendants when this was going on. Dylan Adams ended up taking an Alford plea and getting his time. And they're discussing some conflicting information. So lots of names to map out here. But we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it all down.
And then 3.
yes, and
Gotcha.
you see Dylan's timeline. John Adams' timeline.
Okay.
Do you remember looking at this?
Yeah, this is one of almost thousands of IRs that I would have reviewed. Absolutely.
I think incident reports, IR.
Do you remember reviewing this?
I absolutely would have reviewed this.
Okay. And you see a timeline of Arrival 9:30 to 10 a.m.
I see that on this IR, yes.
10:05 to 10:50, Autry raping Bobo.
Okay.
Do you remember the evidence y'all submitted to the jury about where Mr. Autry was during that time frame?
Yes.
Where was he?
I remember Mr. Autry's testimony from the trial, and then I remember cell phone records with regard to Mr. Zach Adams and Mr. Autry's whereabouts during this time frame.
And where were they?
Which time are you asking about?
Between 10:05 and 10:50 a.m.
You know, I can't say now, years later, exactly, but I would think that would be about the time that they would be getting back from the river or in their travels.
These are two totally inconsistent realities.
You're asking, I think this is a summary of what Dylan Adams would have said in his statement.
Right.
Yeah, and if he got things wrong, then absolutely he got things wrong. But Mr. Dylan's Adams statement does not match Mr. Autry's statement, if that's the question.
Then from 10:50 to 11:10, John Adams raping Bobo. 11:10 to 11:55, Zach Adams raping Bobo. Are you aware where the cell phone records put these defendants during that time frame?
Again, we're talking years later here. And so from my memory, the abduction is around 8 in the morning. Rape, travel to the river, come back. And from my memory, comeback time would probably be around 10:50 or something. I don't know if in particular.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember a moment when you realized this Dylan Adams story doesn't make sense?
I remember watching Dylan's statement on the video recording. I remember speaking to Mr. Dylan Adams, and I remember thinking that he is not telling the truth about what happened, and his details with regard to what happened, are insufficient, incomplete, held back. That his statement was incomplete, if that's what you mean.
When you say insufficient, do you mean insufficient to get a conviction?
Against whom?
Zach Adams, Jason Autry.
You wouldn't want Dylan's statement to be the only piece of evidence in front of the jury. You would need at that time too corroboration under the law. And so if you're actually asking about Mr. Adams and Dylan's statement, you could build a case against Mr. Adams, which you could win with Dylan's statement being part of it, because there was other proof against Mr. Adams.
But if he said a series of events that were impossible to be true, that's concerning to you, isn't it?
Absolutely. And that's why I said when I watched the statement and talked to him, I thought there were details that were wrong. I think he was holding a lot back and not telling.
And at the time Dylan gave his statement, he did not have the cell phone records.
Yeah, I assume he did not.
Right. When Jason Autry did in early 2017, he had the cell phone records. Correct?
I was told that Jason Autry himself did not have the cell phone records.
Who told you that?
Mr. Scholl.
Okay. We'll come back to Mr. Scholl. Do you remember an extra copy of the cell phone records going to Mr. Scholl in November of 2016?
I wouldn't have remembered it, but when I was looking over stuff to prepare, I saw that.
Okay.
Or I was told about that.
That's out of the ordinary.
No, it's not.
It's not. Why is it not?
Well, with cell phone records, it's quite often the case that the original form in which we would provide them is not what the defense's expert wants. So providing the cell phone records in a different form later on happens all the time in cases like this.
So when did Mr. Scholl tell you Jason doesn't have his cell phone records?
As when we first approached that defense team about the possibility of Mr. Autry cooperating or testifying, some time passed between then and when he actually came in and gave the proffer. Mr. Scholl told me during that time period that Jason had told him the whole story, had given the whole account, but that Mr. Scholl and his investigator wanted to check things out. They wanted to see it conformed with reality. And one of their big truth tests of Mr. Autry was the fact that he did not have the cell phone records, and they looked at his story, compared them to cell phone records, and that added some credibility to Mr. Autry with regard to Mr. Scholl.
At this time, Mr. Scholl had made public comments that Mr. Autry had nothing to do with the rape, kidnapping, and murder of Holly Bobo, correct?
Do not know.
You remember him on the news saying that on the lawn at Decatur County Courthouse?
I did not watch the news.
Do you remember his motion to continue in August of 2016 saying, I try to go and take my discovery to my client. The jail confiscates what I bring to him. I don't have a place to set up my laptop. There's voluminous terabytes of discovery to go over. And I'm not prepared to try this case in whenever the trial was set.
I don't know if I was on the case yet, but that sounds familiar.
You were on the case in August of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And so when did the conversation where Mr. Scholl now has been able to go through all this discovery he said he hadn't gone through in August of 2016? When did he tell you?
So if you go, I do not know a date for you, but if you go to Mr. Autry's proffer agreement, it would be some time period within a month or two before that.
Okay.
Mr. Banks, just to clarify, Mr. Scholl is Mr. Autry's attorney?
Yes, sir.
We've gathered 3 professional chefs.
You can tell I watch cooking videos. All right, so the next clip that we have, there's actually one more from yesterday that I see, and it's continuing with this prosecutor. Let me get it over to this window.
Just give him the whole binder.
And then the poll right now is leaning towards watching the May hearing. And guys, just to give you the context, keep in mind that the proceedings from May, the hearings in May, and the hearings taking place this week are both stemming from the January 2024 petition. So this is all like one long sweeping effort for post-conviction relief, motion for a new trial. So what happened in May isn't just, I don't think what happened in May, even though we might hear some repetition, it's not like what happened in May had the judge say, I'm denying this, and then this is just another effort reinitiated. This is all stemming from the same petition. So, but since we're already watching what happened yesterday, let's watch this last clip that's available from yesterday. And then we'll look at the poll and we'll go with what you guys vote on and decide. And no matter what, we're going to get caught up with everything. So don't fear. We will absolutely make sure we watch what happens today and tomorrow. Okay, so again, this is a second clip from this prosecutor testifying yesterday. The captions look normal. And we'll kick this up to 1.25. That way, if you're feeling uneasy about us getting too far behind, it'll help.
Orient you, General Hagerman. The Bobo residence here in the bottom ground. The remains found up here.
By the cell tower.
Correct. Tower 10961. There's no movement from 826 to 856 on Holly's phone. Shane.
Corrections officer taking a nap.
31523. Zach's home on 31522.
Okay. So to answer your question, I think that there was evidence. There were various items that had been discarded, note cards and things north of Swan Johnson, because it was in proximity to Shane's house.
And
if the travel was clockwise from the Bobo residence to where the remains were down to the last cell phone ping on Gooch Creek at 9:25.
Gooch Creek?
573. That direction of travel, there was no evidence before the remains and physical evidence thrown out after. Right?
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
All
So the incident occurs on Swan Johnson.
Correct.
Okay. And there is evidence north of
And
Swan
you
Johnson.
just look on Exhibit 5 to show the various pings on the cell phone route. 811, 816, then 826 to 856. Follow me?
Okay. So the purple note cards
Correct.
are going to be some type of cell phone location that's not a GPS ping, but is some sort of middle of the circle, I assume, having to do with the proximate location.
Correct.
Okay.
And you understand that's what Marshall Walker, what he found in his work.
Which is what?
These pings along this route of Miss Bobo that morning up to this location where her remains were found.
I understand that he made this map, and I understand that the purple things on this exhibit have to do with cell phone location. It's not a GPS ping, so we're not talking about a coordinate. These notes should actually be large circles that cover a certain
Right.
circle. I have no idea how big the circles are.
You would agree then it's consistent with his work y'all call speculation that her remains were found where he said the remains were going to be found.
Yeah, I don't remember the part about.
And a bullet round, a spent casing was found right next to Miss Bobo's remains and personal effects.
I remember there being a casing that was found in proximity. Yes,
And it's a .38, a 38 auto round.
that
Correct?
sounds familiar.
At any time, did you Google what the actual size of a .380 pistol round is?
We had conversations with people that
we?
did ballistics,
Who is we?
the prosecutors.
Okay.
And then ultimately, we had a meeting with Dr. Ross, medical examiner, who opined about the size of the wound and what type of caliber could make that.
And he says it was anything no bigger in size than .36, right?
I don't remember.
Are you aware that a .380 is not .38 in size?
I do not know. I mean,
At any time did you say, Dr. Ross, thank you for your service to the state. Can you tell us, is the round next to the remains that verifies possibly now Marshall Walker was correct and the direction of travel was clockwise, is that round larger in reality than .36?
I don't remember asking him that. He was Mr. Christensen's witness, but obviously I would have been familiar with the entire case. We definitely talked with Dr. Ross about what caliber would be consistent with the wound, that he found.
Okay.
And then he offered his sort of expert opinion with regard to that.
Where in your professional opinion was the body and Miss Holly's body and her cell phone separated?
I don't have a professional opinion about that, but you've heard or you've read or seen Mr. Autry's testimony, and you've heard the proof about the cell phone records, so you could extrapolate, from that.
You told the jury something. I'm asking you, where was it separated?
You mean a physical location where it was separated?
When and where was the body and cell phone separated?
Well, we believe that when Mr. Autry and Mr. Adams traveled to the river with Miss Bobo, that the cell phone was not there, that she was separate from her cell phone. And we believe that Mr. Dylan Adams was probably the one that had the cell phone thereafter.
Have you gone through and reconciled the timeline Mr. Autry testified as to when he showed up at Shane Austin's house?
Yeah, we did. We spent a good amount of time looking after Mr. Autry gave his account at what evidence corroborated,
Right.
His account.
What time does Autry say he gets to Shane's house?
I can't tell you. You'd have to look at the record there. I can't remember that.
Just take a moment.
Try.
Did you ever remember somebody saying, wait a minute, we got a problem? Autry and Zach talked that morning at 8:52 a.m. and we've got it on the cell phone record.
Yes or no?
We looked at Mr. Autry's records and looked at Mr. Adams' records,
Do you remember a phone call at 8:52 a.m.?
not the particular time.
Do you remember if Zach was at his home tower at 8:52 when that phone call went out?
I do not remember.
Do you remember saying, "Oh no, Holly's cell phone and her body are on 10961. We got a problem"?
I do not remember that being a problem.
Do you remember Autry testifying it was 20 to 30 minutes after the 8:52 phone call, which puts it at the very earliest at 9:12, the latest at 9:22, when Autry appears at Adams' house? Do you remember that?
Not the time.
Do you remember if it was at 9:20, if it was at 9:17, 9:15? Autry says Dylan is standing in his shirt off inside the trailer. You remember that?
The trailer, do you mean Mr. Austin's house?
Yes, sir.
I remember. I don't remember the time, but I remember Mr. Autry describing when he arrived and Mr. Adams being there, Mr. Dylan Adams, without his shirt.
And that time, Holly's cell phone is traveling from 9:10 down to 9:25 at Gooch Creek, which shows somebody's lying.
Well, again, I don't remember the times, but also what we have to take into account when we look at these things is we got different actors, right? So this idea that Mr. Adams, Mr. Autry, Mr. Dylan Adams, and Mr. Shane Austin are together the whole time, it's just not, that's just not correct.
Right, but you told the jury it was Dylan moving the cell phone when Jason says Dylan is sitting in his trailer with his shirt off and never left.
Again, I don't remember the times, and I think you do have to take you have to take into account that we're talking about circles and not pinpoint GPSs. I remember also the expert cell phone testimony having to do with bleed over between Zach's home tower and
No doubt.
one of the other towers.
Right, 31523 and 31522, sometimes you can ping off both, but not 12573 where the phone was found. I'm sorry, where the lunchbox was found and other things. Correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, you did not take part in the Jason Autry proffer session, did you? Or
I
did
did,
you? Okay.
absolutely.
Did you take notes?
No.
Why not?
I don't take notes.
You don't take notes.
I don't.
You take notes during trial?
I don't.
Okay, fair enough. Was it a policy not to take notes during proffer sessions?
Absolutely not.
I have questions. I feel like it's an unspoken policy.
If ever did a TB officer come to you and say, "I think Jason Autry's lying"?
I had no TBI officer came to me and said that.
Are you aware of a TB officer coming to any prosecutor and saying that?
I'm not. I'm aware of ex-TBI Dicus that I went to talk to, but
What about Kathy Ferguson?
no, I'm not aware of that.
If she did, it would have been significant to you, wouldn't it?
It would have depended on what we're talking about, but it potentially could be significant, yes.
Now, at some point, did you come to the conclusion, we're going to lose this case if Dylan's our witness?
No, but Miss Nichols and
Well-
I, like I said, believed that Dylan was leaving a whole lot out and holding back, and we weren't entirely comfortable with him being a primary part of the case. We were much more interested in a cooperator that would tell the truth and give a truthful account of things.
But they gave him an Alford. They let him
At
take an
some
Alford
point,
plea.
did you listen to Brent Booth in Indiana talking with Victor Dinsmore?
I did not.
Okay.
I think Miss Nichols had, and she relayed to me sort of generally.
Did Miss
No.
Nichols bring up concerns to you about that conversation?
I remember this. I do remember that she wasn't impressed with the interview.
On Agent Booth's behalf or Victor Dinsmore's?
Can't remember. Really can't remember. I think that we had higher hopes for like what would be disclosed in the interview, and that didn't happen.
Have you listened to this since the trial?
No.
Did you listen to it before the trial?
No, I didn't. Like I said, I think I'm going on third party summary of it.
When you say not impressed, I take that to mean you, as a lawyer, you wish it would have been better evidence at trial.
I don't know if we ever contemplated it being evidence at trial, but I remember when he went to interview him, we had high hopes that Dinsmore had more information and we were going to get it as a result of the interview.
Do you remember this Nichols say, I'm a little concerned Agent Booth suborned perjury?
No, but not being impressed with the interview, she may, I don't want to guess, she may have made comments about she didn't like the way he asked questions or something like that.
What was the name? Who made comments? Because if it's his fellow ADA, oh, we're gonna have to do a rewind, because there is a proceeding in August where a different ADA, a woman that doesn't look like the same woman from the May 23rd clip that we watched, seems to have thought there were issues with the investigation. So Agent Booth, so TBI, okay. Miss Nichols. So that's the other ADA. Oh, I think we've got to watch that.
Suborned perjury.
As a result of the interview.
Do you remember this Nichols say,
Miss Nichols,
I'm a little concerned Agent Booth suborned perjury?
No, but not being impressed with the interview, she may, I don't want to guess, she may have made comments about she didn't like the way he asked questions or something like that.
As a prosecutor before trial, do you think it's ethical for you to go to one witness who's going to testify to something, go to another witness and say, look, this is what this witness is going to say, and I'm trying to get these details lined up, and it helped me and it helped this case if you said this?
You don't want to ask for a witness not to tell the truth, right? And you don't want to feed a witness information. A lot of times it is helpful to confront a witness with facts that you do know in hopes that person is then going to tell the truth. So it's a sort of mixed answer there.
Okay. At some point now, who approaches whom? You or Mike Scholl regarding Jason Autry testifying?
So to testify or to sit down and tell us what happened?
Whatever came first.
Okay. So there was another time that we were in Nashville. We went to Nashville several times. The Discovery Conference I mentioned. After the Discovery Conference, at least once, maybe more than once, we met in Nashville to look at the evidence with the defense attorneys. And all the defense attorneys came, and there was an enormous amount of physical evidence and things there at TBI. During, again, I can't remember if we only did it once or twice or three times, but during one of those meetings, I approached Mr. Paris, who was co-counsel of Mr. Scholl. And I told Mr. Paris that we would be interested in hearing the truth from Mr. Autry. I think I said this, even if he was part of the very worst of it.
Why did you pick Mr. Autry first? I'm sorry, why did you pick Mr. Autry?
We had talked, me and Ms. Nichols, Mr. Christensen, and Mr. Ragland had all talked previous. And like I said, we were relatively, we were convinced that Mr. Dylan Adams wasn't telling us everything. And we believed, or we had hoped that Mr. Autry would be truthful and be able to tell us more.
Why didn't you approach Ms. Thompson?
I can't say that nobody didn't previous to that. I can say that
you probably
what
should
we were
know.
hearing from Ms. Thompson from the start to the end of the case was that Zach was maintaining his innocence.
And had you been aware of any times where Mr. Autry was not?
In terms of court pleadings, I'm certain that he was maintaining his innocence. And then during the trial, he was cross-examined with regard to the times that he had maintained his innocence. There was never a time that I spoke to Mr. Autry and he told me anything different than what you heard at trial.
Y'all were still seeking the death penalty for Mr. Autry
But at what point?
when you and Mr. Scholl were talking?
Yes,
Okay. Now,
Mr. Paris. But
Mr. Paris, how many cases have you had with Mr. Paris where he represented?
The mention of the death penalty is important because if you're facing death, there's probably a greater chance, and every attorney should be counseling their clients, even though it's ultimately going to be the client's decision on, your prospects are always risky, right? You always face the risk of a conviction at trial, even if you swear you're innocent. This is what they're saying they have against you. And you've got, in this case, it was 3, then whittled down, unfortunately, to 2 because someone took their own life, co-defendants. And his other co-defendants were also facing the prospect of the death penalty. So think of the significance that threat of the death penalty being on the table and how that could be used as leverage when you're hearing that the prosecution team is trying to get any of the co-defendants to say something that will seal the deal and point the finger at another. So we don't have notes, we don't have recordings of these interrogations, these meetups, but just imagine what the language might be like. If we just watched the Alicia Andrews trial, think of how the detectives were speaking to Alicia Andrews, but imagine if the death penalty was on the table and they were telling her that. It's huge leverage. And then we're going to find out, I don't know where we're going to see it. I think it's going to come in the May, when we look back at the May hearings, the testimony, but Jason Autry said that he lied because he didn't want to face the death penalty. And that's why he ended up agreeing to testify and took a plea for 8 years. That's the one that we heard referred to being Mr. Too Dangerous to Transport. So the very, very important detail, this mention of the death penalty at that time being on the table.
What would become a cooperative witness?
I can't say for certain. If you told me that we had had 3 or 4, I could believe it. If you've told me that we never had one, but we've definitely had cases together, that could be true. I can't remember if we've ever had a cooperator before.
Same question regarding Mr. Scholl.
Since then, I know I've had at least one with Mr. Scholl.
Prior to this, prior to the 2016.
After 2016, I know that we've had one. Before 2016, I assume that we've had at least 2 or 3 or 4, but I couldn't name a name. And, if we look down at every single case I prosecuted and we could only find one, that wouldn't shock me.
Right. But
I think we've definitely had cooperators before. And I'm talking about serious cases. He also handles, cases every day in Memphis. 3 guys steal a car. We very well could have numerous cooperators on cases like that.
He's a good attorney in Memphis.
I consider him a very good attorney, yes.
And he handles a lot of high crimes, low crimes, and everything in between.
Sure.
And do you have his cell phone, you text each other?
I have his cell phone, yes.
And consider him a professional friend.
I do.
Miss Nichols did as well.
Yes.
Would you say he is less hostile than, say, Miss Thompson was in this process?
So Mr. Scholl is a very good attorney, and different attorneys have different styles, right? At the end of the day, if it's going to help his client, Mr. Scholl is going to fight, tooth and nail. Miss Thompson is a very good attorney too, and I got along, quite well with her. I think.
Miss Nichols did not.
There was a little oil and water, or whatever you call it, there.
What did Miss Nichols say about Miss Thompson?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll strike that.
All right. Objection sustained.
What did you observe in their interactions?
So I got to play sort of a role that, I was comfortable with, which was like I got along with Miss Thompson quite well. So she knew she could come to me with, questions or, like I need X or I need Y or want to talk about, X or Y. I think that she definitely, as I said, and this is not to her discredit, but she was at the extreme maintaining Zach's innocence, and she vigorously litigated, and she was sometimes met with sort of vigorous litigation, on the other side, but it was.
You and Mr. Scholl never discussed what Mr. Autry was going to get in terms of a sentence prior to his testimony. Is that your position?
That's true.
All right. We'll ask you, you understand the difference between express and implied?
Yes.
All right. Express is some words to that exact effect, correct?
Okay.
Implied is something that's not reduced to words.
Okay.
Was there an implied understanding with Mr. Scholl?
There was an express understanding that his truthful testimony would be taken into consideration.
I'm aware of the party line. My question is,
Can I object to the characterization?
I'll strike that.
That's not at all what Mr.
I'll
Hayes
strike
testified to.
what was the implied understanding?
The implied understanding was the same as the express understanding, that your truthful testimony will be taken into consideration. What you also have to balance against this is what was the case we had against Jason Autry at the time. And so that informed, a lot in our mind about what, ultimately is going to happen probably.
Well, let's go through what was the case at the time. You had Dylan Adams providing a statement that if the cell phone records were accurate, Dylan Adams' statement was inaccurate.
We had Dylan Adams wanting to be a witness and had given a statement.
Dylan's statement, unlike Jason Autry's statement, went through what happened the night before, right?
I think I remember that.
And and if those statements are true, the cell phone records, they're inconsistent with the cell phone records.
I would think so.
Dylan Adams went through start to finish the night before through several days, correct?
I remember his statement being a lot more piecemeal and a lot more sort of labored, but I do remember they definitely did talk about the time period before, and I'm sure that his statement, again, much more piecemeal. I'm sure his statement extends past the crime.
And now you say Autry, you said Dylan's statement left things out, but Dylan's statement chronologically covered a far longer time.
Again, having watched Dylan's statement and having talked to Dylan, it was not like you were getting an account that went from point A to point D or E or whatever. This thing is broken up, staccato, like hard to.
Didn't make sense.
Excuse me?
Didn't make sense, did it?
It definitely left so many questions, and it left us with the sense that he was not telling the whole story.
At what point did y'all say, all right, why don't we take the death penalty off the table since our main witness, his story doesn't make sense?
I don't know that Dylan was our main witness. When I came into this case, we had the 3 defendants, that remained, and who was going to cooperate, if anybody, was still sort of an open question. There was sort of an assumption that Dylan was quote unquote the state's witness, but nobody had committed to that or anything like that.
So was the state prepared to request Mr. Autry serve 50 years? When Mr. Scholl and you were discussing Mr. Paris, y'all very well could have asked for 50 years.
No, Jack, this calls for speculation.
It goes right to the
What
heart.
about numbers?
This is a pled allegation in our complaint.
This is
Which is if the state did not disclose what became reality, but the difference between offers of leniency and 8 years time served.
oh.
Anything else, Ms. Wyrie?
No.
All right. Let's go with another question.
She gave up.
Did the state have internal discussions about what it would be willing to do to Mr. Autry?
Internal, me and Ms. Nichols and Mr. Christensen, Mr. Ragland. Yes.
And what were y'all prepared to do?
Well, after we heard Mr. Autry's account and after we saw the corroborating evidence, we believed that Mr. Autry was telling the truth. On the other side of the equation was that the state's case against Mr. Autry was quite weak at that time. And so Ms. Nichols and I and Mr. Ragland and Mr. Christensen all talked and knew that at the end of the day, we were obligated to take into account that the state's case against Mr. Autry was quite weak and that his account was the most truthful, most detailed, most corroborated account of what happened and assisted in the prosecution of this defendant and Mr. Dylan Adams more than sort of any other single piece of evidence we had. And so we knew that meant that Mr. Autry, at the end of the day, again, this wasn't communicated to defense, but at the end of the day, we weren't going to get much more time out of Mr. Autry.
Then time served.
I can't say that we talked about time served. I can absolutely say that we talked in terms of we're not going to be able to get much more time out of him.
Okay. Was that ever communicated to Ms. Thompson?
Those internal thoughts that we had?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
What was communicated to Mr. Thompson was that the truthful testimony of Mr. Autry was going to be taken into consideration at the end of the day.
But y'all held the keys to the secret, which meant that means time, virtually very little more jail time.
We knew that that was what we had against Mr. Autry was, here, and what Mr. Autry was providing for us was here. And so we talked about these things internally because we have to make a decision as to whether or not to use Mr. Autry as a witness, or not. So obviously we have to talk about these things. We would never convey that to Mr. Autry or to Mr. Scholl or Mr. Paris without telling the defense and the court, because that's what we have to do, because that would go to motive and bias. Since these were internal discussions, it couldn't possibly go to any sort of motive to lie or any sort of bias. At the end of the day, we have to do what's fair. His truthful testimony deserves some credit. At the time we made the decision, our case against Mr. Autry was very weak.
Well, but we heard, okay, so what really stands out to me the most, although Gloria, I think this is an important point. We're getting caught up on this, you guys. This is a deep dive that we're going to be doing to get caught all the way up through this week's proceedings. So they had a hearing yesterday, today, and they're supposed to continue the hearing tomorrow. To get caught up with all of that, I think this is going to be a long stream today. We're going to go all the way in. We're going to get all of the backstories. We're going to watch everything that's been recorded since this January 2024 petition for a new trial. That includes some testimony that looks spicy to me from May and from August of this year, and then, of course, continuing with this week. But Gloria points out, I'm truly confused about what's what, but it also seems like they're just as confused and confused themselves. And this was the trial prosecutor that we were just watching testify here. So, some of these things, it doesn't look good for you not to be clear on. And laughing like it's cute that you don't take notes, and well, that's not policy, that's not procedure, that we don't take notes. Like, what are you doing? It doesn't give me confidence in the way you're pursuing this. But based on some of the names of what I'm seeing from the May testimony and the August testimony clips, TBI, the investigators, it seems like they had some infighting going on. They had disagreements over whether or not Zachary Adams should be a suspect or person of interest at all. There was also some infighting within the district attorney's office about who should be a person of interest. So I think there's been confusion all throughout this case. And the first clip we watched was a May 23rd, 2025 clip where we heard the prosecutor. I think she was a very charismatic argument. She was countering the ineffective assistance of counsel arguments by saying, trial counsel, they're renowned attorneys. So how could that be ineffective assistance of counsel? As an aside, every good attorney I've known that has been asked about ineffective assistance of counsel claims seems to proudly say, hey, I would fall on my sword. Go ahead, pass this over procedurally as soon as the trial ends. If we know that our client's going to appeal the results and that there will be an ineffective assistance of counsel claim, I'm happy to withdraw and pass the torch. So to me, it wasn't that compelling that the state prosecutor, although charismatic, said, well, they had great trial attorneys. Great trial attorneys say all the time, go fight your ineffective assistance of counsel claim. That's really what an advocate should do. With that being said, I think it's really, really weird that they're using the death penalty as leverage, and yet they did not disclose offers of leniency to the defense in this trial. You need to disclose offers of leniency, and they didn't. And I think they're critical because since the trial of Zachary Adams, we've had Jason Autry, his co-defendant, who was given a plea for 8 years. He only was sentenced to 8 years. Mr. Too Dangerous to Transport, 8-year sentence, given a plea deal. Said I lied about everything because I was facing the death penalty. And I didn't want to face the death penalty. So it seems pretty important, more than ever, to disclose leniency, offers of leniency to the defense. So, but what else is new? What else is new? Also, Michelle had given some context in the chat earlier that some of these familiar faces, Tyre Nichols' case and also the Young Dolph trials. So that's why we're seeing, if you guys have felt like some faces or names are familiar, we've got overlapping prosecutorial staff in those cases. Let me pull up the playlist and show you guys what I'm talking about. So going back to May, what's going on in May of this year. Let's see. So this first video, I think this is the one we're going to watch first because it seems like attorney arguments. And when you see when a video was published, it doesn't give you a timestamp. It's just showing me May 21st, 2025 down here. But there's these other videos also from May. And this one's going to be arguments. But then there's another one where Dylan Adams claims they didn't murder Holly Bobo. So we get to watch testimony of Dylan. I'm all in. I can't wait to see that. Then we have this one titled Defense Attorney Grills ex-TBI Agent. So I think that's going to be good. That's also from May. Then there's these look at what we get in August. And I wish I knew about this because I would have been following this all along. But there are some videos from August that we're going to do a rewind on before we get through what's happening this week. There's a long proceeding. There's assistant district attorney details investigation. Witness gets feisty with prosecution in Holly Bobo murder case. Attorney in previous Holly Bobo case describes trial issues with judge and other counsel. So that sounds like it's going to be some juicy stuff. There was a rift in the TBI. So Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the investigators, there's a rift. They don't know who they want to say are the suspects. And then we're going to find out why one TBI agent thinks Zach Adams and Jason Autry were not initially suspects. Jason Autry tells police not to record his statements. Community was scared of Zach Adams and Jason Autry. And I think we got a hint of that from the clip of the prosecutor saying, that Zach Adams wouldn't be worried that his other co-defendants would turn on him because he was scary. And then this is stuff from this week. So I'm all in, you guys. If you guys are all in and want to hang out and watch this, I think we're going to have a long trial stream today to get caught up. We'll stream long tomorrow if we have to. And if it's necessary, we will also get together on Saturday. So let's get to May. We're going to start with this clip because since it seems like attorney arguments, that's probably how the day started before we had these two witnesses called to the stand. These aren't full trial days. So it seems like we might miss stuff in between, but a 2-hour testimony video, it seems like we're going to get the complete testimony of the witnesses. But yeah, so I am going to get captions up, start the volume a little low, and we'll raise it if we need to. And get these up here. And Aaron's in the building says, 2 now renowned attorneys, same cases, gave testimony at my client's motion to vacate hearing. Both said they were ineffective. We can always be better lawyers and provide better assistance. There you go. See, love. Aaron, I always appreciate you taking the time to share the context, but right on point, really good context for what we're talking about here. And here the state's going to argue, well, they were great attorneys. And even if they're not well-renowned, the argument usually sounds something like, there was still a strategic decision made. So it doesn't reach the bar of ineffective assistance of counsel. They were competent. So, IAC claim, not good enough. So, yeah, it's Trenton says Kat's threatening us with a good time. I'm threatening myself with a good time. I'm excited. Kim Norris is late. Good to see you, Kim. I do think it might be worth anyone that's joining right now to watch the first 2 hours. I know you wouldn't be live with the chat, but I think we've gone over some really important stuff since. And then you'll be able to catch up and watch everything with us, just like we're all diving into this rabbit hole today. So let's see what happens. Again, this is May 21st. Let me update my banner. And we'll do 1.25. If that's too fast, if that's too slow, we can make adjustments. And let me know on volume. Oh, God. That's really loud. Let's take off the boost entirely. Today's court, they said the volume is really low. So, but this was fine back in May.
We're here today first for some motions in Zachary Adams versus the state of Tennessee, docket number 17 CR 10 post-conviction. But I've had the witnesses that are subpoenaed to testify come in the room. Are all the witnesses that are subpoenaed to testify present? Raise your hand if you're a witness, please, so I can see you. All right, to all these witnesses, you're instructed to follow these rules carefully to protect the fairness and integrity of this trial, or this hearing. Unless otherwise instructed by the court, you're not allowed to sit in the courtroom or receive any information about the case before you have testified. Until the court releases you, you must not do the following. Do not discuss the case. Do not speak about this case with anyone, including other witnesses, family members, friends.
To clarify, this is witness sequestration. This is not jury. This is not a jury proceeding.
Or attorneys. Do not post or share anything about this case on social media or any online platform. Do not communicate about this case by phone, text, email, or messaging apps. Do not read or watch news about the case. You're not allowed to listen to any news coverage that might be published throughout the day or throughout the weeks that this proceeding is taking place. This includes all radio, newspaper, websites, podcasts, blogs, and all social media platforms. Do not research the case or investigate it for any information related to this case, including the parties, attorneys, witnesses, or legal issues involved in it. Do not use the internet or any other source to find out about the case. If anyone attempts to talk to you about the case, or if you unintentionally see or hear information about it, immediately inform a member of the court staff. Failure to follow these rules and instructions may result in contempt of court, and that can carry legal penalties. These rules apply from now until you are officially released after your testimony. All right. If there are any witnesses now that's not allowed to be in here, which is going to be one designee, who's the state designating?
Special Agent Catherine.
Special Agent Ferguson can remain in the courtroom. Other witnesses, I'll ask you to step out and follow the rules that I just admonished you about.
One of the issues is Dr. Spearco.
Why they're
The rest of
muting.
you can go ahead and make your way out. Relative to Dr. Spearco, whenever we get to that motion, I'll ask her to come back in. Right now, I'm going to ask her to step outside. No more witnesses, correct? Either side. All right.
Got another bow
All right,
tie.
ladies and gentlemen that remain, I want to remind everyone that this is a court of law. Certain rules must be strictly followed to preserve the integrity of the proceedings. You are instructed not to speak to, approach, or attempt to communicate in any way with any of the witnesses, whether in the courtroom, in the hallways, or elsewhere. This includes direct conversation, gestures, or even comments made within earshot. Any such contact, even if well-meaning, may be interpreted as an attempt to influence the testimony or the outcome of this hearing. It could result in serious consequences, also including being held in contempt of court. Your cooperation is essential to ensuring a fair and impartial hearing for all the parties involved. Thank you for understanding and for your compliance with this. All right, counsel, we do have some preliminary matters to take up before we begin the hearing. And I think maybe let's hear about the motion to amend the petition, which was filed just a few days, 10 days or so ago.
Yes, Your Honor. This motion is based upon the production of the video in question. This was argued in January of 2025 regarding the claim under paragraph 35 of the second amended petition that at the time petitioner's counsel was unaware that the video labeled BP was in fact the ATM video. After January, and it's put in the motion that was set in March, I requested informally for the state just to send me what was on General Boyano's screenshot at the January hearing. Did not receive it, filed a motion to compel, and then General Boyano walked through in his pleading response, then filed the night before, where this BP video was that's actually the ATM video. Once I received that, petitioner's counsel and others have gotten to work to prove the impact of that video. And the impact of the video is illustrated in this amended pleading. What it amounts to, Your Honor, is we will prove by clear and convincing evidence Zach Adams was actually innocent of these charges. That's the effect that the video's final production to us has shown. It also showed other problems inherent in the prosecution of this case that we've properly laid out in the petition that's amended. It is necessary to prove to the court, and this evidence came to us in a way as it did that showed this amendment is necessary. I think it's helpful to the court to lay out the facts and how it's relevant. Although, to be fair, paragraph 35 acknowledged this was going to be an issue. And I have followed back up, and that's the purpose of this amended pleading.
Mr. Boyano, you responding for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, our position is that this wasn't produced to Mr. Bates or Petitioner Adams. He had, or Jennifer Thompson, trial counsel, had this going back to, I believe, 2015, when it was originally produced in discovery on a hard drive. That hard drive was handed over to post-conviction counsel, we believe, sometime in the fall of 2023. We,
After this post-conviction petition was filed?
Yes, that the hard drive that Jennifer Thompson had, that TBI gave her as part of the original discovery, was handed over to post-conviction counsel as part of the whole file of hers. TBI went into Mr. Bates' office in January to copy all materials, which included that hard drive that Jennifer Thompson gave to Mr. Bates. On that hard drive, we were able to confirm that this ATM video has been there since it was originally produced by the state back in 2015. So this is not something that is new. Mr. Adams, through trial counsel and post-conviction counsel, have had it. We certainly specifically identified it in the motion I filed as to where it was on the hard drive. That we are not, however, we are not asking for a continuance. That the rules are pretty flexible, with the court allowing a petition to add claims as the proof develops under Rule 28. So our position is that it is certainly untimely that this was filed when it was, but we are here to go forward. And we would simply say for all claims that we deny and would demand strict proof thereof in
Which
the
you
amendment.
included in your response?
Yes. The IR that was originally referencing this ATM video has the video listed as BP/ATM. So it's a little more information than what Mr. Bates provided in that IR. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyano. All right, Mr. Bates, I'm going to grant your motion to amend Rule 28. Supreme Court Rule 28 clearly allows for liberal amendments, and we'll draft an order setting forth that. I do want to, may not be going in the order that you all recognize, but I do want to put on the record that one of Mr. Adams' attorneys at trial, Mr. Gonzalez. Okay. Will be allowed to be deposed at a later date. All right, Mr. Bates, you want to proceed with your motion for sanctions?
Yes, Your Honor, and I anticipate the court possibly reserving ruling on this until it hears more evidence in this case. And I'll keep it brief. The timeline of this video that General Boiano said is correct. The timeline is IR 1845 generated by Agent Lewis, who is here, shows a DVD labeled BP/Community South Bank ATM. At some point, it was created on a hard drive provided to defense counsel, and it was labeled BP. And it never stopped being labeled BP. Then the plot thickens when Agent Joe Walker, and let me say now, the state filed 600 potential witnesses. The lead case agent, Joe Walker, was never identified on their potential witness list. Joe Walker issues a judicial subpoena to Shane Austin's bank and says, Shane, Zach, Dylan say they were all together that day. We need to find their bank transactions to confirm it. The bank subpoena comes back and it shows an ATM withdrawal. Joe Walker then, and this is, it'll come into evidence, but it's IR 2743 date, activity date 9/30/2014, report date 10/6/2014. The transactions for April 13th, 2011 were as follows. $120 from the ATM at Community South Bank, $22.02 from Shell Service Station in Holiday, $10 from MAPCO 2012 in Parsons, $9.84 Shell Service Station in Parsons, and $6.78 from Sonic Drive in Parsons. A check of video recordings from that date is to be done when a player is obtained for the MAPCO and a BP video from 641. The other places were not covered by our videos. Now, this is in 2014. The record and evidence is going to show that defense counsel tried everything they could do to get this video. They issued a subpoena to the bank. It came back and said, we have no, after diligent search, we have no such video.
It's dark.
Then Jennifer
they dim the
Thompson
lights.
repeatedly in the record filed motions. First, sent emails to General, I believe, Hagerman, and continually referenced BP video. The state's response always, and what Thompson was saying is, I cannot open this on the format. She's going to testify under oath. She could not open it on the format she had. It's without dispute, I'm able to open it on the format I had. Without dispute. The court's going to have to weigh the credibility as to whether Ms. Thompson's credible when she said that she referenced being unable to open it repeatedly. It was the basis of her continuance request. I'm unable to open this. Trial happens. Mr. Adams files his pro se initial petition, references ineffective assistance of counsel, saying, hey, there was this,
Cool.
why didn't you get the ATM recordings?
Wow.
Then,
So again, this is May 21st. Towards the beginning of this stream, we happened to watch what I had first been able to find from May 23rd. And we heard him mention like this BP video and issues asking for a continuance because trial counsel was unable to open some of the files. And ultimately, the work doesn't end up getting done. But now we're hearing that contemporaneously, when that was all happening, the defendant wanted to get rid of his attorney and go pro se. So to me, that adds weight to an ineffective assistance of counsel claim. Now, that's not saying I think that he'd be able to represent himself better, but it's just saying that it's an indication that there was issues over strategy, an issue over something that needs to be done, not getting done, something that could have altered the outcome of the trial. So that's interesting.
work was done with petitioner's counsel through also petitioner's agent, Dr. Spearco, to identify the security officer in Alabama who had the original ATM machine, trying to find it. Now, I want to pause here and say what the state might say. Well, why didn't you just open V8 and check? Because it was labeled BP. Foolish us. We trusted the state.
Laughing.
That it was a BP video. Foolish us.
Oh.
At that point, Mr. Mayfield said, I've got a video, a DVD labeled 41311. If you want it, I'll need a subpoena. This was enough. I believe I've pled this. This was when I came to an agreement, try to stick by my word, let General Nichols know I'd like to issue this subpoena. It was procedurally unclear where we were, if it was a writ of error quorum nobis or PCR. I think we're under the writ of error quorum nobis at the time, and therefore the rules of civil procedure would apply.
He knows his stuff,
said,
my
"No problem."
gosh.
Unbeknownst to me, the state issued an administrative subpoena for the very same DVD. I assume we both got the DVD back with bated breath, and we were all disappointed because it was a very limited scope of time, which tracks with Agent Dykas's work prior, which was essentially just trying to find vehicles with the victim in it. It was it was early morning. Mr. Mayfield had said, though, I'm still trying to find the machine. If I find the machine, I'll let you know. Several days later, Agent Ferguson issued an administrative subpoena stating that they were investigating this case. And never told me. Never told Dylan Adams. And the state's only position, I assume, based on their pleadings, is it's not exculpatory. It's not exculpatory that a video of the defendants at an ATM transaction confirmed by the state's own judicial subpoena that shows these individuals in the vehicle impounded by the state of Tennessee. The Silverado was impounded by the state. Somehow is not exculpatory. The state has an obligation under the statute, under the post-conviction, when you receive evidence that's exculpatory, you have to disclose it. I waited. Surely I'm going to get a phone call. surely I'm going to get an email. The night before, or 2 nights before our hearing in in June, I had sent my assistant to see Mr. Adams in prison. And at the time, I thought it was just a mere coincidence. But General Nichols reached out to me and said, if you're going to move to continue, let me know so we don't travel down there for the hearing in June. And I thought, well, did somebody tell y'all that I was meeting with Zach? I've since learned I one time changed assistants going to see Zach, and I got a phone call that morning from Ms. Hurd confirming that one of my assistants was actually approved. So of course, anytime I'm trying to see Mr. Adams, the state of Tennessee is put on notice. At that conversation, I brought up to General Nichols this ATM recorder. The state never provided the administrative subpoena. In January, Your Honor, you said words to the effect of, this case, it seems like that subpoena needs to be supplied. I continue to think it was some judicial subpoena. The court ordered it on April 3rd for the state to provide the subpoena. I still didn't get it. Then in April, General Boiano said, hey, if you're going to give us discovery, we need it immediately. Otherwise, I'll file a motion in limine. And I sent him a message that night that said, can y'all provide me the subpoena? And that's when I got it. And what it shows, Your Honor, is under the guise of investigating a case, and I've cited that we're not in it, this is not the investigative phase. The state went and obtained exculpatory or potentially exculpatory evidence outside of Mr. Adams's knowledge. With full awareness, we were trying to get this video. And I just want to comment, in the state's pleading so far, they're saying, Judge, all that shows is just a truck. We're not worried about it being exculpatory. And yet they send
like the
Miss
truck
Ferguson to Alabama to get it.
True.
So, Your Honor, I'm asking for sanctions. I assume the court's going to want to hear proof. Throughout the proceedings, and you're going to hear, there's no other way to say it, inappropriate conduct by the state of Tennessee. This is just the latest. And I know Agent Ferguson was just doing as she was told. The rules, the statute says when a prosecutor identifies this exculpatory evidence, you disclose it. They weren't ever going to disclose it until I brought it up. And based on this, Your Honor, I'm asking for court to consider throughout the sanction request. If the court wants to now, it can, but these are serious matters.
The proof that you would put on for this is going to be intertwined in the regular hearing. Is that correct?
Completely, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Mr. Boiano?
There's more. That was a lot. And I don't know. It's kind of interesting to have watched it in the reverse order because we watched that small snippet. It was like 30 minutes from May 23rd. And there's going to be more that we're going to watch that I think this might come up. But wow. So you have, and Aaron says tactical advantage. It's so critical for, I think, the general public to understand. And I think Karen Reed's a great example of it. I see a lot of commentary on X about the Karen Reed case and, well, why didn't the defense just go and get this thing to show something, go and get it to demonstrate? Well, when you're dealing with something where an investigation has been going on and on for weeks, months, years, and then you get the indictment and now you're put on notice. Like, think of the YSL trial. You're indicted years after some of the things that you have to defend against in the trial. So as a matter of practicality, on one hand, you don't just have the power to go to the McDonald's and get the video footage that Detective Thorpe never got. Secondarily, even if you knew of it at the same time, right? Things happen really quickly. You're arrested and charged right away. You're already on notice that you need to defend yourself. Your counsel's already looking to defend you. You do not have the same subpoena power that the state has, let alone the resources to investigate. You've got to put up those resources to be able to investigate, or you have to wait. If you're indigent, you have to wait to ask the court to get permission for funding. And then you have to wait for that approval to even get a private investigator out there looking. Thinking about the Travis Rudolph case recently, because, had a suggestion. And when we get through this, we might do like a weekend rewind on the Travis Rudolph case. Travis Rudolph used to be a football player. He had some money. Luckily for him, he was able right away when, it was self-defense too. So he knew right away that he's going to have to, protect himself, make his case. He was able to hire a private investigator. And that private investigator's work was pivotal because they went and found the tossed firearm from the victim that the state believed the victim was unarmed. But if Travis Rudolph didn't have the wherewithal to hire a private investigator, didn't have the resources to quickly hire a private investigator, and just had to rely on what the state provided his defense team, could that outcome have been different? Because the jury might not have thought that he shot someone that was armed and thus capable of having a gun raised at his brother at the moment that Travis Rudolph decided to fire the fatal shots in defense of his brother. Like, this is critical. And this attorney is doing great advocacy. And I'm just going to start saying I do read body language. I try not to not leave my first impression of someone's body language unchecked. I always got to think that there could be more than one reason someone's making a certain face. But Zachary Adams is sitting there smiling at certain arguments. And it's almost like this is the first time someone's advocated for this, or that he knew that this was wrong the whole time. And he's finally getting his day, his moment to hear someone say it out loud in court. So I know all of this stuff is just so interesting to me. But yeah, what an incredible thing to hear spelled out. The state just goes and opens their own investigation because they're going to use that open investigation to, administratively subpoena this information that they already knew the defense was looking for. And the defense had even said, hey, no, we need more than just this little snippet that Investigator Dicus had previously obtained just for that timestamp. We want more. And what it ultimately ends up showing is you have the defendants at an ATM, and I think they have receipts to also back this up, but they're also on video, so it shows you who's actually there, right? Which, if you have a receipt, cool, but someone else could just have your card and be doing the transaction at the machine. It doesn't tell you what individuals are actually there at that place and time. But now they get this video and they're able to see that a critical vehicle, the Silverado that they impound as being a vehicle that it was involved in this case, and the defendants in that vehicle. And they decide that that's not exculpatory. They don't turn that over. And this is all after he's already convicted, that they're able to finally get this information. You cannot tell me that the investigators, that the prosecution just forgot or was making a mistake when they initiate a separate investigation to go and subpoena this by themselves. The only common sense, logical explanation to me is that they wanted their own pathway to go get the information first without having to also provide it to the defense team. So just crazy. And here we are. This is how we get down the rabbit hole. So let's go on. That was the end of my rant.
Judge, as I stated in my the previous response, that this hard drive containing the ATM video was turned over to Jennifer Thompson by the state on June 15th of 2015. It is disingenuous at best and misleading at worst to call this ATM video exculpatory. It is a ATM video taken at on April 13th of 2011 at 11:12 a.m. It shows a truck. Has Your Honor seen the photo or? Okay.
Are they going to argue it shows a truck, but we don't know for sure that it's their truck? Because this is such a turn on its head of how we hear prosecutors argue vehicle similarities. If the vehicle looks similar and it's the same color, sort of the same color, no matter how pixelated it is, no matter if there might be disagreements over the make and model being the same, somehow, just like in the YSL trial, the jury gets told that that's the same vehicle that somebody was driving. No dispute there. But when it doesn't help our case, we don't even know if it's the same Silverado. I get that. I think that that's where we're going. Jumpiness with the feed.
May I approach?
You may. You don't want to approach me?
That's still up. The ATM video at issue.
This will be entered into evidence during the hearing,
Yes.
and the video played.
Not by us. That I anticipate by.
Yeah, I don't know why their feed's doing this.
It's attached to the state's pleading, Your Honor. We'll get the report.
Because it's still moving like regular time. By regular time, I mean the speed that we have it set to. So those jumps are part of the recording.
This video image is a blurry video. It shows a truck. There's no one that can be identified.
All right, and the sound's cutting out. This is annoying, but it seems like he's saying there's no one that can be identified from that footage. Like you cannot see the face and make out who's actually in the vehicle. And again, this is like the role switch. This is what a defense attorney would typically have to make to counteract what a prosecutor is going to tell the jury. You can infer that those are the individuals based on they're wearing the same black clothing we saw them wearing earlier that day. So make the inference it's the same person. It's the role reversal.
It was neither the state nor the defense utilized this video at trial. The reason why.
Oh, okay.
And I believe that further testimony may be required from Agent Ferguson to talk about exactly how this played out. But the state intervened to take the Spearco was involved in trying to obtain the device after Attorney Bates told us that he had disengaged with her because of having a disagreement about the ethics of certain behavior that she was doing.
Object. They know that's not true. She could meet with him while she was my age. Helping that.
Oh my gosh, I want to understand what they're saying. Even just by the body language, I want to hear it so badly. Can we lip read? Oh, no.
She could meet with him while she was my age. Helping that.
She wanted to meet with Dylan Adams, maybe? Dylan Adams?
That is what uncoupled us. So Dr. Spearco, from that point forward, was an agent of both Zach and Dylan. That was the issue.
All right. I'm only hearing argument on this particular motion. There's not any proof been presented to object to. So you may proceed, Mr. Boyano. But
we also had issues with how Mr. on the 22nd, on 22nd, 2023, and videoed Jason Autry, that the circumstances around that caused the state concern, caused the federal government concern. We also were concerned about how Dr. Spearco approached witnesses, such as Janet Britt, and Janet Britt executed affidavit on April 11th of 2024, saying that Dr. Spearco visited her home and told her that her husband was going to be charged with the murder of Holly Bobo, and that she would be charged as an accomplice. All these things we knew about when Agent Ferguson learned that Dr. Spearco, who no longer worked for Mr. Bates, was involved trying to get a hold of the physical ATM device. We issued the administrative subpoena to get a hold of the device. We secured it. We pulled the data from that, and we provided it to Mr. Bates. That we felt that we had a responsibility to take that evidence and make sure that both parties had equal access to it. And that is the simple truth of it, that we are deeply suspicious of Dr. Spearco and what she's done throughout this case. And it was our obtaining this device was simply to make sure that both parties had equal access to that data and to see what was on. Nothing more.
All right.
And I believe that this could be even more about this.
Let me take this announcement and give you a ruling on whether or not Ms. Adams is entitled to any sanctions and what they might be after hearing proof in the hearing.
Next, Your Honor, this is now Dr. I think might be a good time to hear Dr. Spearco's, the motion to quash, or alternatively, initial motion was to release her from the witness list and sequestration. It's since then it's been a subpoena. I would ask Dr. Spearco be allowed to come in for this.
All right, we'll allow Dr. Spearco to come in for this motion. Chief, if you want to let Dr. Spearco come in the courtroom.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
This is
All right, go ahead, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the state's third effort to issue a subpoena to Dr. Spearco. And I want to address first the subpoena ducus tecum part, and secondly, the subpoena to testify as a witness.
All right.
The state said in January, before the court ruled that the subpoena ducus tecum was not right, they were not calling Dr. Spearco as a witness. I said I'm not.
Hold on, let's run that back. So were these subpoenas issued at the same time? And then the state said, never mind. Okay, so subpoena ducus tecum is when you want like someone to produce evidence, like, hey, send us records from your office about any meetings or correspondence that you've had, or we're subpoenaing emails. It's for the records. And then a subpoena for testimony is obviously for testimony. If the state sent a request for both, that would suggest an intent to call as a witness.
Subpoena to Dr. Spearco.
Third effort.
And I want to address first the subpoena ducus tecum part, and secondly, the subpoena to testify as a witness.
All right.
The state said in January, before the court ruled that the subpoena ducus tecum was not right, they were not calling Dr. Spearco as a witness. I said I'm not calling Dr. Spearco as a witness. I stand by that. I'm not calling her as a witness. The state issued their 600 witnesses, didn't include Dr. Spearco. Court asked for a witness list, included Dr. Spearco. I think the record will show in between that time, Mr. Dana McClendon requested under Rule 30 media privileges during this proceeding. Dr. Spearco was listed on the state's witness list without a subpoena. The initial motion was, and I stand by this, the state's real intent is to sequester Dr. Spearco during these proceedings.
He's
As I
savvy.
said, she can provide no credible evidence as to what took place from 2011 to the end of the motion for new trial. She's not a custodian of any record sought to be introduced through her. The state is not asking her to be an expert. Now, so the initial motion was she's not going to be a witness. We all know that. We all know the purpose of this is to sequester her. Now that the state has issued a subpoena, it's further complicated. First, the court ruled that compliance is not required until this court rules. The subpoena compelled her to appear with various things that mimicked exactly, I believe, the subpoena ducus tecum that the court said is compliance is not necessary. So the first thing I think the court has to do is rule on what was argued in March as it relates to the subpoena ducus tecum. All of the arguments regarding Rule 16 that she's an agent apply. Rule 16 does not mandate disclosure of the defense agents. Rule 17 doesn't apply either in Rule 28 post-conviction proceedings. And I thought about it. It's like, why would that be? Well, if you think about it, the statute requires counsel to do a full, meaningful investigation in between the appointment order and filing an amended post-conviction petition. It makes sense that you want to let counsel have a full reign of interviews, ask as many off-the-wall questions, prod, poke, pierce your way through without having to disclose that to the state. In other words, you want a full investigation, which is what Dr. Spearco, prior to the Dillon issue, was helping me with. And I've heard this before that, well, she went to Memphis as a neuropsychologist. Of course she was in Memphis as a neuropsychologist. I mean, I understand these are serious allegations in these petitions I've filed. I wanted Dr. Spearco as an expert to provide a common sense check and a professional experience check on this. So of course she was as a neuropsychologist. Same with Zach. In all fairness to the court, she went to see Zach, and one of my questions was, is he telling the truth? Before I spend several thousand hours on this, I'd like to know from an expert basis what I'm dealing with. Dr. Spearco has performed forensic evaluations of mine in custody cases where she says, I don't believe your client. That's part of her expertise to the court. So much of the work they're attempting to obtain is protected under Rule 16. The state filed a motion on June 3rd, 2015, where General Nichols shows a profound awareness where she discusses it. 16A2 specifically precludes the disclosure or inspection of reports, memoranda, or other internal state documents made by the District Attorney General or other state agents or law enforcement officers in connection with investigating or prosecuting the case. Nor does Rule 16A2 authorize discovery of statements made by state witnesses or prospective state witnesses. And the same, it's reciprocal. So because even though Dr. Spearco stopped working at my request, she's never stopped working at Zach Adams' request. So all of these documents is protected under Rule 16. She is here to argue. She's also become a member with a podcast. She can speak to that.
Oh, podcast.
As it relates, though, to her testimony, the state is going to ask you to trust them. Just trust us. And their standard is, we might call her. I don't know yet. We might. Which she will then be sequestered. If she is called to testify by the state, nothing would please me more. Because on cross-examination, I will seek to certify her as an expert. And you will hear her expert qualifications, and she will discuss with you the ways in which, from a neuropsychological perspective, people lie. When they're told they're going to be killed, when they're told they're going to be put to death, when they're told their kids are going to be taken from them by the state, when they're told, it helped me, it helped this case, if we can get this detail lined up. Because of that, Your Honor, because if they're going to call her, I'm asking her to be qualified as an expert. I'm relying on Rule 615, that's point 3, that says she will be an expert if called by the state, and therefore her expertise will need to watch the witnesses in court and the court understand from a neuropsychological perspective what's going on. Additionally, there's another reason for her to not be sequestered.
Your position here is that any criminal defendant can hire a neuropsychologist and what you just said to me.
All right.
The judge. The judge. Let's give him some flames.
The state had 3 main witnesses.
He said, what?
Jason Autry, Victor Dinsmore.
Oh, am I
Rebecca
back?
Earp.
Did you guys see the judge ask his question? The judge wants clarity. So here we go. Sorry about that.
Neuropsychologist.
Oh.
Sequestered.
Your position here is that any criminal defendant can hire a neuropsychologist and retain them as an expert witness in any criminal trial. And then that expert witness can sit and watch all the testimony from the stand, then get up and testify as to who lied and who told the truth?
I'm not saying in any case. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Explain what you just said to me.
All right. The state had 3 main witnesses: Jason Autry, Victor Dinsmore, Rebecca Earp. Jason Autry's statements throughout the entire trial, the entire investigation was he's 100% innocent. Mr. Scholl said on the outside the courtroom in Decaturville, our client didn't kidnap anyone, didn't rape anyone, didn't murder anyone. He's prosecuted under the death penalty. He fabricates a story to get.
So, factual lie, I'm seeing it out of sync from Law and Crime. Do I look in sync? Do I look Backstreet Boys?
Get out of the death penalty. When he pleads out, the state says his testimony answered many factual questions left open by our investigation. Rebecca Earp said multiple times evidence that did not benefit the state. It wasn't until Valerie Trout says to her, I want to know once and for all what it is, and whatever you say, we're going to send up to the TBI, and there might be new charges coming against you. But the best of all is the Victor Dinsmore. And we'll get into this soon when the proof opens, where he went from the corroboration regarding this white Nissan truck that had to be in the garage, because Jason Autry said it. Agent Booth asked Dinsmore, was the truck in your garage? No, it didn't happen. No, sorry, wasn't there. And then in a span of 10 minutes, you'll see that the expert will see how flimsy a vulnerable person's memory can be revealed to believe anything and say anything. So that is what the meat of this case that Dr. Spearco, if she's allowed to testify by the state calling her, can help from a neuropsychological perspective. Now, I'm summarizing. Dr. Spearco, if she's called by the state, can expound on that. I think in the parlance of criminal work, it's called a false confession expert, which Ms. Thompson and Mr. Simmons attempted to try to investigate. And and the proof will show kind of why that fell apart. The other part of Dr. Spearco, she can discuss with you, for instance, this completely false confession by Dylan Adams and other evidence that's in her wheelhouse if she's called by the state. The second part of her work is she has done enormous work on this case. First, under my umbrella, and second, under Mr. Adams' umbrella. I cannot begin to describe the depths of this discovery. This is not an easy case for anyone. Any defense attorney would have to choose between making a living and handling this case. Initially, I tried to be as efficient as possible and asked Dr. Spearco to help as she would on other cases that I've had. I've had her on a criminal case involving a mens rea issue. I've had her on multiple custody cases. Her work is very valuable. There are things, frankly, she probably knows better than I do, possibly better than anyone else in the courtroom. I anticipate at breaks discussing with her. This witness said this. What about this IR? About, various things along the way. Because she's Zach's agent, I believe that is fundamentally permissible. The state is unable to tell you right now what she's going to testify about. Their pleading says it may trigger. So my request is that she be not sequestered. If we're going to say she's going to be a potential witness, she won't be sequestered. The third request along this line is that I think absolves any concern the state may have. And I'm requesting under the court's authority to issue a protective order to any potential witness in this case to not make any public statement whatsoever until this court rules, not until they testify, but until this court rules. And the reason is several-fold. First, it absolves any.
I want to take a quick pause there because I'm just thinking of when this proceeding started. And stay tuned. We're actually doing a deep dive. This is the hearing from May 21st. This might be at 1. I could speed it back up if it jumped off of 1.25. This is May 21st hearings, but this is still what's happening this week is all a continuation of the January 2024 petition for a new trial and post-conviction relief. We're gonna go through all of it because I want to make sure we have everything. If we were just to jump to what we've got today and tomorrow, what we have today and tomorrow isn't going to catch these issues. So we'd be missing all this stuff without it. So we're going to stream long today. We're going to do a long stream tomorrow, and we might stream Saturday morning. If you guys think that Saturday morning would be no-go, we could do it Monday, but Saturday's fine with me. But I wanted to pause here because we're talking about sequestration. And everybody pounces out of their seat when we find out that somebody's watching testimony. But sometimes with certain witnesses, it's permitted for them to be in the courtroom. Obviously, all parties want to be aware and conscientious to look around the court and make sure witnesses that aren't supposed to be sitting in there aren't sitting in court for the proceedings. But still, we saw Tracy Sands, the detective in the Nicholas Casotis trial, who's now passed away, so rest in peace. He sat in the trial. He was an investigator, not an expert witness, but he sat there. He's a fact witness and sat through the entire proceedings right behind the state's table. Another example, there's a few. I think we had some of that with the Johnny Depp trial with the expert witnesses on the psychology. And here with this specific case, we heard at the beginning of this hearing that they kick most of the witnesses out, but they have a TBI agent. I think that's who was allowed to stay in. A witness was allowed to stay in for these arguments, and I believe it was a TBI agent. So this is not like this judge, this courtroom, this trial is a stranger to allowing experts to be present for court proceedings or other testimony, right? So it's not like he's shooting to the impossible. And here his argument would be, we didn't really have an issue with this, but we thought it was funny that the state didn't have Dr. Spearco on their witness list. Suddenly she's on it. And we think that that's a backdoor move, essentially, to sequester her. But she'd be able to give the court information, put some analysis and expertise on the record about the nature of false confessions and the context within which somebody might be more inclined to, otherwise would be honest, might be inclined to give a false confession. Very relevant in this case, especially now, because after Zachary Adams was convicted, one of his co-defendants that took a plea for 8 years, we found out he was actually facing the death penalty, and he comes out and says, I lied because I didn't want to be put to death. So he didn't want to take it to trial. He took a plea deal and agreed to testify against Zachary Adams. So very relevant to his client's arguments here for post-conviction relief and a new trial. Secondarily, we're getting information that's coming out through the testimony at these hearings. You know, we saw a little bit from yesterday's replay, so almost present day, where Prosecutor Hagerman was like, oh, we didn't take notes. Yeah, we didn't disclose the way that we were telling people they were facing the death penalty. But at that point in time, we were telling them that they were facing the death penalty. Though that's really critical information for this expert witness to be aware of and familiar with if she's going to be able to deliver her analysis. So, and again, the expertise, the psychological analysis on the impact of false confessions and why someone would make them, there is an expertise behind that. So it's not just, we can sit here and say, yeah, obviously if someone's facing the death penalty, they might might lie to save themselves, right? Whether they're innocent or not. But she's got the psychological expertise to expound on that further than us as lay people would. So, and then he's saying he's got a several fold argument he's going to make now, that just until the court makes an order, he wants to make sure all other witnesses that they aren't out there talking to the media.
Concern whatsoever that Dr. Spearco is going to get the benefit of not being sequestered so she can participate in a podcast that she's previously participated in. She'll be barred by that. If she does, Chief Fielder can provide her accommodations under contempt powers of this court. Second, and this is why it should apply to all witnesses, I've heard that there are media outlets covering this case and that there is potential for following the news each day. The last thing we'd want in this bench trial is a witness to say something, somebody finds it out, and then we have to recall this witness because they're providing inconsistent statements. And so for that reason, Your Honor, it seems that the best way to approach it is to say, okay, if you're a witness in this case, no public comments on this case until the court's bench ruling. Dr. Spearco, the documents should be quashed under Rule 16. She can argue the reporter issue. Her testimony, to the extent she's under subpoena, she will remain under subpoena. She can stay in the courtroom under Rule 615(3). If she's called to the stand by the state in defense, I will rely upon Rule 702, 703 to attempt to make her a witness, an expert witness, and in doing so, under Rule 705 will be facts that come in this proceeding that if she's sequestered, I've lost the ability to do. To address any publicity concerns the state has, and I think last time they said this was a publicity stunt. Believe me, there are tons of easier ways to get publicity in this case. A blanket order that says any witness may not discuss any matter observed during this trial publicly until the bench ruling absolves all concern there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates.
And I didn't see the specific 2020 episode for this, the Holly Bobo murder. But when I do get to catch 2020 episodes, it's really common that they have guests on that were part of the investigation, part of the prosecution team, that give their 2 cents on the investigation and the trial proceedings. So I didn't watch for this particular case, but he just made a point about, I'm not doing this as a publicity stunt. There's plenty other ways to get publicity on this. And there's already a 2020 episode about this. So, and random shout out if you guys tuned into the Megan Jackson trial, the coroner love affair trial. One of the most recent 2020 episodes was from that case. And the prosecutors do sit and speak to 2020. I thought it was a really good watch. So I totally recommend watching that if you're into that sort of thing. And more from Christopher Dontel too. This is Mr. Bates that we're seeing making this argument. Nem says, fix the jacket. And I think it was Aaron EJF. Again, happy birthday to EJF. Said to go look up their website. We heard him mention that his family has been in practice since 1871. And he's got the timeline of the family line here. This guy is like the classic antiquity Jasper Alonzo Bates over here with the side look when the photos used to be taken with the side profile. So kind of love this. And then here we are to Douglas Bates, who we are watching today. And came full circle because these look to be ties. But Douglas Bates the third, and then now the fourth, have bow ties. And then all the way back to Jasper, we had a bow tie back in time. So there's the lore. There is the Bates lore. Thanks again to EJF. We are back here.
First of all, I appreciate Mr. Bates'
Response from the state.
explaining to the court what our position is and explaining to the court what the three key witnesses in this trial were. There were no key witnesses in a trial that included 60 plus witnesses, hundreds of pieces of evidence, day in and day out of a jury listening to every bit presented to them by both the state and the defense. The three names that Mr. Bates cited to the court, yes, they testified, but they were not key witnesses in any way, shape, or form. Everyone who testified was key to this case. And what Mr. Bates is leaving out of his rendition of what happened at trial were the, and I'm not even sure I can count, 10, maybe more people who took that stand under oath and told the jury what the defendant said, what they heard him say about the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo. Katie Spearco inserted herself by Mr. Bates into this case back in January, I believe, when an affidavit or her curriculum vitae was filed with the court, a declaration by Dr. Katie Spearco. I'm a neuropsychologist. I've been asked by Mr. Bates to come in and look at this voluminous file and help the petitioner with false confessions. Here to help. Great. Well, then the next thing we hear is that Mr. Bates has growing concerns about Ms. Spearco and about the way she's going about her job. So he told us, told the state of Tennessee, and told the court, I'm severing ties with her. Done. Had to find a new way to stay engaged in this case. Next thing we know, she is, and I get lost in the order because the horse that she's riding changes depending on who's winning at the time, who's running the fastest. I think the next way she shows up in this case was, oh yeah, you can't subpoena me because I'm an investigative journalist. I'm covered as an investigative journalist because I have a podcast. The state of Tennessee could not care less. Could not care less.
Think Trial and Error
what is said about
podcast.
this case outside the walls of this historic, beautiful courtroom.
It is a
What
nice
the
courtroom.
state has a responsibility to do is, first of all, protect the conviction from a jury of his peers of this convicted murderer, rapist, and kidnapper, and to bring to the court who is the distiller of truth, to bring to the court everything that is relevant for the decision that this court must make on this post-conviction petition. Ms. Spearco has interviewed Jason Autry. They had a little sit down in the federal prison holding cell. She snuck her recording device in there, interviewed Mr. Autry,
Your Honor,
sends it to ABC 2020.
I need to object. The recording was pre-approved by the facility.
Sorry, my bad. I get confused with the different attempts of deceit and trickery that have gone on by her. I'm not accusing Mr. Bates of any of it. She sends it to 2020, this conversation with Jason Autry. The state does not know if the court is going to allow that to be played. We filed a motion in limine that it is absolutely irrelevant, and there's no way it can come before this judge in the matters before the court today on this post-conviction, but the court has not ruled on that. And if that video is played for your honor, if that video becomes part of this record, it is vital that the state of Tennessee see her file. Because the state of Tennessee, as we have filed in our responses on this issue, knows that Jason Autry was doped up when he sat down for that little conversation with Katie Spearco. And we also know it came from revenge on his part. He told his mother, excuse my language, Your Honor, they're trying to fuck me in federal court. I'm going to fuck them in state court. That was the background of that video. The state has a right to know what that complete video contains because it's clearly edited. It's clearly edited, and we have a right to see it all. I forgive me, but my brain is not large enough to follow Mr. Bates' proposal of us calling Katie Spearco to the stand, him declaring her an expert, but be that.
Let's watch him sit back when he says this. Let me move myself around on the screen. Look at Mr. Bates' posture here. Forgive me, but my brain's not big enough.
It's clearly edited, and we have a right to see it all. forgive me, but my brain is not large enough to follow Mr. Bates' I don't know, proposal of us calling Katie Spearco to the stand, him declaring her an expert. But be that as it may, I would remind the court that originally, again, she came on the scene as an expert, as someone who the defense was going to call to the stand to testify. And in those situations, when that happens, we're entitled to see the expert's file, everything. They're ordered to bring it to the court, bring your whole file to the court so that the state can see what you used to reach your conclusions, and so we can show it to our experts. Now she's before the court, I believe, again, as you can't subpoena me, I'm an investigative journalist. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I think the latest was now I'm an investigator. Now I'm an investigator for Zach. And now we've thrown into the post-conviction hearing for Zach Adams. Oh, yeah, by the way, Dylan Adams. I'm representing Dylan Adams, too. She has made herself an integral part of this case, Your Honor, and despite the vast differences between her professionalism and the professionalism of the TBI agents, she's no different from any of them. They're all under subpoena. They've all been issued subpoena ducis tecum. They're all here to testify, to tell the court what they did. But it is a frightening precedent for this court to set that someone can show up on the scene wearing a hat of a professional expert. And then when that's not going the way we want it to go, when we're not really getting the information we thought was going to be helpful to us, oh, wait a minute, I know what I'll do. I know what we can do. I can be an investigative journalist. Then nobody can touch me. And oh, wait, if that doesn't fly, I can just say I'm an investigator. I'm an agent of the petitioner. Ms. Etchu and Mr. Bates are Mr. Adams' petition agents. That is who the law allows to speak on his behalf. But to open the door to anybody and everybody who might have thoughts and opinions on a matter is not what our criminal justice system or our jurisprudence system, for that matter, was based upon.
So that sounds like a good argument. Like if she's doing this just to become a investigative journalist, to be able to protect herself from being called and having to talk about certain things, that's a problem. The problem with that argument, so this is, let's look, this is the channel. So this is her in the picture. This is Dr. Katie Osborne Spearco. And the issue I have with that argument is if that's the reason she started this podcast, then why does she have a co-host? Why is her co-host on board? Her co-host is criminal defense attorney Dana McLendon III. So I want to do a deep dive on this channel. You guys can see plenty of these videos. They're talking about this case. They've covered, it looks like they've done reactions and commentary on the August hearings that we still have to watch. We have to get caught up on those. They've got, let's look at some of these titles. Victor Dinsmore, we heard that name. Episode 9, Suborning Perjury. Victor Dinsmore is told what he remembers in Holly Bobo murder. Episode 8, Terrifying Bureaucratic Incompetence, Part 2. TBI interrogates Dylan Adams, so that's Zachary Adams' brother, regarding Holly Bobo. The Alibi. We've got some bonus episodes. Like, I'm excited to dive into this, you guys. So, Star Witness recants. Oh, I cannot wait. And we might watch this video if this is the only footage of the recanting. We might take a peek at this. But otherwise, dropping the link again in the chat. Their podcast name is Trial and Error Podcast. Guys, this is a rabbit hole. I'll keep this bookmarked. I'll keep this one. We might check that one out today. But yeah, it's a little bit of a disingenuous argument to say that the reason the podcast exists is just to get some type of journalistic privilege. You have a co-host. That's a bit of a stretch.
The state of Tennessee has great faith that Your Honor can test and judge the credibility of every witness that takes the stand.
The first episodes, there are 4 that were 8 months ago.
All right, Mr. Bates, if I were to decide the Autry video is admissible, would Dr. Spearco not be required to testify to?
She would not. She took somebody with her into the facility.
So you would use someone else to authenticate them?
Correct.
Okay. Conversely, we haven't got, I'm not ruling on that.
I'm sorry.
That was a hypothetical, Mr. Bates. Conversely, though, If I rule that video inadmissible, is the sequestration of Dr. Spearco necessary?
Yes, because we still don't know where this hearing is going. I mean, again, she has inserted herself into so many aspects. Mr. Bates said it himself. That's his whole argument, to Your Honor, as to why you should let her sit in the courtroom to begin with, because she knows so much. She has so much information. We don't know where this hearing is headed. And every time Mr. Bates speaks, the state gets more and more confused as to where this is headed and what the issues are. And we have a right to question the witnesses and to know their biases, to know the work that they've done, and to bring that to Your Honor, to break that down through cross-examination so that Your Honor has the full picture. But that's not the only area in which she asserted herself. And I should have started with all of this, led with all of this. We're not conceding that Mr. Bates even has standing to make these motions on behalf of Ms. Spearco, the motion to preclude her from the subpoena. She had a lawyer. But no, we are not conceding that even on the Jason Autry matter, that that's the only thing, simply because of all of the other areas in which she has inserted herself.
All right, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that, Mr. Bates.
I want to Rule 16 regarding the defense. Except as to scientific or medical reports, this subdivision does not authorize the discovery or inspection of reports, memoranda, or other internal defense documents made by the defendant or the defendant's attorneys, number 2, or agents in connection with the investigation or defense of the case. It doesn't say, it had the ability to say just attorney. It doesn't say that. Here's the analogy. In a case, let's say insanity, oftentimes the court will possibly appoint a 706 expert on the issue of insanity to be the court's expert. Oftentimes, the defense will then hire a second expert to do nothing but help the defense team interpret and extrapolate helpful information from the court's expert. What the state's position is, this expert who's just here to help the defense can be called to testify and bring their entire file because they have relevant information. Well, of course they have relevant information. That's why they're an agent of the defendant.
In what capacity is she serving? Is she a neuropsychologist? Is she an investigative journalist? Or is she an investigator?
She remains a neuropsychologist agent of Zach Adams, who under my authority of the court's appointment, the statute says my job is to interview relevant witnesses. I would say Jason Autry was a pretty relevant witness to interview. I'd say Zach Adams was a pretty relevant witness to interview. That is the authority Dr. Spearco interviewed these people. But I didn't call her to do it because I thought she had a lot of free time. I called her because she's a neuropsychologist who could help tell me things that ordinary people couldn't. Much of her work has all expounded on that. In the same way, you know, in custody evaluations, she does forensic evaluations. She reviews school records. She's not a teacher. It's just what she does in forensic comprehensive parenting plan evaluations. She watches parents interact with kids. She talks to parents. She talks to collateral sources. All of this is, when I started the case, that's how I approached it, how I do other cases. It just happens to be mostly parenting plans. That's her work that she provided. The issue, the untangling of me after the filing of this case, Dr. Spearco, Cindy Adams, and Dylan had communicated, I believe through Cindy, that Dr. Spearco that wanted to see Dylan. At the time, I consulted the rules of professional conduct, and you'll remember there's an order that I sought clarification. I believe General Nichols agreed in 2023. I think the order might not have found itself to the court until 2024. The rule about talking to represented clients is this. An attorney cannot speak to a represented client it knows to be represented in a matter where the substance of the representation is at issue. So I had a question. Jason Autry pled out and served his sentence. It was clear he no longer had an attorney under the appointment powers of the court. I sought that, and I was also frankly trying to go see Terry Britt as well. I also did not know if the Bobo family, and I didn't know if the state agents, I didn't know how all that worked. That's why in the comments say you can go to the court and say, can I talk to these witnesses? The court and the general said, yes, you can. We put in there a provision I would not talk to the Bobo family without communicating to the state first. So Dylan was still serving his sentence. And that's where I said, even though I have an order that allows me to talk to Dylan, I'm still uncomfortable talking with Dylan because I'm not sure I found this express order relieving Mr. Maddox of representing him. And Dr. Spearco didn't like that the ethics regarding speaking to represented people had to apply to her, because what you can't do directly, you can't do indirectly. That was why it was untangled. And the Adams brothers have fully agreed with that. There is nothing in the rule that says Dr. Spearco acting as a neuropsychological expert to Zach Adams, who helped me with her neuropsychological background and expertise in interviewing relevant witnesses and completing a thorough investigation, which I had to certify under Rule 28. Nothing says she can't make a podcast about it. In fact, and this gets to what a scaredy cat I am, when this issue came out last year.
We've been sparring for 2 years.
Out of concern for publicity, the state filed a motion to issue a subpoena to Dr. Spearco. And they said in chambers, the stated reason was to prevent the video going to 2020. But, and I've said this before, there's a remedy for the relief you seek, and it's a protective order. Court might remember the chambers meeting. The state, that was their request, was to bar dissemination of the Autry video. They called me immediately when we filed this, asking to seal Jason Autry's recanting video. I agreed. They asked to do it again. I agreed. Once they went to 2020, they never cared about it. They've attached things quite extensive. I remain, the issue of her podcasting is something the court has the authority under protective order. And in my response last April, after the allegation was, hey, all this is confidential, it can't be disseminated, I asked the court, is there a protective order? Am I under some order that I don't know about? The state has never sought to have that order heard. It's still pending. That's the irony of this. As it relates to publicity, the court can still do this. And my publicity is nil. There's a rule of professional conduct with me.
We
Even though
see
it's
you,
a bench
Doug.
trial, I'm not messing with it. I care nothing about publicity. I prefer this to be sealed entirely if the Tennessee Constitution allowed it. But the court has the ability, because Dr. Spearco is Zach's agent, to say, Mr. Adams, you are now governed by the following protective order, and it applies to your agents, which would include Dr. Spearco, which would mean there'd be no publicity because she's Mr. Adams' agent. But until then, Your Honor, there's nothing in the law that says you cannot also be an expert and also have publicity. It happens all the time in cases where experts go on to court TV or other TV shows and offer their expert opinion on matters. And then they go to court and testify on matters exactly the same that they just opined on other shows. It happens all the time. So if the court is concerned about the dual nature of this, there's no authority that it can't be. There is authority to enter a protective order if the court wishes, and it's been out there for a year.
Sequester that like button, Kissin' Pink says.
One final thing. Dr. Spearco, the idea is, okay, well, she's learned this, she's learned this, she's learned this. She's talked to this witness. None of that would be admissible unless she's qualified as an expert. She can't say, well, this is what I learned in my investigation, unless under Rule 701, she actually has firsthand knowledge of what took place. The only way you get around that is if you're a custodian of record or you're an expert.
A custodian of record like Cheryl McCullum.
Somebody else made. First of all, Rule 17 doesn't apply in these proceedings. And second, it would be hearsay. And if anyone is losing by saying Dr. Spearco is not going to be a witness, it's the defense. So for all of these reasons, Your Honor, we request the relief we've asked for.
Thank you, Ms. Bates.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
So that just put a light bulb in my head. So Happily Angry Lawyer, we've talked about this a little bit, and he went and covered it a bit more in depth. But Cheryl McCullum, known for true crime podcasting, who works intimately with prosecution teams to get cold cases, advocate for them to be brought to trial. She was a huge figure in facilitating the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial, where Fulton County failed to secure a conviction. He was acquitted, and I believe actual innocence on the table there, not just lack of evidence. But Cheryl McCullum, we find out, was an evidence custodian for something with an H, a town nearby. So I don't know if that position, the criteria that attorney Doug Bates was just discussing there, she's not an evidence custodian, she's not a custodian of records. Can an evidence custodian fall into that category where there would be, you can't be called to testify, all these different issues? How would that fall over what Cheryl McCullum is? Hapesville, maybe, is the town that I'm thinking of, but she's listed on their website as being an evidence custodian. So just a little light bulb there.
In a 5-month time period, I believe she and the defendant spoke 200 times. Again, numbers are not my strength, but in a 5-month period, Katie Spearco and the petitioner spoke over jail phone calls 200 times. Zach Adams probably is going to testify here. Who knows what he's going to say? She has information potential.
So this was May, but he testifies today. So when we get caught up, we're going to get to see Zach Adams take the stand in these proceedings.
About prior inconsistent statements that he might make to Your Honor that differ from what he's said before. Same is true with Dylan Adams. Last but not least, she got in to see Jason Autry under the guise of, and I want to make sure I get it right here, that she needed the recording device for transcribing purposes. You see, you can't get into the prison system by saying, I'm a neuropsychologist, but hey, I'm here to interview somebody because I need to send it to ABC 2020. I'm here doing a little bit of some broadcast news journalism.
2020 has interviews with people in prison, in custody, pretty frequently. So I don't think this is correct. Unless the implication is that every time that 2020 has footage like that, and other, it's not just 2020, that the person getting the footage is misrepresenting and misleading to get that footage.
They're not going to let you in. You get in if you're a lawyer, and you get in through the lawyer if you're an expert going to do an evaluation. But that we just watched Christopher Duntel. Oh, I just did, and I recommended to you guys. But Christopher Duntel just got interviewed. He's in prison for 2020. Speaks volumes for the deceit and the shenanigans and the attempts to pull the wool over this court's eyes. We're not asking for a protective order. Again, we could not care less what is said outside the walls of this courtroom, who says it, and how many likes it gets. What the state is focused on is the walls of this courtroom and making sure that Your Honor has all of the facts and the truth to not only judge the evidence, but to judge the credibility of the people who testify.
Thank you, Ms. White. All right, counsel, I'm going to take this under advisement. I'll give you a ruling before we start the hearing.
We should
have 3 motions in limine. Let's try to get those done before the lunch hour.
Yes, sir. The first is Jason Autry. It is the state's position that there is no exception under the rules of evidence that allow this to be played. And I'll just leave it at that. It is hearsay and inadmissible. The second is a motion to exclude any evidence not provided under Rule 16, a boilerplate motion that we always file. We believe Mr. Bates and Ms. Etu have provided us with everything that they have to date. And the last is relative to exclusion of any evidence or information about polygraph tests or voice stress tests. And those are, am I forgetting anything, Mr. Bueno? That's it.
Thank you, Ms. White. Mr. Bates?
Yes, Your Honor. As it relates to the voice test, polygraph, understand the statement of the law. Understand why the state's asking for it, but that's the statement of the law. The issue on the discovery, we provided everything
we have at this moment. There is potential that something can be discovered that somebody's working on. I'll be honest with the court, I'm not sure it's going to be created or not. If it is, we'll address it then. If there's any motion along the way, almost 98% of our evidence is the state's evidence, or it was what Ms. Thompson had and the state's had it. So
I'm causing a pause. I'm sorry, but I was going to go look and see if anything was indicative of like an internal interview or something. Like I was like, again, I want to watch this. But this video here, this is 6 months ago, and it's marked as 4/28/2025 update. So it's before the hearing we're watching right now. Update, Dylan Adams on security cam. TBI still harassing Dr. Spearco. This is from April 28th. And new website unveiled. But yeah, it seems contentious because it seems like, and we didn't really hear this argued, but I would imagine it's on their radar that there's some contention between the investigators and Dr. Spearco already before this hearing and everything that we just heard argued. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe this is a good time. Let's finish these motions in limine and we'll see if you guys want to, I'll try to see what portion of this is just the interview. And I think we should watch this after these motions in limine. This is a lot, you guys. This is a lot.
as it relates to Jason Autry's video, and this was pled under Rule 804, that Jason Autry is a unavailable witness right now. I would love for him to be available. You'll remember the state said in a Zoom hearing, he's too dangerous to be transported from federal to state and to testify. He's just too dangerous of a person. You keep that in mind when you hear about Agent Ferguson and Joe Walker driving around the back roads with them, meeting with General Nichols, preparing for testimony. So either he wasn't that dangerous then, or he's become incredibly dangerous in the federal facility he is. Regardless, my co-counsel has admirably learned law that I didn't know existed regarding trying to get a federal inmate to come and testify. I believe the record speaks for itself, and I'd ask the court to incorporate our prior efforts for Mr. Autry to come and testify. The state asked, and the court granted, that Mr. Ben Harmon be appointed counsel for him, and the court advised him to file his notice of intent, and Mr. Autry has done so. Under 804A1, unavailability of a witness means the declarant is exempted by prior ruling of the court on the grounds of privilege from testifying concerning the subject matter of the declarant's statements. Additionally, it was my understanding in the March hearing he was possibly going to be on Zoom, and there were circumstances indicating that he had been sick. Put an asterisk on that. 804A4 says is unable to be present or testify at the hearing because of the declarant's death or then existing physical or mental illness or infirmity. 5 is absent from the hearing and the proponent of a statement has been unable to procure the declarant's attendance by process. From all of those reasons, Your Honor, we say first the threshold is that he is unavailable. Then it goes to a statement 3, which is a statement which was at the time of its making so far contrary to the declarant's pecuniary or propriety interest, or so far tended to subject the declarant to civil or criminal liability, or to render invalid a claim by the declarant against another, that a reasonable person in the declarant's position would not have made the statement unless believing it to be true. In the record, and let me just say, the state should know that Mr. Autry's attorney did not withdraw because of any impropriety of Dr. Spearco at my request meeting with him under my statutory obligation to interview relevant witnesses. I would love for us to have a hearing on that issue. Love it. Unfortunately, I believe the federal government has advised Attorney Boswell not to discuss it. But Mr. Autry's pleadings in federal court pending his sentencing hearing where he was trying to get the benefit of his cooperation in obtaining a conviction. He has provided a recanting that is wholly inconsistent with the benefit that he was seeking from this at the sentencing hearing. It also subjects him, his testimony, that in 2017 I committed perjury, subjects him to prosecution for what took place in 2017. And for those reasons, Your Honor, it is a statement against interest. There are other
This podcast account is crazy. So TBI subpoenaed
Your Honor, I would
their
also
Zoom
argue
records
there was a time
in April.
when this case was consolidated, and then it became unconsolidated.
This post-conviction matter.
Not the post-conviction matter, the underlying trial.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'm frankly not sure how 803 1.2 regarding a party opponent affects it. These were admittedly co-defendants. I'm not sure it fits under that 803 1.2. It certainly fits under Rule 804. But for those reasons, Your Honor, the video itself, he's unavailable. He's unavailable multiple ways, although I would welcome the court not foreclosing on Mr. Autry coming into court again in person and testifying. Certainly welcome that. The court indicated it would not do Zoom. And so right now, we've tried everything we can. The state says he's too dangerous to transport. The court's indicated it's not going to do Zoom. We're at the mercy, and all we have are these rules that allow if it's unavailable, it's unavailable. If you have a recording, which we do, if it's a statement against interest, which it is, it's admissible. Thank you.
Swear.
The state wasn't about to sign a writ transporting Jason Autry to testify in this court and continue this deceit. Let me remind the court again that the state has information. We have heard it out of his own mouth. The reason he sat down with Katie Spearco for this tete-a-tete was revenge. This isn't a recantation. It couldn't be further from the truth. This is a publicity stunt.
We're going to watch
They're
that.
effing with me in federal court. I'm going to F with them in state court. Katie Spearco knew when she started the interview, he was doped up on something. This tete-a-tete has no scintilla of reliability. And for anything to fall under the exception that Mr. Bates is advocating, there has to be some corroboration to it. It has to be something that the court can find some ounce of reliability to. This is nothing more than two people sitting down and having a talk. It is not a recantation. It doesn't set him up for anything. It doesn't set him up for perjury. State of Tennessee can't indict him for perjury for a conversation he had with Katie Spearco. I have no idea what statute that would fall under. He would have to come into court under oath and say what he said on that video to Your Honor for that to happen. But he is protected by the Fifth Amendment, and he has decided to exercise those rights. This statement cannot come in under any exception to the hearsay rule for the simple fact that how does the state of Tennessee cross-examine the person who uttered the words? They're not here. So how does the court get a full picture
Thank you,
of the
AB and
motive
Derek.
behind it, of the state of mind of the speaker, of setting the stage of the true scenario? It can't happen. And that's why the rules of evidence protect it. And that's why the case law, we've got a copy here of State v. Dotson, a Supreme Court decision from 2008, talk about accomplice, whatever you want to call them, co-defendant, accomplice, testimony has to be corroborated. It cannot be self-serving. And this was wholly self-serving. This was Jason Autry's continuation of the fame that he got, the one decent thing he's done in his life, take the stand here and tell that jury what happened that day. This is not a recantation. It doesn't help get the court any closer to the truth. And that's why our rules of evidence protect it and say that it's not admissible and it has no place in this hearing.
Can't the jury decide?
Thank you, Ms. Wire. Dodson, yes. Mr. Bates got a copy?
Oh yeah, next week is Thanksgiving. Hold on, before we get to the next little bit, guys, first let me show my gratitude here. A big thank you to Amy E. If Amy E gets in here, I'm like looking off the side of the screen, probably looking crazy over here. There is a lot behind this case, you guys. The full first trial footage is available. It looks like it was a 9-day trial. We can watch that. The Dr. Spearco, I'd say I believe she has expertise, but I'm going to say she is seemingly, admittedly herself, a full-on advocate for the innocence of the Adams brothers, both of them. They've got a website where they've compiled not just what they've put together with the podcast. I don't think their podcast was just something they decided to initiate in February. There is so much depth of research here. And I don't know if the judge is aware of it, because Doug Bates didn't really make the argument that, no, this stuff is, she's been knee deep in the trenches for a long time. Just because a podcast pops up a few months ago doesn't mean she did that just as a ploy to, get out of being subpoenaed or something like that. And I think she wants to testify if called to. But there's a lot. We are going to go down the rabbit hole. I'm going to real quick link a website that seems to compile the podcast, different testimony summaries. I just had it open. Where did I put it? But that's what I was sitting there like staring off screen looking at. And my mind is blown a little bit. The website's innocentbrothers.com. So that's nice and easy to remember. Dropping it in the chat here. But that's why I was probably zoned out over here. So thank you again to Amy E. Welcome back in. I'm very excited to have you here, because let me know what you're thinking. I think most of us are coming into this as a blank slate. For me, I remember the name Holly Bobo because it's an unusual name. It's kind of interesting, so it just stuck in memory. I didn't know any details. And now we're working all the way backwards to why we're here fighting for a new trial. And maybe there's some meat here. Maybe this isn't just some frivolous attempt to, well, everybody in prison says they're innocent, says they're not guilty. I think there might be meat on the bones, and the state certainly seems to be loudly arguing, please no, judge, please don't let them bring in a key witness recanting their statement. Don't even consider that. Why not just put it on the record and let the fact finder, who right now would be the judge, decide what to take from it? So there's a lot. Thank you so much, Amy. Also, big thank you to Derek, who I think you also joined us midway into the stream, maybe 30 minutes ago. So again, if you feel like you're catching up, I think we're all getting caught up on what is the background of this trial. All brought back to life because there's been hearings yesterday, today, and will be tomorrow with this continuing fight for a new trial. This is so interesting to get to see. So big thank you to you guys for giving the gifts and for the super sticker here. Yeah, love Amy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. And yeah, KP, I think you wrote this question right as I answered it. So Law and Crime, but their original YouTube channel, not where they stream trials now, streamed the first trial. So we're going to run it all the way back. I think we'll continue with the post-conviction stuff to wrap that up this weekend. Next week being Thanksgiving. I'll be cooking on Thursday. So because of that, I'll be largely unavailable earlier on in the day. I don't care if you guys want to get together on Thanksgiving. We probably can. I don't do much else but take a break from work. But we got to go back. We've got to get the whole thing. So I'm all into this, you guys. Yeah, it's true. And I think, again, the state, I think they can make valid points hey, this expert witness is now a full-on advocate. But at the same time, you could cross-examine them on that. That's huge fuel to say if this goes back to a jury, if there is a new trial. you obviously are an advocate, but they don't want a jury to hear that, because why would somebody that was just coming into this as an expert witness become such a strong advocate? But that's the way the cookie crumbles. But yeah, the argument that the state made, there are no key witnesses, no such thing as a key witness, but they're also like, please don't let the key witness recanting his statement come in. It's not relevant. It's doesn't have a scintilla of credibility. If there is no key witness, why are you trying so hard to make sure this thing doesn't get into the record, doesn't get published as evidence? And we're going to watch that before this stream is over. We're going to watch that before the stream is over. And again, it's Katie Spearco, this contentious expert witness, neuropsychologist that has this podcast. There we go. She's the one that goes and gets it. So just crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, the probable impossibility was a defense mistake there. I do think they meant improbable possibility. That was definitely a slip. And there we go. I still want to hear what... There's supposed to be some damning things that Zachary Adams said, but I don't know if they have recordings of him saying that, or if it's just a relay from someone else saying that they heard him say that. But we've heard the state kind of like hint at that. And I guess we'll get to see that when we watch trial 1, but maybe we'll hear some arguments about that today. I don't know. But if he said those things directly, he's on recording, and you can't deny that he said those things. Those would be bad facts for the defendant here that we're waiting to see. So, oh man. Oh, and the book. Wait. Hold on, I forgot. Guys, I'm supposed to have a clear the list pinned. I forgot. I started today like, I'm just gonna do a couple videos with updates on cases I've been following. Like Courtney Clenny. Just on-demand videos. We started this stream. I saw it looked crazy from what I saw Kathy Roussan talking about the hearings happening this week. I said, well, let's just go backwards and look at it a little bit. Surely there won't be that much to unwind. And here we are. But I am supposed to have every stream until Christmas. I want to pin a teacher's list that's trying to do some type of holiday gifting for their students that may not have, not every kid in every classroom has the same Christmas experience, holiday experience as their peers. So I think these are great initiatives. And the most recent one we've had pinned was Mr. Blackwell. And he is putting together an Amazon wish list with a list of books that his students have requested that they'd like to be able to read. So where did I have that link? That was from our Cardi B stream. So we'll get that pinned. And oh my gosh, guys, let's get back into it. We're gonna keep going. Hey, Tay Biz, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. If you're busy, Tay Biz, this might not be one to get roped up into, because we're going to be going for a while. There is a lot here that we got to do. Oh, this was the end of... This video ends right here. We're at the end of this one. Did you say anything else?
Our counsel, any other matters that we need to address before I make rulings on these motions and potentially start the hearing after lunch? Any other motions that we've missed?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Bates, C2?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state either. All right. Court's going to take these matters under advisement. It will take me some time.
No, I don't think the next clip that I saw, I think it just goes into testimony. So I hope we don't miss the rulings. Because the next video up in that little lineup from the uploads here from Law and Crime was just testimony. We'll start that one off. Let me get that video going, and I'll go back and double check down there, probably very long feed, and see what we've got. All right, so the next video, this is also from May. Oh, he looks like he might be saying something important. Maybe we'll get them here. But this is also from May 21st, and it's going to be Dylan Adams giving some testimony for this motions hearing for post-conviction relief and a new trial.
Mr. Adams, if you'll stand right there and be sworn, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, Mr. Adams, have a seat. And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions before you begin, Mr. Bates. Okay? Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have counsel present with you today?
Yes,
Ms. Gentry, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you been advised that you do not have to testify in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Is it your desire to waive your rights under the Fifth Amendment and proceed with testimony today?
Yes, sir.
If you have any questions during the process of this questioning and you need to speak to Ms. Gentry, will you tell me that you'll raise your hand and let us know, and I'll give you an opportunity to do that?
Yes, sir.
And you understand, Ms. Gentry, if you have some objection that you'd like to stop the proceeding, I'm going to allow you to do that as well.
Yes, sir.
All right. To state, Mr. Bates, you satisfied with how I've arranged this?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes.
you. Mr. Bates, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. And this testimony, the relevance is for proof of actual innocence, all matters regarding the video and digital evidence in question, which includes ineffective assistance of counsel, prosecutorial misconduct, violations of Brady obligations, as well as evidence of ineffective assistance of counsel regarding matters that it's anticipated this witness might authenticate.
All right. You said something about the videos. Is that separate videos or just a video that was excluded?
Not the Autry video.
Okay.
This will be the state labeled BP video
All right. The video
of the
of
ATM
the ATM.
and a second video.
Okay. Those haven't been introduced yet.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Hold on one second, though. Mr. Chavis, you good for these explanation? We're trying to follow. You good with that? We're trying to follow. Go ahead, Mr. Bates.
Okay, Mr. Adams, can you sit up and speak into the microphone for my benefit, please?
Yes, sir.
Can you, you stated your name. How old are you?
John Adams.
Okay, how old are you?
37.
37. And tell me, how far did you get in school?
I went all the way through tech school.
Okay. And did you graduate high school?
Yes, sir.
And what tech school did you go to?
Lexington Technology.
Okay. Do you understand what the truth is?
Yes, sir.
What's your definition of the truth?
Telling the truth. I mean,
Okay.
no lies.
Okay.
No lies in it.
All right. If I told you I was in a green suit, would that be the truth?
Guy's blue.
In a green suit.
All right. What if a bunch of people told you I was in a green suit? Would that make me in a green suit? You understand the importance of the truth.
Yes, sir.
You understand the importance of telling the judge the truth.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the court has given you the ability, if you don't like any of my questions, you can ask to speak to your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to take you to April 13th, 2011. All right. Now, at that time, what kind of vehicle did you have the ability to drive?
An 06 Silverado.
Okay. And I'll pass you one document for the court, one for the witness.
And it's about on the 6th page, Mr. Adams. There's a series of photos.
I believe there are 13 pages here. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
At this stage for identification. We'd exhibit 7 now.
It'll be marked just for identification at this.
Yes.
Mr. Adams, do you see the page beginning with a bunch of photos of a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does this reflect the 06 Silverado that you owned?
Yes, sir.
And that is marked for identification, Your Honor.
These are just the 5 pages of truck photos. Mr. Bates. It's still going to be collective exhibit 7, but he's authenticated the photos.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Objections to Ms. Wyver?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Yes. Does he need to keep that, Mr. Bates?
No, Your Honor.
Just for identification at this stage, Madam Court Reporter.
You ready?
I don't see, I tried, but I don't see any footage like that gives us, they come back from lunch before they call this witness, they give us the rulings. So maybe we'll see it. We have one more clip of another witness. Maybe they say that before that witness takes a stand and these are out of order. But unfortunately, I don't know the rulings.
You remember the day Holly Bobo was abducted? April 13th, 2011.
Yes.
Now, did you have any part in the abduction, raping, or killing Miss Bobo?
No, sir.
Were you present when anything took place?
No, sir. I was nowhere around.
Where were you?
I was in town.
Okay.
Me and my brother was in town. We was getting gas and going somewhere. I can't remember exactly where we went, but we was somewhere in the middle of town.
If you can turn behind you. And I'll tell you when
All right, the witness is being shown a video on the overall screen, so.
that's good. Mr. Adams, I'm gonna all right. Play and stop. Stop. Now, Mr. Adams, can you go back to this vehicle in question? Do you recognize this vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What big?
That's my truck.
Who was in the truck with you that day?
Me, my brother, and Shane Austin.
This video will evidently be introduced. Is that correct? Where are you in the time stamp on this video so we can specify what he's testifying to?
Can you state what time is on this video, Mr. Adams?
I'll let you do that, Mr.
Okay.
Bates.
It's 4/13/2011, 11:12 a.m.
Yes, sir.
That's you.
Yes, that's my truck.
Zach was in the truck with you,
Yes, sir.
and Shane.
Yes, sir.
Who pulled money out?
I don't remember. It's been so long.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie about that.
Where else did you go in Parsons that morning?
We went to some house. Somewhere behind some barbecue shack. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember going to any other stores or fast food or restaurants?
We may have. It's been, like I said, it's been so long. I don't know.
Now, at this moment in time, where you're on the video, had you just watched a rape?
No.
Watched a murder?
No, sir.
Was Shane or Zach telling you they had just participated?
No, sir.
Have you and I ever talked?
No, sir.
How many times have you seen this video in your life?
Till just today. I've never seen it till just today.
Your Honor, I move to introduce this.
Any objections, Ms. Wyrick?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to introduce the entire video.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long is the video, just so I can have an idea? This is the only relevant part in this entire video. Is that correct? Sometime around the 11 to 12
Yes, Your Honor.
a.m. time frame.
And we're going to play possibly more of it with officers to review.
Okay.
But
all right, we'll mark the video as Exhibit 8. It'll be on a separate flash drive. But the still shot that we've been talking about to this point that the witnesses testified to, again, is at 11:12 and 12 seconds. Okay.
And you can look on the next photo, the next video. All right. This is at 11:55, 2011, 04/13, 11:55. Mr. Adams, do you recognize the individual in this store?
Yes, sir. It could be me.
You ever seen this video?
Till just today. I've never seen this video till today.
Your Honor, I move to mark this in the next numbered exhibit.
Objections, Mr. Clerk?
No.
We'll mark it as Exhibit 9. I didn't know you were giving me a timestamp. Tell me what that timestamp is again.
2011, April 13th, 11:55.
Where are you getting these numbers?
The top left corner, Your Honor, next to the little video.
Up where it says VAC Media Player?
Event 2011, 04/13, 11:55.
Okay. Now that's the file name. And then when you stop at 50, or is that how many seconds into it?
7. Your
7
Honor.
seconds. That's the most important thing I need. 7 seconds into the video. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bates.
Put those things in. All right. Okay, no more videos for now. When you were at the BP, do you remember, were you by yourself? Or were you still on the same journey with Zach and Shane?
Yeah, we still on the same journey. I just wanted him to pay for gas.
Okay. At some point, do you remember being charged in federal court for crimes?
Yes, sir.
And where were you in jail while you were awaiting your sentence?
For the federal.
Okay. Do you know what county you were in?
Oh, Behind County.
Okay. And do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who?
It's TBI. I can't remember the name. Jeff Jackson, I think he was.
Do you remember whether they brought that, whether you had an attorney there?
No, I did not have no attorney there.
Did they ask you questions?
Tons of them.
Okay. Did you tell them information that you thought your brother, Zach Adams, had a part in the abduction, rape, and killing of Holly Bobo?
No, they assumed he did, but I didn't ever.
Did you pled out in that case, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was your sentencing hearing?
A year served, 2 years of federal probation.
Okay. Did you have any other special conditions about where you had to live?
No. They, after I got sentenced, they sent me to live with Dennis Benjamin.
Okay. Who's Dennis Benjamin?
Just somebody they knew. I never met him till after I got sentenced in my federal trial.
Who's they?
TBI.
Was this explained to you?
Shortly.
Shortly before you agreed to it, or shortly?
Shortly before they sent me there.
Okay. Prior to this time, did you know Dennis Benjamin?
No, sir.
What was explained to you
This is weird to me.
about why you were living with Dennis Benjamin?
They said for my protection.
Okay. Did you feel you needed protection?
No, sir.
Had you met Dennis Benjamin in your jail cell prior to?
No, I met him one day before they sent me to live with him.
Do you remember that conversation?
Shortly. We had like 30 minutes to visit with one another, and then they sent me back to my cell, and then a week later they sent me there to live with him.
As part of your federal sentence?
Yes, because I was going to a federal probation officer in Memphis.
Who was the prosecutor in your federal case?
And I don't remember.
Okay. You, prior to your sentence, had you told people you had information about the rape, abduction, and killing of Holly Bobo?
No, sir.
You told anybody that?
No, sir.
Have they asked you?
Just I've been asked a bunch of times, but I never told them.
Okay. After you went to live with Dennis Benjamin, did you?
The name Dennis takes me back.
What was that like?
It was different.
How so?
Just every day getting asked questions about what happened, what you think happened
By whom?
by Dennis.
Was he not?
So remember when we started this stream, we did that reading, that rewind, and we found out that they had wiretapped the home of one of the neighbors that was a registered sex offender. And they were listening to those wiretaps to try to, help investigate the case. This to me seems like the same rationale. And now we're hearing from Dylan himself saying, well, he kept asking me about what really happened that day. What really happened?
Nice to you?
In a way, yeah. And no,
What makes you say in a way he wasn't?
just by hounding me every day, asking questions about the case. He knew I knew something, but wasn't saying. That was his assumption.
Did you at times tell him you didn't know anything?
I told him I didn't know nothing.
At some point, did that change?
Yes, after he kept hounding me.
And you told him what?
I said rape and reduction of Holly Bobo. That was a lie just to get him off my back.
Why did you want him off your back?
Because I got tired of questioning. I mean, I've already been through it for a year straight, and then constantly getting drilled about it every week. You get tired of getting hounded.
How did it make you?
Look, and this is case by case, right? Whether someone's telling the truth about, well, I said something that was a lie because I just wanted them to get off my back. Whether that's truthful or they're just saying it after the fact to cover up why they said something that was truthful and just want to call it a lie now, case by case basis. I've been in situations where someone has pestered me for days, will not leave me alone. And finally, you just say, yeah, I did the thing. What else do you want me to say? So that's what they're getting at here, that you said something damning. Why might you have said that thing? And we're going to go back and watch trial 1, but I don't know if this came out in front of the jury in trial 1. It seems like if it did, they would have rejected it, or maybe they didn't see this type of exchange or questioning. We're going to have to find out.
You feel?
I mean, can't explain how it made me feel. I mean, it just, I had no feeling, I mean, I can't give them something that I don't know nothing about.
How soon after telling Dennis Benjamin did you meet with the TBI?
He carried me there shortly after.
Like within several days or?
Less than a day.
Okay. Do you remember the meeting with TBI?
Yes, sir.
If you can, we're back to videos now. Go back.
Witnesses being shown, another video, remarks for identification at this stage, Exhibit 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the purpose of this is, but this is hearsay.
It's not asserted for the truth of the matter.
The old prosecutor argument turned back on him.
The statements. Can you pause it?
Hey, Touche.
Your Honor, the statements are asserted under the ineffective assistance of counsel, as well as the actual innocent claims. This recorded video.
Well, then it is being offered.
Yeah, for the truth of the matter.
This recorded video has, would the court like to have the witness excused so I'm not accused of telegraphing to the witness?
Let's do this. Ms. Warwick again.
Yes.
State your objection. Is
Yes,
hearsay.
sir. It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter. This is not a party opponent.
I believe this is the I believe I'm about to be shown a statement that the state at one point thought was a confession of Dylan Adams.
Correct.
And now it's not being offered for the truth.
He's just offered that it's being offered to show all of those grounds that he's alleged in the ineffective assistance in the post-conviction petition. But that's why he's offering this. To show the misconduct, to show everything, the laundry list of things that he's alleging in his post-conviction. He's just stated that's why he's offering this.
Your Honor, the analysis for hearsay is whether the statement is asserted for the truth of the matter. The statements of Dylan Adams are not asserted for the.
I'm going to see this video. Objections overruled.
He's wearing
Pause.
Duck Commander.
You remember Brent from there?
Mr. Adams, is that you?
Yes, sir.
And is this the beginning of the first meeting with
That's when
TBI? And this is after the Dennis Benjamin?
Yes.
Looks way different. And he's got a Pepsi.
Your Honor, it is a lengthy video. We're prepared to play it. We also have
Thank you, Amber.
a transcript that, in all candor, is unsigned by the court reporter that Ms. Thompson had prepared.
Uh-oh. So previous counsel didn't have the court reporter sign the copy of the transcript. Little interesting tidbit while we're making a argument for ineffective assistance of counsel. It kind of goes in that favor. Want to give a shout out here. Thank you, Amber Dunn, them Johnsons. I know exactly what part of, because you're catching up. I know exactly what part Amber's at. She says, if I say I'm in a green suit, would it be the truth that we slime? No slime left behind in this chat all day, every day, Mr. Adams. Love it. Love it. No slime left behind. Never forget. Thank you, Amber.
We also have a summary of the transcript that Ms. Thompson prepared that we're prepared to introduce under Rule 1006. My request is for us to play some of this today and come back with the witness with questions. If the state wants to play it all, we're certainly prepared to do that.
All right, let's play the portions that you'd like to have played. If the state wants it all played, let me ask this. Are you submitting the entire video?
I am, Your Honor.
Or the court will watch the entire video, whether it's through these proceedings today or outside this hearing.
All right.
Let's just be specific on time slots.
When we stop it, we'll let the court know.
The judge is going to watch the podcast.
Okay, you obviously know me long enough now. It took so long to sit down and talk to Dennis. Here's what my understanding is. You came forward to Dennis and told him some things that are above and beyond what you've ever told me or Brent about this case, right? Okay. And then you through Dennis reached out and wanted to talk to me about it. Is that right? Okay. All right, remember every time that we talk, I've got forms that I go over. This is a procedural thing. You're not under arrest. You have volunteered to come in and give more information about this.
Thank you so much. Hey, Big TV. Shout out to Stay Biz in this chat.
So we ask any questions, you understand your constitutional rights.
Super chatting from the bushes.
Do not answer any questions. Do not answer questions. If you do, I'm sorry, if you do answer questions, your answers can be used as evidence in this court. You have the right to consult a lawyer before during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, it will be provided to you without cost. You still have to answer questions now, not a lawyer present. You still have the right to stop answering questions at any time until you talk to the lawyer. And this is a waiver, same thing we've done over 100 times. I have read or have had read to me my constitutional rights. Understand what my rights are, willing to make a statement and answer questions without a lawyer being present. I'll sign. It's 5:58 p.m. on Wednesday, September 17th, 2014.
Okay, what is different from now to then? That's what I want you to enlighten me about. I kind of got the gist of it, here's what I want to do. The easiest way to start out. Let's back up to the day before, okay? And don't leave any detail of any time out, okay? Let's just start from right there, and you walk me through everything. Don't get hung up. You know, Jenna said that she's a little bit upset that you had not told me everything way back when. I'm not messed up about it, okay? You're doing the right thing now about coming forward about it. It's, you know, I'm not mad at you. It'll never be any different than the first time I ever talked to you. I'm not gonna raise my voice or anything like that. I'm not mad at you. I'm very glad that you're doing the right thing and coming forward, okay? So let's just go ahead and start with what happened. How did all y'all get together the night before this happened?
I was up that offer come up whatnot. We gunned out, and they ended up leaving. I mean, they left about 1 o'clock. And I did not see them. Did not have no knowledge of what they was doing till they come back.
All right, well, we got all night, okay? I don't want to go over this in 2 seconds, okay? There's so many details and things I need to know. First of all, what kind of dope we got?
Moved to the ice.
Where'd the ice come from?
Autry had it.
Autry had some ice and showed up. What was Autry? What was he wearing? What was he driving? Anything you can remember will help him.
I know I had short sleeves on, pants on. Gray or black shirt, I ain't for sure what he had on, but I'm gonna say it was gray or black.
Okay. He by himself when he come up? What about that? What do you remember him wearing or anything like that?
I know he had shorts on, it's not had shorts on. I won't say a black shirt he had on.
Okay. Which way did y'all smoke, guys?
I was shooting.
Y'all were shooting up, all three of us shooting up? Okay. Everybody got their own rig or just one rig? Okay.
This is them doing the meth under the bridge.
Everybody had their own rig, you're shooting out. How much do you think you used? From what time did you say you got there?
I would say it was dark, I mean, maybe 8 o'clock, 7 or 8, somewhere.
Okay, because the time of year it was in the spring, it's still getting dark now. All right. Sit around, smoke some dope. What y'all talk about when we sit around smoking dope?
Stuff they talked about, I didn't.
What did they talk about?
What they've been doing, really, you know.
What else does, this is one of the most obviously traumatic few days of your life. I'm sure that it's stuck in your head like permanently. So try to come up with every detail that you can for me about anything that they were talking about, because here's what I'm getting at. There had to be some kind of discussion, whether you're a part of it or not. You're sitting there with them shooting up some dope. There had to be some discussion about what was fixing to happen. And why her? Why Holly? Why? How did she get picked? Which one of you knew her the most? Which one of you thought she was good looking? Or what's the reason? Why her? There, you see where I'm coming from? I know you were sitting there with them there. That's undisputed. You're telling me that, and that's fine. What was the discussion that was going on during the night? Because this plan got hatched out. I want to, and Dylan, you already know me. You're not going to offend me or hurt my feelings with anything you say. Don't leave anything out. This is your opportunity that you chose to come to us and make every bit of this right. Don't make half of this right now, because this is it, okay? This time, let's make every bit of it right. What was the discussion that led up to choosing her and going to get her?
That I have no clue. They were talking about where we get somebody. I mean,
Talking about finding someone to rape? How often do they go get somebody to rape?
that I don't know.
How many different times have you ever been involved with them and having a conversation, or how many other people do you know of that's ever been raped?
You said they was talking about going to get somebody. What were they saying?
We're going to go get her later on tonight. What they said.
Her, define her.
I mean, this is what they said, her.
They didn't say Holly's name, they said her. Okay. All right.
What else did they say?
They left the vet, so they left at night at 12, 1 o'clock at night time. And I did not see them until 9:30 or 10 the next morning. So in that time period, I don't know what they did or where they been.
So you were down at Zach's. This is the night before. All right, so kind of draw a line here. The night before, around what time you start smoking those? Around dark, 7 p.m. And then that lasts until they leave at what time?
Possibly 12 in the morning, something.
Between 12 and 1. And what all, anything else discussed that you can remember? Just while you sit around and everybody is getting high, the discussion comes up about going and getting someone to rape them. And then they mention her, but you're saying that you never heard Holly's name mentioned.
How do they know? How does that?
No clue.
How does Jason know?
I don't know exactly.
How did you know Holly?
I seen him one time. It's Ruby. I'm good on that. As we was leaving, she pulled up, and I asked her who she was, and he told me who she was, and we left.
You making a comment about her being a pretty girl, or
I said she's pretty looking girl. We was going to Perry County. That's all I said.
then I'm not, with you saying that, I'm just gonna ask you this, okay, because when you get down the road, you feel like you can tell me anything, do you? The prettiest girl in the Decatur County, and I just wanna know, because here's what I don't want to happen. I don't want any conflict in story. Sooner or later, your brother's gonna talk to me. Sooner or later, Alford's gonna talk to me, and who knows who else. When they talk to me, I don't want there to be a discrepancy about whether or not you knew and whether or not her name had been said. If you're sitting around high, we both agree that people do things when they're high they never do when they're sober. What does I do? Make you horny? Does it make you happy? Does it make you sad, sleepy, what?
It'll make you sleepy and all that.
I'm just saying, it ain't nothing to be embarrassed about. You can't be shy on it.
Energy and
Lots of energy and kind of the restlessness. Before we get past this one hump, I just want to know, honest to God, 100% truth, son. Did you know that it was going to be Holly that was going to get? Do you know any reason since then? You know, all the talks that you ever had with Zach or heard anything or said, why? Why her? Does it have anything to do with her or her brother or anything like that? Okay. So you say that they left in your truck. Remember way back when we first talked, you said that you had gone and gassed the truck up. That part still true?
Yes, my truck.
So your truck was full of gas. How much crap did you have in your truck? Much stuff, in general stuff, or do you in general just keep a pretty clean open truck? Okay. So with the two of them left, didn't have to set none of your stuff out or anything like that to have room in the truck. What did they tell you they were going to do?
I've been back there for a while. And then when he left, they never told me where he go to.
Well, is that really true, or did you said they're talking about going and getting a girl, and then they said her, and even if they didn't say Holly, you're sitting around thinking they're fixing to show back up with someone they're gonna rape.
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah.
But he also go get this big girl to get him high and whatnot. And I didn't.
You didn't know if he was gonna go down to a teaser or somewhere and pick someone up and offer him some dope and bring him back and just do whatever. You didn't know exactly who it was gonna do. Okay. So they leave at 12 to around 1. What do you do?
I stayed in the house, piddling around with some TV.
What do you watch?
I just had TV on for racket. I just remember just playing pool by myself.
Hanging out by yourself while they go try to round someone up. What time do they come back?
It's 9:30, 10 that morning.
The morning that Holly was taken, they show back up with Holly in your truck at about what time?
9:30,
9:30 to 10, just making sure you're all on the same page. Okay. Did you call anybody? Did you text anybody? And what did you do other than playing pool and just generally watch TV and hanging out? You didn't talk to nobody? Did anybody come by trying to buy dope or Zach, or did Zach leave any kind of phone at the house? What phone was Zach using right there at that time? What's the prefix on it? 733? 733. What phone were you using? Because remember this, the number that you told me that number is not, you had another number that you were using. I want you to remember what it is. What number did you have during this time? If I read your number, will you remember it if I read it to you? 7.
I don't know why they muted that. Maybe it was an address.
I mean, just look at it on a keypad to help you. I mean, 7-3.
Seems like I had one of them in the company phone that Brent had.
All right, so if I tell you that is a company phone that came from the water department, then that helps jog your memory too, that is for sure, we're talking about the same number. What did you do with that phone? What is it?
I have no clue.
What was it the last time? What kind of, describe that phone to me.
Just a cheap little, maybe like a little gold phone, like a $19 little gold phone.
Flip top.
Yeah, it's a little cheap phone.
Did you purposely quit using it after dinner?
No.
Did you take that phone with you anywhere during that day, during this time, this time we're gonna be talking about? Did you have that phone the whole time? Who had your phone? Where was it? It's your phone. It's your phone.
Granddaddy had that phone. That was his company phone. We went and got my 2566, and he put that phone up. And it seems like when he did that, sometimes Zach broke his phone. And when he got caught stealing that stuff from down there and turning around the house. That deer stand when we got caught on camera and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get a cop where he sold the deer stand to the police or something. And Zach started using that phone. Started using this same SIM card in that phone.
Where was that number that we just talked about during the days that we're talking about right now? We've only made it up almost to the point of her being brought back to the house. Where was that phone during this time from when y'all started smoking ice the night before Holly was taken up until the point she's coming to the house? Who had that phone?
I had to check that.
The phone was with you. Right. Me and you played this round a bunch of times before. If I asked you very seriously, and you know I can find things out about cell phones, right? Did you really at the house waiting, or did you go with them? It makes no difference at this point. Now, you had that phone with you?
Zach has a spoof card, as you call it. He can say he's got Brent's number. He can call you and make it show up Brent's number.
Where did you get something like that?
I have no clue. I want to say Huntsville, Alabama or somewhere, it's a guy shop.
Call it a spoof card? How does it work?
It's just like, I want to say, it's like a little count number. But they can make any number he wants to show up. Brent's number, my number, your number. Just call anybody wants to. And you can pick a voice like a woman or a man. Make it talk like a woman or a man to you.
Okay.
It's crazy.
All right. We'll probably come back to that in a few minutes. Right now, let's establish what happened here. You're saying you did not go with them, and that you stayed at home. They left around between midnight and 1 a.m. and it's 9:30 to 10 a.m. when they show up. What makes you remember that it's 9:30 to 10?
I remember looking at the table and I was going pulling up.
And the PT cruiser or Jason's was
my truck. Because they had my truck and that's what I told them. When they had at 12 o'clock.
So they used your truck to go take off. And the PT cruiser stayed there at where you were at. You never went to sleep or anything like that, so no one else came up there and took the cruiser anywhere or anything. It never left. Your truck was lined up or whatever, you would hear it coming and just, okay. When they got there, who was driving? Zach was driving the truck. Who was sitting where in the truck?
Holly was back in the back. Austin was back there too.
This dot represents the front end of the truck. So the driver would be sitting here on the front seat passenger, and then you got a bench seat in the back. You're saying Zach was driving?
Yes, sir.
What was Jason?
He was right here in the middle.
In the back?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Okay.
Then Zach gets out from the door, gets her out, Austin gets back. And they start going in the house.
Where did they pull up?
They come up to the carport.
To it or in it or beside it?
And to the carport right there, right the front.
I remember right, the first time we talked, you told me something about it was parked down close to the place, but now you're saying that this is the house and this is the carport on the end of it. You're saying they go into that. Was that not representing the front, just pulled straight in? Got her out of the driver's side. Describe what was she doing, what did she look like, what was she wearing?
Long pants on, pink shirt, plain shirt, that. Remember that?
Okay.
And long pants.
Was her hair any kind of, was it pulled back, down?
Down.
Was she fighting, kicking, screaming, or what was
She
she,
wanted to first, they brought her in, into the house.
what did she say?
Like, why you doing? Why me?
Did she recognize you? Did she call Zach or Jason by name? You know, did we have anything to bind her, or was she free? She had shoes on? What kind of shoes?
What you know?
What did you hear that say? What did she say?
Hey, idiot wins.
They didn't say nothing. They didn't say.
Okay. Where did they go? How did it get out? Did you guys go open for them?
Zach didn't go up.
Who was controlling her?
Alford behind her.
They let her free stand, they weren't holding on?
No, they was holding on to her. Alford had it up.
Had her up, describe what you mean. Go ahead.
You might be
Okay.
we got her in the house.
Could you understand her speech?
Better.
Did you said you remember the shirt. Has she been hurt? Did you see any injuries to her?
She looked like she'd been bleeding right now. She had her blood. Her eye looked like it. Black, nose swollen a little bit.
Okay.
And maybe even a little cut right there in her lip.
Do you remember it being on that side of her face? So it was over here. This eye looked puffy and her nose.
It looked puffy, like swollen.
Could you see any blood coming out of her mouth or nose or anything? You just say you saw it. You remember us talking about some scratches that you said you saw on Black? Did he already have the scratches on him at this point? Or what do you remember about that? We come back with her, or? So as he's coming in the house now, he's scratched up on his arm. And she is bleeding or has been bleeding. She has been bleeding. Her eye, nose, and busted up. And she's having to be led into the house. Did they say anything about drugging her or anything like that? Did she look like she was just normal walking in the house? What do you think is what happened? Okay.
So that's what we're doing. My sister, you know,
Where did carry her when down here?
they brought her upstairs.
Okay. You know, upstairs, you gotta go to the pool table, go up the steps, and then there's that bar and that open window area, and we all in there. Where? Did you
I
go
love that.
to the
Thanks for being
right
here
from
for
there,
87
Zach
Justice
Evans,
Green.
that way? Or did you kind of go to the left as you live? Okay, go to the left. Immediately,
Describe
tell us everything to the point. I want every detail of who took her clothes, how much of her clothes, how much of whoever was going raping. Let's go through that part of it. Who did what? You got her in the house. She's been walked up into the living room. What furniture in the living room?
Pretty bad.
Green couch. Okay. Now, the way that house is laid out, that couch was sitting, if it was the same way then as it was when I saw it, that couch was kind of sitting one end close to that window and one end further away from the window. That's all right. So it was sitting,
At this time, it was right there, even with the bar right there.
okay, so maybe we'll help us if we draw that. Let's take this and draw, come into the house. Carport down here, hanging this way. Here's that entryway, and a step, pool tables here. That window area right here, okay, that bar. So you're saying that couch was sitting this way along, right? Better looking on there. That being the couch. This being the end on of it, the back of it.
You get the little bar right there.
Yeah, the bar coming out around like that.
Bumped up to be a six.
Alright, so it was sitting that way. Which end of it would you put her in? Toward the front of the house, toward the road in the front door of the house, which probably was somewhere else. Look at that wrong.
Front door is in.
Is this wall coming on over here? This is the old carport.
Yeah, old carport, you come up. That would be right. Actually, everything would be, actually, the door would be right. Be behind you. Because you got, say, right here's the bar, right here's the scale. And then you got a kitchen table here, and you got the big window right here.
Yeah.
And then you got the big window, the door right here.
I'm talking about there is a big like bay window in the front of the house. So this is a big window on the front of the house, and this is the door. If I draw that couch position right,
Actually, the window and stuff is behind the couch.
so the couch was sitting this way. You know, I didn't draw that first time, but that's correct. With this being the door and that being the window on the front of the house, and that opening where you can see down in where the cold lady would be over here. And in that kitchen, yeah, I forgot about, this is actually a kitchen. Right? Yes. Kitchen. And then that wall is actually kind of like that. And then the bar comes out. Is that right? Is that it? All right. Before we're done today, I think I have someone that can find me a diagram of that house as it was, the way that we moved in. So I'll try to find that for us before we go, because I want to, it's important to me where exactly this house was positioned and all that now, okay? But, all right, so she's come in, and even if I got that wrong, we're gonna fix that in a few minutes. That house dark or light?
The green one, not as green chairs in there.
So there's some green chairs, but you're talking about the couch.
Yeah. What color is it? I thought it's green. I don't know exactly what color ground. Leather.
Who did what first? From all of you guys. What exactly did he do first? What was all the color? Everything, just her maker. Okay, how much of his own clothes did he take off? He didn't take them off the grave, he dropped them down. How did he hold her at that time?
He bent her over. Held her arms out, pressed it down over it, and she couldn't get away.
Over the end of the couch? Yeah. Okay. What all did he do to her? Okay. When you say both ends, you gotta help me out there, because literally, did they make her perform any oral sex? one sec. You know, it's gonna get first, I'm saying, he's down there working. And then, how about, how long, hold on a minute. Well, was she still conscious, fighting, saying?
Your Honor, I'm pausing it at minute 33:27, and we'll leave the balance of this first part of the video to the court's viewing.
33:27.
Yes, Your Honor. And wait a second.
We might have another rabbit hole to dive down, chat.
Your Honor, this second video is pre-labeled video 010. It's a second part of the, and I would just ask the witness the same questions. Mr. Adams, is what play just a second or so of it.
Victor Dinsmore, anyone involved?
All right, pause that.
Why?
Is that a continuation of the same interview that we saw just a minute ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to enter this as the next numbered exhibit in its totality.
Well, it's one total interview, two videos.
Correct, Your Honor.
Well, let me ask this. Is there an objection to the second half of the video? All right, let's call them 10A and 10B. Is that all right, Madam Court Reporter? Same, put them on the same.
For all of these, it's fine. They're all.
Okay.
For all of these.
All the ones relative to Mr. Dylan Adams' testimony. That's what Ms. E2 had discussed earlier. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Just for clarification, I believe Exhibit 9 was a short video at a BP that you paused at 7 seconds to just show a still shot. And Mr. Adams said that was him in the video, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Is that the video we're talking about? I think that was Exhibit 9. Correct. All right, go ahead, Mr. Bates.
Mr. Adams, the contents of this discussion, was it true?
No, sir.
Why did you say it?
Because they kept harassing me. I did it to get them off my back.
How soon?
Now, you got to realize I was harassed from the time I caught my Fed charge to after I had my Fed charge till that interview.
When did you, what do you mean by catch a charge?
Since I caught my Fed charge.
Okay.
2014.
What do you mean by catch it?
I mean, the charge I committed.
Okay. You get arrested?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you get arrested?
2013.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what time of year?
I really don't know. I know it was in 2013.
Okay. Had you provided any, who was your cellmate in Obion County?
Jason Kilson.
Okay. Do you remember talking to him about the Holly Bobo case?
No, but it got brought up a lot.
To you?
Yeah. Actually, the whole time I was in my Fed case, it got brought up a whole bunch.
Did you recognize the two TBI officers on this video?
Yes, sir.
Were they the ones that came to Obion County?
Yeah, they're out of Obion County, out of the same jail I was housed in.
They came to you?
Their TBI house is in the same jail. They're out of the same jail in Obion County.
Tell me if this is true. you were treated very warmly and favorably by Dennis Benjamin to help you out. And several weeks after staying there, you went to him and said, hey, I also took part in the rape of Holly Bobo. Did that happen?
No, he questioned me. He come to his own conclusions of that. And that's when he carried up there to the TBI. And they continued to question me, and I got arrested that day.
You have, on the, what I believe will be 10B, you discussed, there was a name came out, Victor Dinsmore. Do you remember him?
I know of him.
Do you remember Victor Dinsmore's voice?
Don't remember. It's been so long. I'm not gonna lie.
If I played you a recording, would you remember Victor Dinsmore's voice?
I'd have to hear it. I couldn't be 100% sure.
All right. What about Dennis Benjamin? Would you remember his voice?
I've been too long too on that. I mean, I'm not good with voices. I'm better with faces than I am voices.
Okay. After you were the video 10A and 10B, you were arrested.
Yes, sir.
Did Dennis Benjamin continue to have contact with you?
For a short period of time.
Do you remember what he was telling you?
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Not certain for the truth of the matter.
Well, I'd have to hear what it is to make a determination there, so.
There's no jury for this, you guys. This is
I don't remember what he
trial.
said. I know he comes see me for a short period of time after I got locked up at Robertson County, and then he disappeared.
So
nothing
to object to there. So.
You went on to say that you said that Mr. Autry raped the victim 45 minutes. And then I believe you said Zach held you at gunpoint if you didn't rape the victim as well. You remember telling the TBI that?
I remember telling him that's all a lie.
And that Zach then raped. You remember telling that?
Yeah, I remember telling that, but.
And that this took place, I believe you said that it was an all-night abduction. You remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that. I'm sure they put their own words, own spin to it.
That they left at night and came back in the morning, 9:30, 10 a.m.
Yep.
All right. And that they said, or you said rather, it was Autry, you and you and Zach with Holly Bobo throughout the morning.
Which Autry?
Yes, sir.
At any point, did anybody say, now Dylan, there's a video of you at the ATM machine.
No. I've never seen this till today.
So they knew that his timeline would be messed up by that surveillance footage and the information about them being at the ATM, and then also the Silverado being in that footage. Which we heard Zachary Adams' counsel say, hey, we're requesting sanctions because we've been asking for that material. Trial counsel got it and it was an inaccessible file. They asked for a continuance so they could sort that out and get a file that was accessible so they could review it before trial and prepare like proper use of the discovery rather than if it's turned over but we can't open it. Trial counsel never actually follows through and gets into that. So now this new counsel comes in, and between like their initiative to file this January 2024 petition, this motion for post-conviction relief and a new trial, all of this is going down. They're trying to figure out a bunch of stuff, including this ATM timestamp. They have cell site that we saw them map out that they're located here. And then there's also a video with them. So now it's not just a cell phone devices here, but there's the appearance of Dylan on video where it says his cell phone's also at during the same time frames that if he's supposedly telling Dennis Benjamin, the guy that he had to live with when he was on probation for his federal charge, some guy he never met that's a police officer, and keeps questioning him every day for more information about this, saying, oh, we did this for 45 minutes and then another 45 minutes. They couldn't have been in that location because they were seen during this time period somewhere else. So defense attorney asking for sanctions because of the long, difficult road. And I'm not going to rehash it, but there were like several pieces of the timeline that are like, the state is not only just not turning this over, but then they open up a second investigation, don't inform defense counsel so that they can open up an administrative subpoena to go get the video themselves and see what's on it first, and then still don't turn it over to the defense. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's going to get worse because there's a lot of fire behind that defense attorney asking for motion for sanctions. We're going to look at from almost a decade ago, but some 60 and then some 40 pages from a board of review, board that reviews professional conduct of attorneys in Tennessee, recommending discipline for prosecutor Amy Wyrick, who is the prosecutor we've seen arguing today. We're going to read reports that she has one of the worst records of misconduct in Tennessee. So I don't think the defense's motions for sanctions that we watched today are far-reaching. So let's get through the rest of Dylan on the stand and let's take a look at those the track record of prosecutor Amy Wyrick, and apparently former district attorney. She lost re-election recently. Of Amy Wyrick. Thank you, dear reader, Normal People, aka Pink Slime, formerly known as, gifting a membership here. Thanks for turning someone green. Good to see you. It's like you heard us talking about shady prosecutors, and you're like, let me run over there. Let me run over there. Oh, yes, and Autry, the friend. But there's two Autrys. There's Shane Autry and there's Jason Autry. So Shane Autry is the one that was given immunity but unalived himself in February of 2015. That's a little sus. That sounds like consciousness of guilt maybe could have led to that unfortunate demise. And then there's Jason Autry, who's given an 8-year sentence through a negotiated plea. And then he recants his sentence. But he recants his sentence via an expert witness, Katie Spearco, she's a neuropsychologist that studies like false confessions and what's going on cognitively that might make someone give a false confession. But she also she co-hosts a podcast, and that podcast is all about the issues in these proceedings. So it's been a day, and we're all here unraveling it all together, and I'm hooked. I gotta go. I gotta find out more. It's a lot. It's so much. It's crazy. I'm freeze framing on his face. That's kind of how I feel hearing about what's going on.
I never knew it existed.
You possibly have the right to object to this. I'm not asking what you told your attorney. Did any attorney ever tell you, we have a video of your Silverado that morning at 11:12 a.m.?
No, sir.
At the BP meeting?
No, sir.
You entered what's called an Alford Plea in this case.
Yes, sir.
Can you reconcile for us why you entered an Alford Plea? You're saying you had nothing to do with these folks.
But after watching my brother get 101 years, I mean, I didn't want to face that in penitentiary. So I come to the conclusion take a interest plea. That's what they come with me at. And I was looking ahead of time about getting out. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. I mean, I wasn't looking at the crime or looking at that. I was looking at if we get out.
Prior to your case, were you advised that you were going to testify against Zach and Jason Autry?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutors?
They come see me one time when I was in Obion County.
Do you remember who the prosecutor was?
I don't remember.
You were told you were going to be a testifying witness in Zach's case.
Yes, sir.
Were you told by anyone, and we'll ask who, what your sentence was going to be if you did that?
No.
Were you told it would?
I was told nothing about that.
Okay. Were you in special education as a kid?
Yes, sir.
What were your disabilities?
Reading and comprehending. Reading something and comprehending what it says. Sometimes I might have to read it.
Do you think this was on whoever was part of the decision that if we put you on probation for this federal charge, we'll work it out so you just have to do probation, but you're going to go live with one of our people. You're going to go live with a police officer you've never met before. Do you think they had an inkling? Because you're supposed to, when you take interviews, you're supposed to figure out people's reading level, their level of education. So this is just a food for thought that's really not necessary to go through. But do you think they were aware of it when they said, hey, let's have this guy go live with a cop so the cop can keep questioning him?
2 or 3 times or get somebody to explain what it means to me.
Did you ever leave special education, or did you receive it all the way through the 12th grade?
I mean, honestly, I don't remember. I mean, that's been so long ago. I don't know how long I was.
Everything you've said today to this court been the truth?
Yes, sir.
Those are my questions.
State.
Now have you listen to a video or an audio. All right, you bear with me just a minute, please.
So I think this is Amy Wyrick, you guys. The infamous Amy Wyrick, who I only learned today was infamous. We're gonna look at that a little more as soon as this testimony's done.
It all goes well. Where were you locked up in February of 2014? What jail were you in?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've been locked up so long. All the jails, they start running together now. I mean, I don't remember.
Where are you currently housed?
At Riverbend Maximum Security Prison.
What's your brother's name?
Zachary Adams.
You see him in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
You keep looking over at him, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your grandfather's name?
Nick Adams.
And what's your mother's name?
Cindy Adams.
Do you know Shane Austin?
Yes, ma'am.
If I was innocent, and additionally, I think the theory is both the brothers are innocent, I'd be sitting here wanting to punch this prosecutor talking to my brother like this, especially if I felt like my brother wasn't always the quickest to understand what was being asked of him. Just saying.
Who was he to you?
He was my neighbor, friend.
Was he a good friend?
Yes.
When did he kill himself?
I have no idea I was locked up when that happened.
Do you know Jason Autry?
No of him. No
Sir?
of him.
No of him? Ever been around him?
Once or twice.
What nickname does he go by?
A-Train.
Ready? We're going to listen to this and see if you recognize your voice on here.
For English, press for a collect call, press 0. Please enter your PIN number now.
You recognize this?
Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now.
So I have phone from all prison systems.
Okay. You made some jail calls in your day?
Well, quite a few of them.
Okay.
Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Is that you?
an inmate at the Obion County
Don't
Jail.
sound like it. I mean,
To
I
accept
think-
this
I don't
call,
know.
press 0. To refuse, your current balance is $21.29.
Keep
This
listening.
call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink. Hi, Daddy.
What are you doing?
You recognize that?
I guess it's when I was in O'Brien County.
Who are you talking to?
It sounds like my mother,
What's her name?
Cindy Adams.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I was gonna call tell you, that's my sentence now. So what now? Can you hear me? Huh?
Hear you.
Yeah, they put my sentence in off. I don't know. So what now?
How come?
You there? Holly,
Hey,
you there?
yeah, I'm here.
No, well, I thought I'd call and let you know.
How come? Did they say why?
No, I guess you got to go to trial. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
As soon as I find out more, I'll let you know.
I wasn't gonna be able to take off anyway, so.
Okay, well, I love you.
I love you too, baby. Call me a cookie.
I will.
All right.
Bye. Love you too. Bye.
For English, press 1. For a collect call, press 0. Please enter your PIN number now. Please enter the area code and phone number you are
Objections,
calling
Mr.
now.
Bates? We'll end up marking these Exhibit 11.
Yes, thank you.
Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Hello, this is a prepaid call from an inmate at the Obion County Jail. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, hit. Your current balance is $20.80. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording.
So tired of these
Thank you
alerts.
for using Global Tellink.
I'm gonna make it my alarm.
Dylan,
Yeah,
what's going on?
I don't know why.
They're saying that you said that Zachary killed Holly Bobo.
I did not.
He's saying he didn't say it.
That's what the TBI and everybody's telling Dick. Oh, dear God.
No, somebody just told me his train confessed to it. I don't know what you're talking about, Mama. They come talk to me. I don't know.
They said that you said he did it.
I did not say that.
Yeah, I mean, and that was showing Dick text messages that you were sending them all day today. The TBI, the FBI.
Me sending them text messages.
Yeah, that's what they're showing Dick.
I'm fucking in D-Max, mother. They got me locked down fucking 24/1.
Well, the TBI is telling Dick that you turned evidence in on Zachary. Mm-hmm.
Does the judge, do they expect the judge just to take this in as like nested hearsay? So mom is relaying what TBI is telling dad about one of their sons supposedly saying and texting them about. What's the point of putting that? This is not in front of a jury. This is a hearing for post-conviction relief or a new trial. So they just want the judge hearing TBI says you texted incriminating things about yourself. But he's denying it. He's confused.
Yeah. They got Zachary locked up.
Zachary's locked up.
Yeah, I mean, they've got every news outlet down there. They got TBI, they got SWAT team, they got everything.
I just got word that train confessed to it.
Well, they're saying you turned Zachary in. What they said. And I said, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Tell him, Mom.
So you ain't told nobody, no TBI or anybody, nothing on Zach?
No, I talked to him about him, but nothing like that.
Yeah, well, they're turning it all around. I gotta call Dick, tell Dick, because Dick thinks you turned Zachary in. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, baby, if you didn't do it, don't worry about it. I'm gonna call and get all this straightened out. Dylan?
Yeah.
You okay?
No.
Well, don't worry about it if you didn't do it, honey. Just don't worry about it. Listen, and if they try to do anything like that, you have a lawyer present. You hear me? And don't you sign nothing. You hear me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad that I heard that. Dylan said ain't nobody asked him nothing about nothing. Yeah, if they come in there, Dylan, you ask for attorney, you hear me? And I mean it. You stand your ground. Because they're trying to pin this on Zachary because they can't find nobody else to pin it on. Okay, baby?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you call me tomorrow.
I don't know if I'll be able to. I don't know if they got me on 24-hour lockdown.
Why they got you on lockdown?
I guess I can't call home.
Yeah, they didn't want you to call home. They didn't want you to call home because, they know that you would find out the truth. We'd find out the truth that you didn't turn on Zachary. They said that you said that, you seen Holly out Zachary's house?
I said I seen that girl, I didn't.
Well, was it the girl he was living with?
No, it was a blonde-haired girl, Mother. I don't
This-
know. I don't know who she was. I didn't get Zachary run me out.
That's why the state wants this in. Blonde girl.
Who was there?
I don't know. I mean,
Well, Dylan, did they interrogate you for a long time?
yeah,
How long?
fucking about, till 12 o'clock of the night.
Okay. Don't you answer any more questions about your lawyer. Do you hear me? That is your right. Did you have a lawyer present that day?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, okay, that's all I need to know right there. Okay. I'm recording, like they're recording.
Was this also where they said he wasn't properly Mirandized? At the very first hearing that we were listening to today, there was a mention that we know we made mistakes, and then there was an example given of a Miranda issue with somebody, and I don't know what time, who it was. So I'm not concluding that that's related to Dylan or this specific interaction that's being discussed now. But there was a mention early on from Amy Ward. We know there were mistakes made, but it's not enough. It's not enough to the jury didn't flinch when we shot at them. They didn't flinch. There were 600 witnesses. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
For this conversation, I'm recording this one too. So, you know. Oh, it's all over the news. It's all over everything. Zachary just runs. All right, Dylan, baby. How'd you get to call me tonight?
They let me out.
Are they standing right beside you?
No.
No, they're recording.
Don't cry, son. Don't cry.
I love you.
I love you too, baby. Don't worry about nothing, okay? Don't worry about nothing, okay? But Dylan, listen to Mama, okay? Listen to me, son. They cannot do that without, you have to say, I want my lawyer present. You have to say that, okay? Dylan, I need for you to talk to me, honey.
What?
No. It's gonna be okay, baby. Don't worry about it, okay? Dylan.
I love you.
I love you too. Call me back as soon as you can, okay?
No.
Huh?
No.
All right, bye. For English, press 1. For a collect call, press 0. For a debit,
Got more?
please enter your PIN number now.
We're going to have to do a collect call counter. Idiot Wind, thank you so much for the 20. It says, in the UK, an appropriate adult, usually a social worker, who will invariably request a solicitor be available. So guys, solicitors, like a lawyer in UK, will invariably request a solicitor be available as well for any police interviews with a mentally vulnerable adult. I think that's the way it should be. I think not doing so is a purposeful choice that the state, that whether law enforcement or prosecutors will employ. So big thank you for the super. It's cool to learn that they have it's kind of a line drawn in the sand over there in the UK. And I wish we had something similar, or maybe we do have something similar. Maybe certain states have, you're supposed to do this thing, and then it's just not followed. Because again, this is not the first trial where, this has kind of become an issue. And it'd be good to change, because look, like, maybe this all could have been different if they didn't question someone that might have certain educational challenges, mental challenges. They didn't just plop him in the house with the police officer to talk. I don't know how long come on. Just wild.
Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected.
I meant to thank the lady, like, why do you keep looking at your brother?
Hello, this is a prepaid call from an inmate at the Obion County Jail. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, hang up. Your current balance is $18.60. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink. How you doing? Huh?
What are you doing?
Just got through talking to WBBJ TV.
What do you say?
Well, that's the PT crew belonged to me, and I just had to tell them no, it didn't.
So what?
They went and got Jason's PT Cruiser out of in-town, and went and got your truck out of in-town, and to get down there to that, they got a big unit set up down there at the house, and WBBJ said that the PT Cruiser belonged to Zachary's mother.
What else did they say?
Huh?
What else did they say?
Nothing. No. They're just saying that his brother turned evidence over against him. But Dylan, do you understand what I'm saying about if they take you back there again? Do not answer any questions. Do you hear me? Now, I know they're recording this conversation, and, I'm probably going to end up getting you a lawyer because they violated your rights. Did they even offer you a lawyer?
Nope.
Huh?
Nope.
Did you sign anything?
No, it's just the same thing like you.
You know what? I told you don't sign nothing, and I told you not to talk without a lawyer. If you did that another time, Dylan, I'm fixing to cut your ass off. You hear me? I mean, you will have to get some backbone in you. Your brother's in a lot of trouble now because they're saying, you said Holly was at that house.
You see, Mom had to step it up. She had to put some force behind her voice because he was being hard-headed between the call we just listened to and the call we're listening to now. She said, if you don't get a backbone, I'm going to cut you off. And I don't think she means that seriously. I think she's wanting him to take that seriously. Very mama bear.
So, I mean, either she was or she wasn't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, did you say Holly was at that house?
No,
Huh?
no.
Okay. Well, they're just trying to track you and tracking, that's why they didn't have your core, because if you send Holly out there, then you know what, you're gonna be in just as much trouble as Zachary. And you know, here's the thing, if Zachary did something with Holly, you know, he deserves to get punished, but I don't think he did. And if you know something, you know, that's something you have to work out. You know, I'm not telling you to lie or anything, but, you know, you need to make sure what you're saying is true. And you know what, Dylan, you have rights. Even though you're in jail, you have rights. And you know, I don't know if you're just trying to get your brother in trouble or what, but you know, I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, you've been in there since July, and this is the first time they've questioned you about Holly Bobo. Well, I mean, that should have, you should have seen red flags right then. I'm just telling you, baby, just, you know, you gotta watch what you say, because they're gonna twist everything around. That's what they do. That's what they get paid to do.
For what, bro?
Mom is
They
cooking.
get paid to twist everything around. You know, they had you in there from what time to what time?
Well, a couple hours.
Well, you got tired and probably just started saying stuff, didn't you? Huh?
Yes, I think so.
Well, they're probably gonna be in a lot of trouble for that. You know, you were supposed to have a lawyer present, and if you don't step up and start talking and telling them that shit, you know, they're gonna keep bulldozing you till they're gonna pin it on you next. But I guarantee you this, if Zachary goes down, you'll be going down with him. Did they tell you that too?
Yep.
Well, you'll be an accessory to it. So, you know, if that's what happened. You know, I don't know what in the hell happened, and you know, I wasn't there. You know. I mean, I don't care if they hold you in there 3 days. You don't answer another goddamn question. Do you hear me?
Okay.
You don't answer another goddamn question from them motherfuckers.
Tell him. Tell him.
You have a lawyer present, and then you still don't have to answer them. I mean, Dylan, you gotta stop letting people push you around. I mean, what were they gonna do to you? I mean, they weren't gonna do nothing, they can't do nothing. You know, by God, next time you go in there, you retract that statement. I hope some motherfuckers are listening, because you know what? They entrapped you. That's what they did, but they entrapped you into saying something that wasn't true. So, I'm mad as hell, Dylan. I'm mad. I'm telling you, I'm mad as hell. You know, they have searched Zachary's house 3 times, 3 different occasions. You know, he's begged them to give him a polygraph, and they won't do that. You know, this is a kangaroo thing going on here.
What is that?
The TV.
That was in the feed. The TV.
This is a kangaroo thing going on here. The TBI, the FBI, all of them fucked up, and it's Holly's anniversary, and they want to pin it on somebody, and you just gave them the fuel to do it with.
For English, press 1. Para español, oprima. For a collect call, press 0. Please enter your PIN number now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Put this in a time frame for the court, please. The statement that's been talked about was made in September of 2014.
These calls are made in February and
There was
March.
something that was just said, you've been in there since July. So I didn't quite understand what's.
On a federal gun case. He picked up a federal gun case in 2013 and was in the Obion County Jail pending resolution of that case. He entered a guilty plea to that case in August of 2014. This chain of phone conversations with his mother took place before he disposed of that federal case, but while he was awaiting disposition of that federal case.
So hold on. So does he stop talking because mom's yelling? So let's get that timeline right. 2013 federal gun case, because of course, pick a suspect up on a gun charge. He goes to the Obion County facility, and while he's there, before he takes his plea in August 2014, this is when these calls are starting to take place. And mom's like, stop talking, don't sign anything, get a lawyer. Then they offer him a plea deal and put him to go live with a cop as part of a probation term. Are you kidding me? Please spell out the timeline. Please paint the picture. Like, oh my goodness.
So he hadn't been released yet into Mr. Benjamin's custody.
Correct.
So the statement that they're talking about is not the statement that the court has seen this morning.
Oh, that too.
Correct. It's another statement. Yes, sir.
Is the court going to see that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
She's just willy-nilly playing all this, and I don't think it helps her.
Please enter the area.
You know, do you guys pick up what I'm putting down about, oh, we can no longer get him to get caught up and trapped because mama set him straight? And because we can't get him to talk with us in custody, we can't use the custody as leverage anymore. He's not talking because mom said no matter how long you have to stick there, don't just talk without a lawyer. Well, let's let him out and put him in a position where he wouldn't go lawyer up again and he'd be sitting there to be right next to a cop. That's crazy. That's crazy. And then the judge is like, what's the timeline? And how does you playing this relate to a statement that presumably was given after August of 2014 when he takes his guilty plea? Oh my gosh. Yes, these calls are before he gets his disposition in the federal case. So again, 2013, he picks up a count. He's got this federal gun case is opened up. He's in the Obion County facility. He doesn't take a guilty plea until August of 2014. These calls that we're listening to are between that time frame, between picking up the charge and taking that plea. And then after that, subsequently being released to Dennis Benjamin. Mr. Rogers, the good old neighborhood, come live with me. I'm just a cop. What's the deal with that. This is crazy.
Code and phone number you are calling now.
I don't think he was threatened with death penalty yet because there weren't charges from the Holly Bobo killing yet. So that's later in the timeline.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from an inmate at the Obion County Jail. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $16.39. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
Right.
But you want
Nothing but on what's going on.
Nothing going on, but, everybody in the county, your brother throwing Molly Bobo.
So what now?
County, kidnapping Holly Bobo and, here.
What you been doing by anything?
No. Huh? Just talking to news media and stuff like that. So Dylan, what did they promise you?
I didn't promise me nothing.
Well, they had to promise you something, or why would you say something like that?
They pretty much had it, though. They tell me stuff about me that I didn't even know.
What?
Huh?
What?
I don't know where to begin.
It's loud in there.
So what now?
I said it's loud in there.
Yes, TV on in here.
Mm. Well, Dylan, that's been,
So what now?
feed you and you fell right into it.
Really?
Isaac.
So what now? You there? Hello? Huh?
I can't hear you, baby.
This is loud ass TV that they got going on in here, Mama.
Okay, well, listen, just don't worry about nothing, and it's all good,
Well, they can pull that for a minute before they come talk to me before they went to go get him.
Yeah, because they said you said he did it.
No, I didn't say. I guess that's what they're saying, or
Yeah, that's what they're saying, Anyway, it is what it is, and, for a lawyer when you go in there.
I love you.
Love you too, precious.
I miss you.
Baby, I love you more than any.
Yeah, I know.
I'll never forget that, okay?
No.
And I love Zach, and,
I know you do. I love him too.
and I know you do.
I love him from my heart.
I know. I I know that you were entrapped. Not worried about all that shit, just, you know,
Judge is
do what
looking
you
at
have to
him.
do, baby. Just, they can go fuck themselves.
Yeah. Well, that's what about too.
So,
I'm just out for 2 hours. I have to go watch TV for a little bit.
all right, baby.
All right, love you. I'll call you tomorrow. Or something. Just to help me out. No.
Bye.
Bye.
For English, press 1. For a collect call, press 0.
How many more calls we talking about?
4. We've heard the longest.
Tap, tap. All right, I'm gonna take a pause. So yesterday I was watching Pam Esquire give her coverage because she's been going in person to the Megan Thee Stallion and Milagro Graham's trial down in Florida. She said they had a witness that they called to the stand that was talking about, you know, they did 26 years in prison and they're now on the board of an organization that helps bring like legal aid to individuals. And at some point they'd offered some type of legal aid to Milagro Graham's. And Pam's like, was not a very cooperative witness. He's being asked these questions he doesn't want to answer. And Pam is giving like a great reenactment. It was really enjoyable to watch. At some point, he looks down at his arm and is like, how much longer is this going to take? She says he just raises his arm, is not wearing a watch, but just raises his arm to act like to emote. He's looking at the time to ask, how much longer are you going to have me here for this deposition video that they were playing during this trial yesterday? So that's what I'm visioning in my head while this judge here is like, how many of these files do we have to go through? And the state's like, that was the longest one. The longest one's out of the way. But yeah, just checking your whole arm for the time.
For English, press 1. Para español, oprima. For a collect call, press 0. Please enter your PIN number now. Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please wait while your call is being connected.
Now, if we have one moment to make sure we find the right one and don't waste the court's time on the
All right.
wrong one.
I don't believe so, but I can confirm that. So there was a note.
While they're looking Matt, I'll continue asking some questions. Would that
Thank
be?
you.
Yes. When you made
He's
those,
like-
do you remember those calls? Remember any of those conversations with your mother?
It's been a long time.
Sure. Do you remember talking with Sheila Kilzer?
Not from jail, no.
Sir?
Not from jail, no.
No, not from jail. Before you went to jail.
No, there were plenty of times.
Who is Sheila Kilzer?
Jason's mom.
Okay. And you went over to her house many times. Did you grow up with Jason?
No, he dated one of my best friends that I went to school with.
All right. Where is Jason now? Do you know?
I have no idea.
All right. When's the last time you talked with him?
When I caught my Fed charge,
He was in custody too, or was he your co-defendant?
he was my co-defendant.
He was your co-defendant. Right. All right. And was his case disposed of as well in federal
I
court?
have no idea.
Okay. All right. Who was
Both
your
got
lawyer in
federal gun
court?
charges in the same case.
Talk about a Miss Kilzer. Is this a Jason Kilzer?
Jason Kilzer and Sheila Kilzer. Two. Sheila Kilzer
Okay,
is the
'cause
mother
we've also
of.
got a Jason Autry.
Different
Yes, sir.
Jason.
We're talking about Jason Kilzer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yes.
Judge.
Who was your lawyer on your federal court case? Do you remember?
Diane somebody. Diane somebody.
All right.
I don't remember her last name.
Do you also have a Mr. Randy Altman? Does that name sound familiar?
Seems like he worked for her too.
Okay.
Out her office.
All right.
And the only time he come in is when they started questioning me about this.
All right. And you pled guilty to that case in August of 2014, correct?
Seems like it's somewhere around there. I can't be 100% sure. It's been so long, I don't remember.
Well, you don't remember?
I mean, you're looking at this over 10 years, 11 years ago.
Well, right, but how often have you pled in federal court?
One time.
That one time?
But you got to realize I've been locked up 10 years in 10 different county jails.
Okay.
I mean, all the jails, they begin to run together.
Things run together. Facts get lost, huh?
Yeah.
All right. But you remember pleading guilty in federal court to a gun charge. How much time did you get?
1 year and 2 years of federal probation.
And you went to live with Dennis Benjamin and his wife, correct?
This month.
All right. And then a month later is when you ended up back in custody with the TBI, giving the statement that we watched.
Yeah, 4 to 5 weeks later.
Yes, sir. 4 to 5 weeks later, after getting out of federal custody, going to live with the Benjamins. Then you told Dennis Benjamin you knew more, and you end up in front of the TBI giving the statement we just watched. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've not been released from custody since that point. Is that
No.
accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. All right. Do you remember sending the Benjamins a letter?
Nope.
You don't? Let me see if I can pass you something to see if you recognize it.
You've seen this one, Paige. Let's see what's in discovery.
May I approach?
Pass that up to Bailiff. Thank you. Witness has been handed a 2-page document. Look like 2
It's
pages.
more than 2 pages, but I'm just asking him about that one page that I had it open to. Do you recognize that writing,
No, ma'am, I do not.
sir?
No, ma'am.
You didn't write that.
I don't
May I
remember.
approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Were you ever in the Robertson County Jail?
This was where they first put me at,
Can I have this back? Who put you in the Robertson County Jail?
the TBI.
Okay. You know why?
This case right here, that was my first jail they put me in.
Dear Dennis and Jerry,
I didn't write that.
you didn't write this, even though it came out of your mail cover from the Robertson County Jail?
Somebody forced it. I didn't write it. I know my writing. I can't spell it good, so that's not my.
Okay,
that's not
so
my
somebody else put this in your mail cover?
I do.
Okay, all right. You don't remember telling the Benjamins
No.
how much you missed them?
Nope.
How much you enjoyed living with them?
Nope.
How you hope you get to go back and live with them?
Nope.
I don't know what's going on here, but once I get out,
Nope.
wasn't you?
Nope.
Okay, all right. So fast forward to September.
You get into that?
Not now, not right now. Thank you, though. September of 2014. And you get taken into custody on this case, correct? And then who's your lawyer?
Matt Maddox.
How long was Mr. Maddox your attorney?
long as it took for me to get sentenced.
And then even after that, correct?
No, after I got sentenced, they said he wasn't my lawyer anymore.
Okay. He didn't continue to represent you up until recently?
I was told after you take your sentence and your lawyer's not your lawyer no more, unless you have another case.
Is that what Mr. Maddox told you, or that's what they told you?
That's why I was just informed by any other lawyers that was.
But not Mr. Maddox?
No.
Okay, thank you. Who was it that visited you in the jail trying to get you to sign a quitclaim deed? You remember that?
I have no idea.
What?
Did you inherit some
You're
property?
looking over 11 years ago, man.
Okay. Did you inherit some property when your grandmother died? Some land?
They have some land. I don't know.
You don't know about it? Is the defendant your big brother or your little brother?
Big brother.
How much older is he than you?
4 years older than me.
Has he ever threatened to kill you?
We've had words, yes, man.
I'm sorry, what?
We've had words, yes.
I didn't ask if you'd had words. Everybody has words with their siblings. Has he ever threatened to kill you?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
Anytime we get into it.
You put a gun to your head after Karen Bobo came to the house to see y'all?
I don't remember. That's you're looking over 11 years, man.
Did he threaten to kill you the day after Holly Bobo was raped and kidnapped and murdered?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. If you told law enforcement that, would that have been accurate?
No, man.
But you don't remember.
I don't remember.
All right. We're ready, Your Honor.
She's gonna play another audio jail call. Still be part of Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir.
For English, press 1. Para español, oprima. For a collect call, press 0. Please enter your PIN number now. Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Hello, this is a prepaid call from an inmate at the
Yeah,
Obion
that's his
County
brother at the
Jail.
table.
To accept this call, press 0. To refuse, your current balance is $13.94. This call is from a corrections facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
Hey,
Hey, babe, what you doing?
no, I just got out.
Well, maybe you won't be locked down too much longer.
I am, what you gonna know?
Cold.
Yeah, it's cold. I got about 3 inches of ice and 3 inches of snow up here. Hey, but I want to tell you this.
What?
I did see Holly in that house. I mean, I'm not lying about that. I mean,
You seen her where?
at that house. So what now? You there? Hello? Yes.
Sorry.
I said I seen Holly at Zachary's house. I'm not lying about that. I wasn't involved in it. I mean,
Who was?
huh?
Who was?
Zachary and Shane and Shane. I mean, I'm not, they come ask me about that and I'm not gonna lie to them about that. I'm not gonna get in trouble. He's my brother. I love him, but I just can't lie about that.
Say that.
What?
Say that. Who's making you say that?
Nobody's making me say it, Mother. I'm telling you from my own heart.
What they do with her, Zachary?
I don't know. I don't know, Mother. I do not know. I wish I did.
And you waited to tell this, right?
Say what now?
Waited to tell this, right?
What now?
You suddenly have a change of heart. The child, why did you wait so long?
Say what now?
Why did you wait so long? She's been missing for 3 years.
I know, Mother. And I didn't know what to do. I'm scared. You know?
You didn't know what to do. You know you could have always told me. You could have confided in me.
I know.
My God, Doug, you know you're going to be in this as deep as they are.
No, I'm not.
But you would tell federal information.
Huh?
It don't matter. I mean, oh my God. Okay.
And I thought I'd let you know I can't keep this. I mean, I want you to know. I mean,
oh, dear God. See that? Oh, God.
okay, Mama.
Okay, Dylan, look, I gotta go. Okay, baby.
I love you.
Hey, baby, I love you.
I love you too, honey.
I love you, baby. I think.
Don't declare it.
I'm not mad at Dylan. Dylan, you know, if he did it, you know, he's gonna pay for it. I mean, my God. God. Okay, baby.
It's just as hard on me as it is you, Mama.
Huh?
I said it's just as hard on me as it is you.
Baby, listen, don't worry about nothing. It's the right thing, okay? It just breaks my heart. I mean, oh, can't wait if that family has suffered so bad.
I know, Mother. Well, I mean, I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah, you did the right thing, son. You did the right thing.
I mean, I know he's my brother, you know, I love him, but I mean, what else to say?
Nothing, okay?
I love you. I love you.
I'll talk to you later.
I love you.
That's two questions.
So how do we get from, so presumably he tells, something changes between the calls that we just heard and another call where he divulges additional information that seemingly would inculpate his brother, but not himself. So if that's what spurred, how is he ending up charged? Like, they obviously didn't take whatever he said at full face value.
All right, bye.
Just two more, Your Honor.
I would just ask, are these still February of 2014 timeframe on these recordings?
We've now moved into early March.
So this is right before he gets out or takes the plea. So he's been in for, let's see, I didn't actually catch when he went in 2013, but he's only a few months away from taking a guilty plea because he takes the plea in August of 2014. And then he goes and lives with the Benjamins.
This next one is March 6th of 2014.
For English, press 1. For a collect call, press 0. Please enter your PIN number now. Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now.
And for clarity, guys, I know we heard about the Benjamin letter between these calls, but the reason they did that in that order is because they didn't have the exhibits ready to play. So the prosecutor said she'll ask separate questions while they wait. And that's why after we heard that series of questions where we got, the quit claim deed, the handwriting on the letter, not being able to spell words, the prosecutor says, all right, we're ready now. And then we switch gears and go back to these calls from when he was in the Obion facility. So that Benjamin letter, don't get the timeline crossed just because she had to segue and kill time while they were getting the audio exhibits ready.
Please hold.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Oh,
And the judge might have them spell out the timeline again, which would be great.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from 0. This call is a link.
Hey, Dale.
What you doing?
Dropping in the rain. What you doing?
Nothing. You gonna put my money on there tomorrow?
Do what, baby? Yeah, I'll put money on that tomorrow. So what?
Try to have it before in the morning time if you can too.
No, now, only thing we'll probably get off here in the night. That'd be the only reason I couldn't do it, but, I'll try every way that's possible, any way possible that I can, okay?
No, just decided on there in the morning today, it's my phone card recorded on the phone.
Who are you calling on the phone call?
Then I talked to Shannon once.
Oh, Shannon's still talking to you?
Yeah.
Somebody else in Shadow County,
So what now?
I figured she was like everybody else in Shadow County, how good I got it.
I don't care.
Hey, but I want to ask you something, okay?
All right.
Dave, did you see him stay out there,
Yeah.
Was she alive?
Yeah, she was live.
Oh, okay.
No, that's that. I don't know what happened.
Huh?
That's that. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I know you don't know what happened to you. I know that. I was just curious. I mean, I didn't know. I was just like, I didn't know. That really didn't bother me. I mean, did you see her? Was she okay?
No, I didn't get to. I didn't get to see no more. They run me out the house.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know, sweetie. Don't you worry about it. And you did the right thing, and I'm proud of you, and I love you, and it's gonna be me and you from here on out, baby.
No.
And I wouldn't have it any other way, son. I love you.
Love you too.
Mommy will have you some money in the morning.
No, ready.
So don't you worry, you look sweet. I didn't do it today, but I was so busy at work. And
Yeah, that's what I figured. I didn't know.
yeah, I just have so much on my mind. Got all these music orders calling me, and blah, blah, blah. People texting me, and all right, well, Daddy, when I get to work, okay.
Okay, I love you.
I love you too, baby. Listen, don't you worry about anything, okay, Bill?
Okay.
And, just watch your back.
I will.
I love you, precious.
Love you too.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Four, for English, press 1.
Oh my God.
For
Yeah,
a
this must be the
direct
last
call,
one.
press
GV says, so they had nothing on these guys before Dylan was sent to live with the cop. And we heard, I think it was the defense attorney that said it, that they'd searched Zach's house. Oh no, it was the mom on the call. Was it? Someone said that they searched Zach's home 3 times. I think it was the mom. So 3 searches on the same home. Doesn't seem like they found anything in those searches that they were looking for, that they hoped to find.
0. For a debit call, press 1. Please enter your PIN number now. Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Hello, this is a prepaid call from. To accept this 7 monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
Night.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing, just got done eating.
What'd you have?
I was scared.
Yeti.
I ain't the greatest in the world, but we go.
Okay, baby. You know what?
What?
You know what? I love you. I
Love you
love
too.
you. You're my baby.
No, Lord.
I miss you so bad.
I miss you too.
I can't wait till we can be together.
Nothing is.
You gonna change your life around, baby?
Yeah.
No more drugs and no more stuff.
No.
You gonna do me right this time?
Yeah.
Okay, baby. I love you.
No, me too.
And you know what?
What?
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
You did the right thing, sweetheart.
No, no. All right.
So you're not on lockdown or anything, are you?
No, no. I'm moving back to my father.
Okay. What's the weather like there? It's like 72 here.
I don't know.
You put on any weight?
Yeah, a little bit.
Good. Good. Paul told me to tell you that he loves you. Grandma told me to tell you she loves you.
No, right. Next time we talk, Paul, I should ask about my money.
No, honey, you know, we're good for a real hard time. You just don't even understand. I mean, this is big, though, and this is really big. I just wish Zachary would talk. I just wish he would talk. I just don't want him to go down alone. I know he didn't do it by himself.
Because I heard they charged a train today.
No. There's some evil eyes going around. But anyway, no, I understand that Paul like that. I mean, he Paul, your Paul is so distraught right now. He don't know what to do.
There's nothing he can do.
I know, but you can't make him believe that. But anyway, it'll hear there. So I'll be giving you your money. Don't you worry about no money, okay? I'm gonna take care of you from this day forward. It will be me and you kids. You just hold your head up and go to church. You know, pray that Zachary will do the right thing, okay?
No, well,
I'm serious, don't pray.
I know.
But pray he'll do the right thing.
no, well,
Okay, darling.
I love you.
I love you more than anything in this world.
Well, you put your enough here and take me a shower.
All right, sweetie.
No, I love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
Do you remember law enforcement coming to speak with you on April 23rd of 2011? You were out of custody, April 23rd, 2011. You remember agents with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation coming and talking to you?
Don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember telling them that you slept until about 9:30 or 10 on the day that Holly Bobo was killed and raped or murdered?
I don't remember that.
And that you and Zach Adams went to the Shell station and then you went to the grocery store in Parsons. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
You remember that part? Okay. And fast forward to December of 2011, 8 months later, do you remember talking to officers that day?
I talked with him so much, I don't remember when's what's what.
You told them that you were in Parsons getting gas and groceries when Holly Bobo was kidnapped. Remember that?
I remember something like that. I don't remember.
Told them sorry?
I honestly don't remember. It's been so long.
Right. You told them that between 8 and 9, you're at the Shell station. Does that sound right?
Estimated time, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, it's been so long.
You told them that you then went to the food giant. Did you?
I don't remember.
Don't remember telling them that? Don't remember going? Which one?
Don't remember telling them that.
Okay. Do you remember going?
I don't remember going. It's been so long.
Sure.
You're looking over 11 years ago.
Right. And you also told them that you heard a rumor that your brother and Shane Austin were involved. You remember telling them that?
No, I don't remember telling them that.
Don't remember telling them that. Do you remember talking to Sheila Kilser about it?
Nope.
You remember telling her that you knew, that you'd
Nope.
seen Holly?
Nope.
So if she told that to the TBI, she wouldn't be telling the truth?
I don't remember telling her that.
Didn't tell her or don't remember?
I did not tell her that.
Did you talk to Sheila Kilser
No,
about
I did
Holly
not.
Bobo?
No, I did not.
Never.
Never.
Okay. All right. Do you remember in February of 2014, you were in the Obion County Jail? Mark Lewis and Brent Booth came to see you. Do you know those names? Does that mean anything to you?
I remember Brent Booth, but I don't know the other one.
Okay. They work for TBI?
I'm assuming they do.
All right. Do you remember telling them that you know your brother and Jason Autry are responsible?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that. All right. Did you tell them that on April 14th, Zach was scared, that he told you he loved you?
I don't remember that neither.
You don't remember that? That he was sorry that he threatened to kill you. Do you remember him telling you that on April 14th of 2011?
No.
Do you remember telling TBI that?
No.
Do you remember telling those officers with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that you've heard your brother brag about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. February 25th, 2014, do you remember telling officers of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that Zach told me if I was ever questioned by police to say that we was with Shane that day?
No, ma'am.
Remember that?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember telling them that your brother has threatened to kill you 2 times?
No, ma'am.
You didn't tell him that?
No.
But you just said he's threatened to kill you.
Yes.
Okay. Threatened to kill you the day Holly was killed.
No.
And he put a gun to your head right after Karen Bobo had been to visit y'all. Remember that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Bobo talking to you?
It's been so long, I don't remember.
Don't remember that either. All right. Do you remember your brother bragging about raping Holly
No.
Bobo? Don't remember that either. Do you remember being asked if you had lied to the FBI?
No, ma'am.
And you told him I did. You said, yep, I sure did. Remember that?
Nope.
Do you remember on February 27th of 2014, just a few days later, they came back to talk to you. You're still in the Obion County Jail. Are you still being housed with Jason Kilzer? Is he
I
still
don't
there?
know.
Do you know?
I've had so many cellmates over the years, I lost track of it.
Okay. All right. And that you saw scratches on your brother. Remember telling him that?
No.
Remember seeing scratches on your brother?
I've seen scratches on him many times.
What about the day that Holly Bobo was
I don't
murdered, raped,
know.
and kidnapped?
Nope.
You don't remember that?
Nope.
I could approach the witness, Your Honor. Show you exhibits 57, 58, and 59 from the trial. You take a look at those. You recognize those?
Don't remember.
You don't remember that? Whose shoes are those?
It looked like my brother was like
Which brother?
my big brother, the only brother I got.
Okay, all right, I can have those back. Yes, they're part of the record, but you want us to reintroduce them? I think we'll just refer to them instead of clouding up the record with duplicates of things.
All right, and what part of the record are they in?
They're trial exhibit 57, 58, and 59. They were entered through Brian Young on September 12th of 2017.
Can the court seal?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. Trying to hurry and not.
You can keep the question.
Thank you. Do you remember on March 3rd, 2014, just a few days later, officers with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation came to see you? Remember this? Let me guess, you don't remember, do you?
No, ma'am.
And you told them you weren't going to recant, and that it's not right. Sticking with what you've been telling them. Remember that? Do you remember every time you talked to the TBI?
No, I don't.
They had on the bottom of the piece of paper language that said, I know that sometimes in the future, I'm going to have to come testify against my brother, and I'm okay with that. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
I remember that. Then we fast forward to September of 2014, the interview that the court has seen. You remember that one?
I remember that.
So you remember
That's the day I got arrested.
Sir?
That's the day I got arrested.
Right.
So of course that's gonna be burned in my brain.
You remember that one? What were you charged with right after that statement?
I don't remember. It's been so long. I'm not gonna lie.
You were charged with raping Holly Bobo
No,
after that statement.
I was not. At that time they had me under something else. I don't remember what it was, but it was not that.
Okay. Well, if the record says differently, would you agree with that? Okay. And then in 2015, you were indicted again, correct? For what?
For kidnapping and murder and all that.
Kidnapping, murder, rape of Holly Bobo, correct?
Yeah.
That was 2015. You pled guilty to those charges in 2018, correct?
I don't remember what year it was, but
Remember how much
it's been
time?
so long.
Sir?
I don't remember when it was. It's been so long.
Would you remember being in front of Judge McGinley?
I remember being in front of him, but I don't remember. I'm not good with months and days.
Okay.
Because they all run together for me.
Remember how much time you pled to?
Yeah, 35 years.
Okay. Do you remember your lawyer being there?
Yeah,
Do you remember the judge asking you questions?
vaguely.
Did he ask you if you had any questions?
It seems like it, but it's been over 11 years. I mean,
Did you tell the court you were doing this freely and voluntarily?
I don't remember.
Would it surprise you to learn that you did say that?
Wasn't surprised.
Do you remember pleading guilty in front of Judge Breen in federal court on your gun case?
I don't remember my judge's name.
Do you remember
Okay.
that judge asking you, do you have any questions, anything you want to share with the court, anything I need to know?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember saying no? I don't have anything else to say.
I don't remember.
You've listened to all those jail calls. You remember any of those?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember any of those?
Hey, you talking over 12 years ago. You gotta realize I've been locked up 12 years in 10 different county jails.
And you don't remember those conversations with your mother?
I've had hundreds of millions of conversations on jail phones.
Hundreds of millions of conversations on jail
Fine.
phones where you're telling.
I've been locked up
your-
12 years.
Right.
I mean,
We know you've been locked up a while. But
I
how
mean,
many
I-
conversations have you had with your mother when you talk about the rape, murder, and kidnapping of Holly Bobo? And your
know.
involvement in it and your brother's involvement in it?
I don't remember.
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna pass you. Now approach.
Pass it up to.
Yes, sir. Let's see what you're passing, which is IR 1944. This is a $13-page document, and I'm going to flip it to the page that I want you to look at. Titled Consent to Search. Ask you if you recognize anything on that piece of paper. Is that your signature?
Doesn't look like my signature.
Somebody put your signature on there for you? Do
Yes,
you remember consenting for your pickup truck to be searched?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that. Are you John Dylan Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
If I can have
But
that
I
back.
can tell you that's not all right.
No, mark that for identification.
We will. For identification, Exhibit 12. Is it just going to be that one page,
The whole packet, Your Honor.
13
I
pages?
believe it's 13, yes, sir. Okay, we'll have it back, please. You don't remember giving the law enforcement consent to search your truck? You don't remember that? Okay. Do you remember in this statement telling them that Zach took your truck, brought your truck back empty?
I don't remember it. There's been so many different stories told. I don't know what's what now.
That you woke up on the day of Polly's murder and your truck was gone?
I don't remember
You
that.
don't remember telling them that? Okay. There's information in here as well. Is your grandmother's name Becky Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's in here. Was your grandfather's name Dick Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
That's in here. Had she passed away back in 2011?
Seems like it. I don't remember.
Did your
Somewhere
dad
around,
Tim, I'm sorry.
somewhere around then, I guess she did.
Was your
I
dad,
don't remember.
your dad Tim Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
That's in here as well. But you don't remember any of this.
No,
This
ma'am.
isn't you.
I don't remember none of that.
Your mother's got your mother's name Cindy Adams.
I don't remember.
Was she living in Georgia back then?
She may have.
You don't know where she was living.
No.
when you entered your guilty plea in this case to 35 years. Who was your lawyer?
Matt Maddox.
Matt Maddox. Remember that? Remember him standing up and making this statement? The defendant through counsel has stipulated that a material basis exists for the court to accept the guilty plea. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Mr. Maddox said that is correct. The court said, all right. Mr. Maddox said, Your Honor, the condition on this, on behalf of my client, John Dylan Adams, he would like to make a statement that to his knowledge that he has no information that Holly Bobo or Clint Bobo was involved in any way or circumstances of this, of what occurred in the event. Do you remember that being important to you for the family to know?
I don't
Let me
remember
guess, you don't remember, do you?
that.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Sigh of relief.
And Your Honor, if we could mark the transcript as the next number
Got
exhibit.
exhibit 13.
Yes, sir. And I have 13, yes, sir.
Objections to entering the transcript, Mr. Bates? Is that the transcript of the guilty plea?
Yes.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, we'll mark that exhibit 13.
If I may see identification 12.
Let's pass that back to Mr. Bates. I don't need to see the transcript. I was going to take a look at, I don't need to see the transcript. She can keep that. And I'll take a look at that after Mr. Bates is done with it. Now, while Mr. Bates is looking, Ms. Wyrick,
Yes.
all I got out of these three photos was it looks like a pair of shoes my brother might wear. So,
We're going to link those up later, Your Honor, with the witness. But yes.
okay, then let's make them a part of this proceeding. Well, right now, they're for identification, exhibit 14.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, are these the copies we
So
can
they want
use?
the TBI to talk about the
There's three
shoes, I think.
photos that were originally trial exhibits 57, 58, and 59. I do not.
Let's speed through the housekeeping.
The 14 is for identification. 13 is without objection, the transcript of the guilty plea proceeding.
Mr. Adams, you were asked, you said something to your mother I want to ask you about. This was in the winter of 2014. You said, I've learned stuff about me I didn't even know. What did you mean by that?
They told me places that I've been that I didn't know that was bad. Basically.
On what was marked for identification number 12, there's handwriting that says on 2/14, I was asked about Holly Bobo by Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth of the TBI. And it continues on for 8 pages. I asked you to look at that, see if that's your handwriting.
You said it wasn't his handwriting.
He's already denied that being his handwriting.
Not on this part. This is on, they were asking a questionnaire answers.
I didn't ask him.
No, you're talking about this.
No, that's not his handwriting. Nobody's saying that's his handwriting.
Okay, I thought it was a questionnaire.
No.
Do you have any reason to know why a TBI officer was writing a statement for you saying I?
No.
Oh, what? You heard that? That's why this. No. We're not trying to contest that. We don't need to talk about that. Oh, well, let's run this back. What is going on? What is going on?
You said, I've learned stuff about me I didn't even know. What did you mean by that?
They told me places that I've been that I didn't know that was bad. Basically.
On what was marked for identification number 12, there's handwriting that says on 2/14, I was asked about Holly Bobo by Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth of the TBI. And it continues on for 8 pages. I asked you to look at that, see if that's your handwriting.
You said it wasn't his handwriting.
He's already denied that being his handwriting.
Not on this part. This is on, they were asking a questionnaire answers.
I didn't ask him.
No, you're talking about this.
No, that's not his handwriting. Nobody's saying that's his handwriting.
Okay, I thought it was a question.
No.
Do you have any reason to know why a TBI officer was writing a statement for you saying I?
No.
Are these your initials?
No, sir.
Yeah, he didn't specifically look at those pages. Let's pass this back. Let him take a look at it.
What the heck?
Oh, I'm gonna miss
Those do? No?
my handwriting a lot more sloppier than that.
Okay. Keep it.
You're done with it, Mr. Bates.
I'm done with that document for identification. Do you remember TBI coming in to Obion County to talk to you?
So quite a few times.
Was that after you had said that when you and Zach got into it, he would threaten to kill you?
I honestly don't remember, sir.
Okay. How many years has he threatened to kill you? When y'all would get into it?
I mean, as
My whole
a
life.
little kid wouldn't get into it. He'd tell me that, but other than that, I know he wouldn't follow through. He just out of anger.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like, I'm a 90s baby, and back in the day, the parents would say to the kids, even, it wouldn't just be siblings fighting, but phrases like, I'm gonna wring your neck. Things that would, parents have to be more cautious. You shouldn't say things like that. And then obviously we're sitting here as trial watchers. You can imagine a scenario where someone would be asked, did they ever threaten to kill you? Did your mom ever threaten to wring your neck? And you'd be like, yeah, but no. Just yes or no. Like, I can picture this just being brothers saying things to brothers, siblings. Yeah, I brought you into
were
this world, I'll
talking
take you out.
How Dennis Benjamin made you feel those 4 or 5 weeks after. Do you remember how you felt when TBI was coming into your jail cell at Obion County?
Didn't felt my days. I mean, to be honest with you, they had wires and everything else in my cell the whole time.
Did the things you tell TBI then, were they true?
No, it's not true.
You listen to recordings of talking to your mom. Were the things you were telling your mom true?
No.
You've seen the exhibits at trial which was the trial 57, 58, 59 of your brother with scratch marks. And I believe they're exhibit 14. No. How odd was it to see scratch marks on Zach during this time frame?
Well, the prosecutor, when we started watching the hearing, the bits from yesterday, right? We started the stream, we got out of order because we're taking this deep dive. The prosecutor got up there and was like, a bunch of meth heads. Like, the prosecutor put that phrase out in the air for me to catch and digest. And now the prosecutor is asking about scratch marks. Why else would there be scratch marks? And I don't really know how different drugs make people act, but it's my impression that, like, meth, there could be scratches because of that. I don't know. That's just where my brain's going. And I could be totally wrong on, like, the science or the behavior of what you'd expect someone that's actively using meth to look like. But couldn't that be an explanation for the scratches? Climbing down to a bridge to go do meth? Couldn't you get scratched up by going and scratching yourself on the abrasive, whatever material the side of the road is made of, to climb down there? I mean, I used to wander around and explore when I was young. You'd walk through a bunch of sticks and brush and go to, oh, look, there's a pond over here. Let's go catch frogs. I don't know. It just seems like if you're crawling down to bridges, which the state let us know that that's what they were all doing, you probably have reasons to have scratches on you that have no indication of anything nefarious going on. But I don't know. I don't know. Oh man. Also, big thank you here. Idiot Wind dropped 10 gifted memberships in here, turning the chat green. Big thank you, Idiot Wind. And Idiot Wind, thanks for hanging out with us in general. And separately, thank you so much for always showing some support, keeping us going. So big thank you here. And I don't know. And I really don't mean any of what I'm saying to like judge somebody that might have marks on them. I'm just trying to ponder. I think it's a very good question the defense is asking. Like, you're younger age guys that, according to the state, is out and about climbing down on underneath bridges and also drug usage. Would it be unexpected to see like a blemish on somebody's skin? So, but yeah. And this isn't even really the question of the hour. I think the question of the hour is, why do we have something that was written by TBI, but it's written in first person as if it's Dylan writing it? That to me is the question of the hour, question of the day, question of the trial. Oh man.
Spending all my life over periods of different months, you know, it wasn't odd to see scratches on it.
It's not odd.
Who told you that making these statements was, quote, doing the right thing? Do you remember who put that in your...
I'm somebody to TV up.
Your mom on the recordings, is that how she was treating you throughout this 2014 when you're in Obion County?
I don't remember.
All right. Let me ask you this. How was your mom treating you when you were in jail?
She always treated me good.
She told you on the recordings that she loved you.
No.
Did you have the ability to stay with her after you pled out?
No.
Why not?
They didn't give me that option.
No. As it relates to your mom and yours relationship, would you have felt safe living with your mom?
Yes.
And who didn't give you that option?
The TV up.
Let me make sure I understand this. Everything you told law enforcement since February 23rd of 2011, everything you've told law enforcement has been a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And everything you said to your mother in those calls was a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you crying?
Because she made me feel bad. I mean,
But
you heard the way she was talking to me. I mean,
You just said your mother treats you great and she loves you and you wanted to go live with her.
You might see that.
Let me finish my question. Why were you crying if that was a lie?
I mean, if your mother talked to you that way, would you not cry?
She told you she loved you.
After she gave you an ass chewing.
What part of that was an ass chewing? She said you did the right thing. She said over and over, honey, we're going to be together. It's going to be you and me. You did the right thing, Dylan. If she said it once, she said it 100 times. You did the right thing, son. I'm so proud of you.
What? That is not an idiom. If you said it once, you said it 100 times. If you've done it once, you've done it 100 times. That is the worst idiom that anybody in a position with the capacity to investigate or prosecute somebody should be saying. That means if you said it once, that's all we need. Screw any other corroboration. We're just going to hear exactly what we need to hear, and we're going to run with it. If you did something once, well, the next time we have an unsolved crime that's the same pattern, we're going to just say, hey, maybe this person did it, and show somebody your photo lineup and say, we have the guy, and see if they go, well, that could be the guy. Yeah. Oh, we have an eyewitness identification now. That is not the idiom that a prosecutor should be spouting out.
Why were you crying?
Destined to be.
Well, I asked for that.
Nothing further.
Thank gosh.
Thanks. No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, so that was the end of this clip, because again, we are watching May 21st. These are all parts of the proceedings, motions for a new trial. We're going to watch I don't know if this is the TBI agent. We're supposed to see another clip from May 21st. We're going to play that. I've got two things we've got to do first. First, I want to go through the misconduct background of this prosecutor lady that we've been listening to yell all day. She does not have a good reputation. Not really surprised to hear that after hearing how she's acting today. Yeah. Secondly, I had gone and looked at some motions and looked for orders in response to the motions that we heard argued at this May 21st and a little bit with the May 23rd clip we played at the beginning of the stream. And I put them in the chat. It's not the most eloquently written, but I want to read them out loud for anyone that either missed it or wasn't looking at the chat or is on replay crew. So let's see. It was the judge granted Adams, the defendant, the petitioner for this new trial, their petition to amend their petition to include allegations relating to the ATM video. So they made the petition in January of 2024, and we heard the defense counsel detail the timeline of his effort to fight to get a proper full surveillance video, not just the little clip that the investigator Dykus picked up. They wanted more, and it was like back and forth, and they're asking for sanctions against this prosecutor for the fight that they had to put up. And the weird sideline maneuver with the prosecution opening up a separate investigation to go and administratively subpoena the same footage that they knew the defense was looking for and then didn't even tell them or provide it, even though the court ordered for them to provide it. So we heard about that. Judge says, yes, we're granting your petition. You can add all of those allegations relating to this ATM video, that surveillance, to your petition for post-conviction relief and a new trial. So that was a win for Zachary Adams. The court granted state's motion. We heard 3 motions in limine argued by the state. The court ended up granting the state's motion limine number 1. That's to exclude Jason Autry's recanting video. Now, we had that up for a little bit on the screen. This is the video that the expert witness and podcaster, Dr. Katie Steerick, goes and sits down and interviews, and they talk about how he lied. And judge says, nope, that's not going to come into these proceedings. So they grant the state's motion in limine on that. What else do we got? We had, where's my next note? Motion in limine number 2 was about reciprocal discovery, and he reserved ruling. So the state was like, is the defense disclosing everything? And the defense responded, hey, we've turned over everything that we've got so far, but there is something we're waiting to get. And so the court was just kind of like, we're going to reserve ruling on that because we need more information. Can you get that thing and then make sure you turn it over? But there was no issue found against Zachary Adams' team. The state wanted to make an issue of reciprocal discovery. And the motion limine number 3 was granted, and that was the state was arguing for exclusion of any evidence or testimony regarding polygraph and voice stress testing. So we've heard a little bit in court and then some additional context in the chat that Zachary Adams took and passed or wanted to take and pass polygraph tests, but we're not going to have that come into the record for the consideration for this argument for a new trial. So that was, we didn't get to see that. It's not part of the clips that Law and Crime uploaded from these proceedings. I also saw that there's other hearings scheduled. So we know that there's hearings taking place this week. Yesterday, which we've already summarized, there's hearings today and hearings tomorrow that we've got to get caught up to. And we will, but we're gonna go through everything because this is wild. But then we're also gonna have, there's hearings tentatively scheduled for December 29th and 30th. So we'll have like a New Year's party watching this. And then January 7th and 8th. So I'm going to put those dates on my calendar. They could be subject to change, I guess, but I saw that the dates for this hearing were already set back in May, and they stuck to this week's hearing. So maybe they stick to their calendars really well in this court. So we'll plan for those. Those are the little bit of updates I had in the chat, but didn't speak out loud. So with that being said, let's, before we get into the final testimony from May 21st that follows Dylan being on the stand, let's get a quick summary on Miss Amy Wyrick, the lady we've been listening to all morning, all afternoon, and now evening. Put this in reader mode. So Memphis prosecutor who charged black woman over voting error loses re-election bid. So she was district attorney. Now she's not anymore. A district attorney incumbent actually lost re-election. Who would have thought? This was back in, do we have a date on this article? It just says 3 years ago. But okay, it's just for context anyway. So Amy Wyrick stirred outrage for bringing criminal charges against Pamela Moses, whose conviction was subsequently overturned. Amy Wyrick, the Memphis prosecutor, who stirred national outrage for bringing criminal charges against a black woman for trying to register to vote, has lost her re-election bid. Wyrick, a Republican who has been the district attorney general in Shelby County since 2001. So lots of experience. Lost to Democrat Steve Mulroy, a law professor at the University of Memphis and a former county commissioner. Wyrick's defeat marks a major victory for criminal justice reform advocates who pressure her office. Earlier this year, Wyrick trumpeted a criminal conviction and 6-year prison sentence. So she wanted a woman who had a previous run-in with the law, right? Because there's felon disenfranchisement. There's ways that you can't vote depending on a state's rules. Sometimes you have to petition to get your rights back. And we're over in Tennessee. So this woman, Pamela Moses, was trying to register to vote. She wasn't actually voting as she wasn't supposed to be. She was attempting to restore her rights. And Wyrick was parading. She wanted to imprison this woman for 6 years for this. But here's what actually went down. So she tries to restore her rights after a 2015 felony conviction. Tennessee's rules for restoring voting rights are extremely confusing, not helpful. And Wyrick's office brought charges against Moses, even though her probation officer had signed off on a form saying she was eligible. So we've got conflicting things happening on the state side. This isn't really Pamela Moses's fault. So prosecutors argued she had deceived the officer into signing off on the form. Now let's pause there. If you have a probation officer that's being deceived, should that person be a probation officer at all, period? It's like we talked earlier in the stream about there's infighting within TBI, and then it seems like there was infighting at the district attorney's office over the theories of Holly Bobo's death and who the persons of interest should be and should not be. And here we're seeing fighting between. It seems like prosecutors are not happy that a probation officer said, hey, they should be good for their voting rights to be restored. Oh no, she deceived them. That's weird. That's just weird. So there was this trial for all of this. They took it to trial. And after the trial, Guardian publishes a document. So if we go over here, new evidence undermines case against Black U.S. woman jailed for voting error. And close this, read this real quick. So the prosecutor's case is built around the argument that Moses knew she was ineligible to vote because she was on probation, and people on felony probation in Tennessee cannot vote. Indeed, a few months before she tried to register, a judge had issued a ruling, an order, telling Moses her probation was ongoing. But nevertheless, prosecutors argued, she convinced a probation officer into signing a form saying she was eligible to vote, and then knowingly submitted the document knowing it was false. I don't see how someone that is not legally trained, that you could just attribute that to them. So we have a quote. We have a quote from the judge at sentencing. You tricked the probation department into giving you documents saying you were off probation. Mark Ward, the judge who sentenced Moses, said that January. Moses, for her part, told me she did not know she was ineligible, and her lawyers have said that she went to the probation office genuinely seeking clarity about whether she could vote. A new email I obtained through a public records request adds to evidence undercutting the claim that Moses tricked the officer. In September 2019, just 2 days after a probation officer mistakenly signed a certificate telling Moses her probation was complete, officials at the Tennessee Department of Corrections investigated how exactly their employee made the error. Their investigation didn't find that Moses had deceived a probation officer, but rather that the officer had made a good faith mistake. The review found that the probation officer, referred to as Manager Billington, that's a great last name, Mr. Billington, spent about an hour investigating whether Moses was still on probation. Billington came across a note in Moses's file noting that in 2016, she'd been placed on supervised probation for 2 years. Even though the system said that Moses remained on unsupervised probation, Billington thought this was a mistake. The person who handled the file, he believed, forgot to close the case out when the supervised probation ran out. That's why he ultimately signed Moses's voting certificate, saying her probation had expired in 2018 and she was eligible to vote. Then we have a quote here. Manager Billington advised that he thought he did the due diligence in making his decision. Joe Williams, an administrator for the Department of Corrections, wrote to Lisa Helton, a top department official. Manager Billington failed to adequately investigate the status of the case. He failed to review all of the official documents available through the Shelby County Justice Portal and negligently relied on a contact note from a court specialist in 2016. So this seems like a lot of detail for the sake of detail, but guess what? This stuff was not part of the trial where the prosecution, they started this trial and they end up sentencing Moses to 6 years because of this attempt to vote, to register to vote. This isn't details for the sake of details. These are details that the prosecution should have found out about, not the Guardian. So Williams had went on to note that if Billington had looked harder, he would have found additional documents issued in 2019 that said Moses was on probation. Williams conceded that it was tedious to find some of that information. The information that Manager Billington had at the time he signed the voter's restoration was insufficient to reasonably affirm that an offender was off supervision. The email says that Moses waited in the lobby of the probation office and seemed impatient while Billington investigated. It does not suggest that Moses bore responsibility for the mistake. So they acknowledge that the mistake was theirs in this letter. Let's jump down to, let's see. Amy Wyrick, the district attorney prosecuting the case, declined an interview request. We have a quote that says, I gave her a chance to plead to a misdemeanor with no prison time. She requested a jury trial instead. She set this unfortunate result in motion, and a jury of her peers heard the evidence and convicted her, she said in a statement. What a bitch. So her statement, she doesn't want to interview, but she prepares a statement. She has time to think about what she wants to say and look at it before it's actually delivered to anybody. It's not like she lets true colors come out on the cuff, off the cuff. She takes time to prepare the statement, and those are the words she chooses. Hey, we just found out your office made an error, and this person shouldn't have been sentenced or even tried for this. It wasn't their intent. It wasn't their fault. He goes, well, I gave her a chance to take a plea to something she didn't do. Too bad, so sad. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. So this is not the same person that's now a judge. That was one of the Jennifers that we talked about earlier. There's a Jennifer that became a judge. I think the trial prosecutor or trial defense counsel. I forget which one at this point. But Amy is still prosecuting. She's still on the documents. And I think she might have been, Jeevy said she made arguments present day for the motions here. I think she's actually a special prosecutor now. So, but yeah. So there's that, there's more. That's not where it ends though. That's just like a very specific example and a very ridiculous example. Like, what are we doing? Someone registering to vote, probation office made the mistake. Move it along. Like, just tell the lady, sorry, but you're not actually eligible to vote. And then can we be done? Can we be done? So to finish off this Guardian article, they're like, well, it was not the first time Wyrick had come under fire for failing to disclose evidence to a defendant. A 2017 study found her office had more instances of misconduct than any prosecutor in the state from 2010 to 2015. In 2017, she also accepted a private reprimand from the Tennessee Board of Professional Responsibility for casting aspersions on a defendant's decision not to testify during a murder trial. Well, that's really funny. You're going to make fun of someone for not testifying, which is their right. And then we just heard you say it once, you might as well say it 100 times. The same thing. So, hot mess. And there's more. I'm going to link. Where was it? Oh yeah, this is the article detailing the report where Wyrick is highly ranked, the highest ranked. Not a great honor to hold in Tennessee for misconduct. What do we got here? A Harvard Law product, and I can make this reader only. Make it easier to read. A Harvard Law School project ranks Shelby County District Attorney General Amy Wyrick highest in Tennessee for prosecutorial misconduct in a study released Thursday. So this is back in 2017. Researchers with the Fair Punishment Project reviewed court opinions involving allegations of prosecutorial misconduct in California, Louisiana, Missouri, and Tennessee from January 1st of 2010 to December 31st of 2015. So looks like they just looked at 4 states, but these are some serious contenders to be going up against. Missouri, looking at you. In the time period we reviewed, the Shelby County District Attorney General's Office had the highest number of misconduct findings, with more than a dozen, and the most reversals in Tennessee. So yeah, not the crown I'd want to hold. We've got a related article about District Attorney Wyrick taking reprimand in the Nora Jackson case. So adjusted for population, these are how the numbers break down. Out of 95 counties in Tennessee, 89% had fewer misconduct findings per capita than Shelby, and 94% of counties had fewer misconduct-based reversals per capita. Leaders set the tone for an organization, and a look into Amy Wyrick's own record of misconduct illustrates why Memphis cannot shake its misconduct problem. The scope of misconduct in the office has included offenses such as failing to disclose relevant evidence to the defense, known as a Brady violation, as well as inappropriate conduct and statements during trial. So, and this is the thing, we've heard her spitfire some things off, and this gives credence to her overstepping her bounds the way she's yelling or the way she's representing things to the court. She's been chastised for it before. Wyrick disputes the report's finding, but she accepted a private reprimand later. So, I mean, what did she say about, well, I offered her a plea deal for a misdemeanor. You had to wear the shoes that you forced people to put on a little bit there, Wyrick. So we have a quote. This is grossly inaccurate and incomplete account of these cases as seen through the eyes of a defense advocacy group, Wyrick said in a statement released by her office on Thursday. I became a prosecutor to hold the guilty accountable and to protect or make them take pleas and to protect the innocent in every case. And that is what I've tried to do throughout my career. I will never apologize for trying to seek justice for victims of crimes. Oh man, so there we go. There we go. There's that write-up. I'll link to this one in the chat if you want to jump and read a little bit more in detail. We're going to keep it moving a little bit. I think we get the gist. And then I wanted to show you one more thing. We're just going to scroll by it so you can see the volume. But this was over on the Innocent Brothers website. Where was the URL? And I think the page count does a lot of speaking for itself. We'll accept some cookies. All right, so there's 2 different documents here. The first, this is going back to 2016, January 25th, 2016. It's a petition for discipline from the Board of Professional Responsibility of the Supreme Court of Tennessee. So this is them recommending, hey, courts, we're petitioning you. Maybe you should discipline this attorney, this prosecutor. So this petition was 67 pages. And then they file a supplement October of the same year. Or wait, is it a year later? Yeah, October of the same year. A supplemental petition for discipline, also for Amy Wyrick. That's 49 pages. So, yeah. I mean, maybe if we get to the live proceedings and we have a lunch break, we'll go through the deep reads, but it's like discovery, it's inappropriate comments during closing arguments, just not good stuff. So linking to that in the chat as well. You guys could find it anytime on innocentbrothers.com. Petition for reprimand or discipline, whatever. But like, not a good look. I don't think we're working with, I mean, some people would probably define Amy Wyrick's reputation as being like the best prosecutor you could wish for. I certainly don't. And then we've got one more clip segment of testimony from the May 21st hearing we're going to do. This is ex-TBI agent is grilled is what it's called. So sounds like a good time. Sounds like a great time. It's a bit long. So again, we're going to speed up the speed, you guys. It's already 6 p.m. over here. And we've got a lot to dive through over the next few days. Let's see, captions. And yeah, you can see it's some familiar faces. Right? Wait, is this the right link? Okay, this is from May 22nd. So I think court must have ended on the 21st and they came back and did this then.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Right. Good morning, Mr. Booth. You'll have a seat. Pull up to the microphone, please.
State your name, sir, and spell your last.
Brent Booth.
Mr. Booth, you have been riding, I believe, with Joe Walker to court back and forth. Is that true?
No, sir.
Y'all been talking during breaks?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you understand that you were sequestered, correct?
And talk about this case, sir.
Right, because of the rule of sequestration.
That's right.
This is going so well already.
What is that rule? What's your understanding of the rule?
Not to talk about this case.
Why is that?
The influence testimony in this court.
Don't want somebody to know what a witness said and then.
Right.
All right. Now, how long are you still in law enforcement or are you retired?
I'm retired.
How long was your experience? How many years were you in law enforcement?
38.
And what did you do?
I was a sheriff's deputy for Henderson County. Served in investigations 8 out of those 10 for completing my degree, and went to the TBI in September of 96. Began my law enforcement career in 1984, October 1st.
And throughout your career, have you been honest in everything you've done?
Yes.
Is truth important to you?
Do you believe this? They asked, so they just tried to make somebody with cognitive disabilities. The Amy Wyrick was asking Dylan at the end of her redirect. I mean, recross. Was everything you said to TBI a lie? Yes. Was everything you said to your mom a lie? Yes. And I feel like that wasn't like something that maybe someone of his cognitive capacity was really understanding what he was saying yes to. The implication being obviously everything wasn't a lie. So that was a win that the state was trying to get. And then compare it to what we're listening to now, where we have this ex-TBI agent, X. And I've always been honest. I've always been honest.
Throughout your career, have you been honest in everything you've done?
Yes.
Is truth important to you?
Yes, sir.
What is an investigative report?
It's a report of investigative actions, investigative activity, what an investigator might see, hear, collect.
And throughout your career, have you tried to be honest in investigative reports and complete?
Yes.
Whether it helps the state or whether it helps the defense?
Correct.
Oh, generally our investigative reports is the goal to make them as soon as possible after the event.
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, it's fresh on your mind. It's timely.
Are you allowed to internally record anything and not disclose it to the state?
No.
In other words, when you interview a witness, is there any time where you're internally recording something and then not disclosing it?
No.
How often did you generally record witness interviews?
The policy changed some, I think, during this investigations. I don't remember the year, We weren't allowed to record without specific permission. I don't remember the exact protocols for that. It was written statements for years when I came on the TBI up until that policy change. And then we were allowed to audio, video record thereafter.
And can you approximate when that was?
I don't know, maybe 2014, 2015, somewhere. It'd be a guess. I couldn't be accurate with that.
And after the time 2014, 2015, did you have to have permission to record from that point forward, or could you record?
I couldn't. I don't remember.
Well,
later it became standard practice. That's what we did.
Okay.
But as the policy changed, I would be afraid to guess on that.
What are the benefits of recording?
Well, obviously it's a complete. You get every word for word. It's actually easier on the investigator, but you get the word for word.
And it helps in years later know exactly what took place when a witness said something.
It does, but let me explain. Years past, technology was not what it is today. And I have been a part of investigations where recordings were used when I was working the drug cases, for instance. We always recorded. You would have equipment failures. Batteries go down. The device fails itself. And if you're totally dependent on that electronic device, you lose everything. So, until technology caught up and improved, the Bureau, I guess, erred on the side of caution into using it.
And that's why the officer's word's so important in the summaries, right?
Sir?
That's why the officer's word or the agent's word and integrity is so important.
Yes, sir.
In the investigative summaries.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me take you to early 2017 in this case. And you were on the Bobo case from day one, correct?
That, along with 97 other cases.
Okay.
Is he preemptively trying to justify, I didn't have time to do certain things? He's given pretty curt answers other than the first where he said, let me explain. And now all of a sudden he's adding context. For what purpose?
That, along with 97 other cases.
Okay. And we're going to kind of start here and we're going to go back after this, but you were there, I believe, on February 7th, 2017, when Jason Autry rode the routes in this case. And
I don't remember the date, but yes, I was there.
Okay. And at trial, you heard the route presented by the defense counsel. You did not?
I wasn't in the courtroom through any of it.
After you testified, you left?
Yes, I think I was the last witness. I was kept out of the courtroom by the defense.
But this was a defense witness. So after you testified, did you leave or did you stay in the courtroom?
I wasn't allowed in the courtroom.
Even
the
after?
defense subpoenaed me while I was on the stand.
I see.
And I wasn't allowed to be in the courtroom through any of the testimony.
I see.
So I heard none of it.
Just your testimony?
That's it.
Do you remember the day that Mr. Autry took y'all everywhere?
Vaguely, yeah.
Do you remember recording times when y'all traveled?
I didn't record it.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, record it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
Did
Joe Walker was case agent. I think he was in the car. I'm not even sure I was in the car.
Well,
I think I may have followed.
And you were on speakerphone with Walker?
I don't remember that. May have been. Don't remember
Listen, if Miss Wyrick, the lady of the hour, does not get up here and start questioning this guy about, you don't remember everything from 11 years ago, I'm going to be so disappointed. I want the same energy we had for Dylan Adams saying he didn't remember something with this guy from Miss Amy. Not Love Amy E. From Amy Wyrick.
Okay. Do you remember Jason Autry saying that the gun that he thought was used initially was a 357.
I remember him talking about being a revolver.
Okay.
I don't remember the caliber. I don't know. Don't remember that. Well, if he ever said it was a caliber, I may have read that somewhere, but I don't. No,
You trust the word of Kathy Ferguson?
I do.
Okay. Now, do you remember Jason Autry on this date in February of 2017 describing Dylan as, quote, the detail guy?
No.
You would not in any way describe Dylan Adams as a detail guy, would you?
No.
At any point in your investigation, did you try to determine the diameter of a 380 auto round?
No. I don't have that expertise.
Do you have access to google.com?
Yes.
Did you ever Google what the diameter of a 380 round is?
No, sir.
Did you ever go through what was discovery to see if there was ATM video footage prior to the 2017 trial?
I knew about it. I knew there was ATM footage. I saw it at some point during the investigation.
What did you see? Do you remember what times?
A truck in the going through the ATM backwards.
You saw that?
Saw that.
When?
During the investigation.
Did you make an IR about it?
No. It was collected by someone else.
What do you mean by that?
That video was collected by someone, another agent.
Okay.
I guess.
Well, what was the file labeled as?
I don't know. Don't remember that.
How'd you get to it? Remember any folders you got to?
I don't remember. May have been me and Joe Walker. Could have been me and Terry Dykes. Don't remember. It was just a truck. It was, as I remember, you couldn't discern who was in it. We couldn't see a tag number. Difficult to even tell what kind of truck it was.
Are you aware there's an IR that Agent Walker said the ATM transaction was not covered by our videos?
I'm not aware of that.
No, that's taken out of context. You could show the witness the exhibit.
Yeah, show them. Show us too.
All right, so the objection is that this question is
Irrelevant.
context.
Out of context, irrelevant.
I'd like the witness pass the exhibit.
Well, objections overruled on relevance, but you can pursue this in another fashion, Mr. Bates.
Please, exhibit 49. Let's see that mixture.
I don't think it's 49.
That's not it. Here, hold on.
I don't know why, but I'm enjoying watching the little like band on his glasses just shake behind him. If you're watching on mobile, you might not be able to see it. It's
47.
really thin.
May I approach the court reporter?
You may.
Thank you.
Let's boop forward a little because.
Sing the I-23.
Never mind.
Exhibit 23. You're referencing the IR of Joe Walker. All right, witness is being handed Exhibit 23.
Agent Booth, I want you to look at that.
We're going to have to get a second Doug emoji for Doug Bowtie Bates. I'm going to tell Doug Weinstein, you have some competition.
And my first question is, after the trial in 2017, who communicated to you about the issue in post-conviction relief proceedings that there was a video possibly of a truck that Zach's alleging to be in?
Oh. That came up in conversation with me and Kathy.
Okay, when?
After your filings.
Okay. And your testimony today under oath is at that time you knew there was a video of a truck that matched the truck that the state had confiscated, right?
No, sir.
So you didn't?
That's not true.
What's not true about it?
Match the truck the state had confiscated? No, sir.
Silverado.
It was a truck in a photograph. I couldn't identify it.
Whoa.
If he could finish,
Whoa.
Your Honor.
No. What photo? You said you couldn't identify the truck.
In the photo you're talking about?
Right. But you said there was a video of it you had already identified. You said prior to trial, you identified the video. Now you're saying after the filing, you were presented a photo that you couldn't identify.
I saw it. I knew the video. Was it 2014 or prior to? I don't remember who collected it, but it was an unidentifiable vehicle, a truck.
What was the label of the video?
I don't know, sir. Don't remember that.
Who labeled it?
I don't remember.
How do you not remember how it was labeled, but you remember watching it?
It was my memory when Kathy and I talked about it after your filings. I had remembered seeing that early on in the investigation. But to know how it's labeled, I don't remember. It's been 14 years. It's been a long time.
Is it possible you were looking at a video of just the shortened window of time earlier in the morning with Terry Dykes as he was logging for that morning?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. But somehow you have a distinct memory of seeing a Silverado on the video prior to trial?
You're calling it a Silverado. I couldn't tell you it's a Silverado. That's the problem. I couldn't tell you what kind of truck it is.
But you remember seeing the 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. period prior to trial?
Yes.
You made no investigative report that corrected Joe Walker saying this transaction is not covered by our video.
It was another agent's evidence that he had collected. I don't know who it was. Don't remember who it was.
Did you ever see the IR of Joe Walker that said Shane was at the bank that day?
If I did, I don't remember it.
But yet you remember seeing the video?
Yes.
Okay. What time was Shane at the bank then, based upon your review of the entire day's video?
It was late morning, early. It was 11 to noon hour.
What vehicle was he in?
I have no idea.
But you know he was there in the morning?
Based on a transaction and a statement that I think he had made to an agent that he was at the bank that day, we deduced that. I think you can look. Well, again, this is not timestamped.
But you knew that he was at the ATM.
I think that's a statement that he gave to an FBI agent, Jason Cardone. I believe that's where that information came from, but I would be guessing to say that. It's been so many years.
Did you communicate this to the prosecution in 27 prior to the trial?
I'm sure we did, but I couldn't swear to it.
So it's your belief that the prosecution knew that Shane was in the morning in Parsons?
I don't know that they knew, but I'm sure they knew. They went through everything.
Okay.
When we're talking about morning, we're talking about, as I recall, the 11 to noon hour.
Did you alert ever the prosecution, hey, the video, I think that's an ATM video, was labeled incorrectly as a BP video?
No. I don't know how it was labeled. I never looked at the label.
What other videos was in the batch of videos? What other locations?
I don't know.
But the only video you know is that there was an ATM video.
I remember what you're talking about. And in your pleadings, when you drew my attention back to it, I remember that.
Did you remember telling the DA? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. You're aware of the significance of this video, correct?
I know what you're alleging in your pleadings.
Why couldn't you just say yes?
Have you ever fired a .32 revolver under a bridge?
No, sir.
Did you ever independently corroborate whether it makes the sound Jason Autry said it made?
A test was done. I think I was present.
When?
You don't remember?
After we learned of Jason Autry's information.
Was that video provided, disclosed to your knowledge?
I don't know.
It doesn't make a loud sound, does it?
Yes, it does. It's a gunshot.
Doesn't make a boom, boom, echoing sound, does it?
That depends on the time of day, humidity, temperature. Depends on a lot of things.
How's humidity impacted?
Yeah, what?
Density of the air.
This reminds me, oh my god, was it Calhoun? Oh my god, what was the guy that Don Samuel grilled? That with the weather report and the intermittent misting. Oh my god, we're getting into humidity now. Affects the sound of a gunshot.
Doesn't make a boom, boom, echoing sound, does it?
That depends on the time of day,
Shepherd.
humidity, temperature. Depends on a lot of things.
How's humidity impacted?
Density of the air.
If it's more humid, more echo?
Less humid, less echo.
Okay.
Less humid, more echo. I got that backwards.
Say that again.
Less humid, less humidity, less moisture in the air, more
Pound your fist.
Okay. Why is it that you know about this, but you've never Googled a 380 auto round diameter?
I'm a weather nut, I guess.
Okay. How many years have you carried a firearm?
Since I was 20 years old. Started at Sheriff's Department.
You were a part of a meeting with Terry Dicus and presenting to the DA his position on Terry Britt.
Yes, sir.
And summarize your memory of that.
Several agents. Hansel McAdams, the elected district attorney. Beth Boswell, the assistant DA. Terry Dicus, several TBI agents in the room. And he gave his presentment on the case he was making against Terry Britt.
And when was this? Was it before or after the wiretap of Terry Britt's home?
Would have been after.
Okay. And at this time, so who all talked in this meeting? Everyone or just Terry and the DAs?
Terry, the DA, probably everyone.
Okay. And what was your opinion about whether there was probable cause that Terry Britt committed this crime?
That was a problem. There wasn't any probable cause.
There never was, in your opinion, was there?
No, sir.
As a witness.
Correct you on never was.
Series of documents.
I'm sorry, what you say, Mr. Booth?
There, on the correction on never was.
No, Mr. I didn't ask.
There was no problem cause.
No, my question was as clear as whether you saw the video before 2017. I said there never was probable cause. You said yes. You saw me get the document. You know what's coming. The search warrant where you told Judge McGinley there was probable cause Terry Britt committed the crime. Correct? Correct?
Yes, sir. I signed that document.
You told Judge McGinley there is probable cause Terry Britt committed this crime.
I did.
And you
That's
look
what I
through,
believed at the time.
Can you look through this application?
All right, objections to entry of this while he's looking through it. You can go ahead and look through it. Objections to entry.
No, sounds fine.
We'll mark an application for a search warrant as Exhibit 56.
In this packet, DA McAdams also advised the judge. I have carefully reviewed the information concerning the kidnapping and murder of Holly Bobo. I concur that there is probable cause to believe that Terry Britt and Janet Britt committed these crimes. That's what the DA said at the time. Correct?
Correct.
What were the ways in which what evidence made you base your opinion there was probable cause against Terry Britt?
It's listed on the pages in this document.
Let the court know.
Answer it.
Do we need to read it all?
You
Yes.
just tell the court what the probable cause was, sir.
Oh my God.
If you need time to review this, you can.
Identification of Terry Lee Britt as a suspect. Terry Britt's past sexual predatory behavior. Terry Britt's alibi is false. Terry Britt changes his physical appearance. These are headlines to paragraphs that Terry Dicus and I wrote. Analysis of Holly Bobo cell phone records. Subject residence and proximity to physical evidence recovered. Terry Britt's pre-abduction knowledge of Holly Bobo. Additional predatory behavior of Terry Britt, et cetera, et cetera. It goes on and on.
Okay. At the meeting, did you tell the DAs, I believe there's probable cause?
Prior to this warrant?
At the meeting with Terry Dicus, did you say, I believe there's still probable cause?
No, sir.
Based on just on the wiretapping?
No.
What else?
Search warrants that we had served on his property, his residence, his vehicles, a totality of everything that we had looked at and heard on Terry Britt did not yield probable cause that he was the individual that committed this crime.
Cadaver dog hit on a shovel at Terry Britt's house.
I was told that.
Is that part of the probable cause, evidence for probable cause?
Well, some might think so. I don't. I have about as much faith in a dog as I do whether it's going to rain or not. I don't. I lost faith in dogs in this investigation when tried and true dogs that had never failed had me digging up cattle pits and excavating the most gruesome things you'd ever want to find on a farm here and there all over this area.
I thought you said you weren't the one that did it.
So no, I wouldn't. I would hate to walk into a courtroom and raise my hand off of what a dog had found.
There was
Oh, have you
an
done it in
unknown
any
hair
cases
found
since?
at Terry Britt's location, correct?
The hair, yes.
We still don't know whose it is.
Well, later I learned that a young lady had been working for Terry Britt, doing construction work with he and his wife, blonde-headed. Ricky Inman, the local investigator in Decatur County, had contacted Mr. Dicus on 2 or 3 different occasions to have him come. She had agreed to provide a hair sample and talk to him, and he didn't show. So
That's just a guess. It's hers, right?
well, she's deceased now,
So yes, it's a guess. It's hers. It has not been.
that could have been another as a possibility we didn't get to rule out.
Okay. Hadn't ruled out Holly's either.
Well,
right.
I didn't see that it was or was not, as I recall.
Did you ever suggest? I'm skipping around a tad. We need to test that 380 next to the remains. See if we can get fingerprint or DNA analysis.
I wasn't aware that there was a 380 found in those where her remains were recovered until later, way later on.
After the trial?
Yes. Tell us how your investigation was steered.
Probably, yes.
So let me just make sure. You're the lead case agent on one of the most important cases in your career.
No, I wasn't.
You're co-lead agent.
I wouldn't even call it co. I was just a field agent. I was just an agent, a working agent. Joe Walker was a case agent after Terry Dicus.
And so the remains were found, exhibits were made, bullets were tested, and you just, by golly, had no idea about it. But when I asked you this morning about a video, you said, I remember a photo of a truck. That's where we are in your credibility right now, correct?
And I'm going to object to Mr. Bates.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Now, at some point, you interviewed Tequila Jones.
I don't remember Tequila Jones, the name, but
Okay. Do you remember interviewing with Art Vivros, a young lady who was abducted by Terry Britt in approximately 2009?
okay, yes.
And this is a young lady who was picked up by Terry and Janet Britt, I believe in Jackson, and then dropped off in Lexington. And there was were you led to believe there was a crime that took place with Terry Britt with Tequila Jones?
Yes.
And Terry Britt was arrested in General Sessions for this crime in Madison County, correct?
Yes.
And at the preliminary hearing, Miss Jones was not there.
Correct.
And you know why she was not there?
I later learned, yes.
Why not?
Locked up for prostitution, I believe.
So it's not uncommon in our criminal justice system for victims of crime to also be charged with other crimes and being locked up somewhere, correct?
Correct.
It's the job of the state of Tennessee at the preliminary hearing to make sure the victim is located and brought to court, either by subpoena or if they're locked up by transport order, correct?
Correct.
And the preliminary hearing was prior to April 13th, 2011, correct?
I believe that's right.
Did you ever get worried that if Terry Britt was the person that abducted and killed Holly Bobo, he should have been locked up but for the state's negligence on Tequila Jones's preliminary hearing?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that assumption as well. Mr. Bates knows full well the multiple agencies that would be involved in a situation like that, and to make that accusation is improper and misleading.
It's also asking for an opinion of.
Yes, sir.
It goes to his, I mean, there's been massive leeway allowed on the opinion of these officers.
All right. Rephrase the question. Mr.
Okay.
Roberts. Objection sustained. The question is asked.
If Terry Britt committed this crime, whatever agency did not get Tequila Jones to court for the preliminary hearing of Terry Britt, would have blame in this, correct?
Now I'm going to object to speculation.
I'm going to allow this question. Go ahead.
No. Not in my opinion. It's my understanding of that situation. They didn't know where she was at the time the hearing was being held. And they didn't learn till later she was locked up.
But there's a process where you can you can put a name in a system within county and TDOC facilities to see if there's an inmate by name and social security, correct?
That system exists. But I don't know that the clerk was on that system or doing those searches.
Okay. So you never came to the concern Terry Britt should have been in jail on April 13th, 2011?
No.
Prior to what I'm going to allow you to say, the big change in this, at some point there were concerns about Clint Bobo being an
Sorry, I'm muted. So created by EJF, Aaron says it's dinner time. I'll catch up later on. Guys, it is Aaron, EJF's birthday today. So wishing you a happy birthday. Hope your birthday dinner is awesome. No pressure on catching up, but I bet you probably want to see what happens. And I know the feeling. But please enjoy your birthday. Have a great one. And thank you so much for spending your day with us. Because we've been here for almost 8 hours. So that's an honor. But see you next time. See you whenever you want to come back and hang out with us.
important witness in the prosecution of Terry Britt.
I heard Terry Dykes talk about that.
Did you ever share that concern at all?
No.
Are you aware of a memorandum that TBI prepared and sent, or prepared and was prepared to send to the TBI again about Clint?
No.
May the witness see what's been marked for identification 21. Your Honor, the search warrant application was entered, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Marked at Exhibit 56 is the next one, correct?
Yes.
And I'll just give you a minute to look at it.
That's happening. Let me put the
I've never seen this
generations
document.
of Bates
Okay.
on the screen if it loads.
Is it TBI's position? Well, let me ask, is it your understanding that TBI's position was in any investigation, accuracy is not the issue is consistency?
No, sir.
In other words, if two people say different things, in your training, were you taught how to investigate and interview witnesses?
Yes.
And is it important for you when you're interviewing a witness to get the truth from them, even if it's inconsistent with another witness?
Yes.
Because the other witness might be lying.
That's what an investigation is to try to determine what the truth is.
And they both might
Unless the dogs get a hit.
Right.
Of course, possible.
And it's one of the ways that you have been taught is who has an incentive to lie. Is that an important part?
You always look at that.
Why is it important?
Self-preservation is reasons for people to lie, holding something back for, maybe criminal exposure on their own part. There's a million different reasons why people lie.
Have you been taught sometimes people lie when they feel under pressure?
Of course.
Now, what in your opinion, well, before I get there, beyond Terry Dykes, did anybody else say that there was problems with Clint Bobo being
Those
an
are the
important
Bates.
witness in this case.
The Bates attorney family on the screen now. The one in the middle has a noggin.
I never heard it like that.
Did you ever hear words to this effect? Clint Bobo is going to give the defendant a get out of jail free card.
I never heard that.
Did you deal much with Mr. Agent Van Hooser?
He was my supervisor.
Okay. You spent a lot of time with him?
Well, as relative to employee supervisor, yes.
Did you ever hear him say Clint Bobo is a problem in this case?
No, not that I remember.
You ever remember reading an IR where he referenced those words, Clint's giving the defendant a get out of jail free card?
I don't remember that. I don't know that I ever read that.
Okay. Is it common for agents to read other agents' IR reports?
It's common.
In this case, was it done?
That's primarily the responsibility of the case agent. To sit and go through this file on a day-to-day basis, I did not. I was in the field interviewing, running leads, working, like I said, working on 97 other cases over that 6-year period while this one was going on. I was busy. I was not in the office reading hours.
Where did you watch the video then if you weren't in the office much?
That would have been in our old office, yeah.
In what city?
Jackson.
Okay. How many hours did you spend looking through videos?
Several.
No,
but not in abundance. That wasn't my task.
An abundance of times.
Okay. In, we say late 2013, or when did things change for you in this case? When did things change?
January 2014.
Okay. Let's set the stage. Prior to this time, had you
Is that when we have Dylan Adams speaking to people? What was January 2014?
all received a lot of statements, what other people said?
Yeah.
Okay. What were the statements other people were quoted as saying?
It would depend on how many hours you were, in what area, concerning who, I guess.
Multiple tips came into y'all's office that said, I heard so-and-so say this about Holly Bobo.
That was every day.
They said this implicating other people, correct?
Yes, I can clarify that for you. This case hit social media, which was new at the time. There were 150 to 200 people in front yard, all with the latest new smartphones and social media, which I knew nothing about at the time. CNN was calling within an hour. This case exploded within hours. I couldn't tell you how many leads came in over first year, 2 years, 3 years with this. And we had the help of the Marshal Service. We had the help of the FBI, other agencies. There were 11 TBI agents in West Tennessee at that time. We were working day and night.
You were?
Yes, we were running every lead. Yes, multiple people, multiple sightings, multiple this, that. Been a lot. We were busy.
Multiple people saying, I heard this person say this that wasn't true.
Yeah.
Now, what was the big reveal? What was it?
In 2014?
Yes, sir.
I got a phone call from a lady that told me that Dylan Adams had told her, sitting in her living room, what happened to Holly Bobo.
Tell the court exactly, first of all, what's this lady's name?
Sheila Kilser.
Tell the court exactly what she said.
I can't give you exactly. It's in a statement that she gave us, but in summary, that Dylan had sat down in her living room and told her about Holly being brought to he and Zach's house, seeing her beaten.
Zach?
Without seeing that statement again, I could say,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, this is the thing that changed everything.
It refocused.
All right. And who did Sheila say killed Holly?
Without seeing that statement, I don't know.
It's your opinion to state that she was being honest to you.
Yes.
Sheila Kilsner's son was where at this time?
Jason was locked up, I think, in Union City, being held on federal charges. I had interviewed Sheila in May of 2013. Or not interviewed her, I was there to see her son. And after I left, her son, according to her, went and picked up Dylan. And Jason got in the shower, her son, and Dylan sat out on the couch. And she either asked the question or he just spontaneously told her. I think she probably asked him the question. Have you heard, what about Holly Bobo? And he just unloaded on her, told her.
This was Dylan Adams.
Dylan.
Okay. Then you went to Miss Kilser's son, Jason, in jail, correct?
At some point, yes.
And you then also talked with Dylan Adams.
Yes.
How many times did you meet with Dylan Adams while he was in Obion County Jail?
I don't know.
It was you.
Three, maybe, maybe
two?
I'd be guessing.
And how many times did Mr. Jeff Jackson see Dylan, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
A lot?
More than I did.
A lot.
More than I did. I don't know.
Okay. And Dylan Adams' conversations, he gave you information, correct?
Yes.
And that information turned out to not be true.
No, I don't know that information is not true.
You believe Jason Autry's trial testimony?
Oh, yes.
Okay. The information Dylan gave is impossible to reconcile with Jason Autry's testimony. Correct?
There are problems with that, but different perspective, different events. Dylan describes Holly being brought to Zach's house. Raped and beaten.
By who first?
I don't remember. I don't remember if it was Zach or I don't remember.
You don't remember if it was Jason Autry?
Could be. You may be right. I don't remember without reading that statement again. It's been a while.
At a time when Jason Autry was in Benton County?
That's what he said.
That's what his cell phone record said also.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, let's go back to Sheila Kilsner. I got a little packet for you. One for the witness, one for the court. And we can start at the
Has
back.
the state seen this? Objection, Stanford?
No.
This is IR 1883, 1888, 1490. Will be entered as collected exhibit 57.
Agent Booth, if you can start on IR 1490.
May 2nd, 2013. You want me to read it?
Yes, sir.
Agent met with Jason Kilser it's blacked out, after proper identification purpose of the interview, and voluntarily provided the following information. This agent asked Jason Kilser if he had knowledge of what happened to Holly Bobo. His response was, Mr. Booth, I know why you're here. I've heard from Billy Tucker. What he's telling is a lie. If I knew anything about Holly Bobo, I'd tell you. He said Billy Tucker is trying to work an angle to get out of jail. He is not dealing with the time he is about to get. Billy Lloyd Tucker made up the story after reading the newspaper about the case. He denied telling Billy Lloyd Tucker that he knew anything about Holly Bobo. He did say that he knew Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, said Dylan Adams was helping him work on a truck this day. He said Dylan Adams never told him anything about Holly Bobo.
Did you determine at the time of writing this IR that it was accurate? You felt like he was telling you the truth, or did you think he was lying?
I didn't feel like he was truthful. He was evasive.
Why didn't you put that in your report?
Like so many other we got, just documented what he said.
There's other reports where y'all, TBI, would document concerns about the credibility of the person you interviewed.
Well, I didn't on this day.
Why not?
I don't know.
Okay. So Kilzer on IR 40, in your opinion, is dishonest.
Well, evasive.
All right. He's not to be trusted. He's a dishonest person.
None of the witnesses use the word evasive.
The
None of the words.
objection is sustained. He's not using the word dishonest.
You didn't trust him.
I didn't say that.
I'm asking you.
Trust him?
Yes.
It was, what I considered that was just another lead of unverified information about what we had been told. There was
So you didn't think he was being
documented
honest?
interview where he tells me about a guy that's trying to get out of jail. I can't tell you how many more of those there are or we had heard. Same thing. Somebody working an angle to get out of jail, tell you what you want to hear.
That's Billy Tucker.
I understand, but he was the one that said he had talked to Billy Tucker and overheard it.
We don't believe you don't believe Billy Tucker, correct?
I don't know that I ever talked to Billy Tucker.
At the time, you did nothing to follow up on Billy Tucker's information that Jason Kilzer rebutted. Is that correct?
I didn't. I don't know who else may have.
All right. Well, that would indicate you believed at one time Jason Kilzer that he had no information about Holly Bobo, right?
I took it what he said here. He didn't know.
Did you believe him?
I documented the information. I don't know how much believability or emphasis I put on what he said.
Okay. Now, fast forward to the first page. It's IR 1883. This is the January 24th, 2014 phone call to you by Sheila Kilzer, correct?
Correct.
Now, read that last paragraph, please.
She said Dylan told her that the money was to be split between them. She said A-Train was the person that came to the Bobo home and took Holly into the woods. Said he told her that A-Train took her to their grandfather's house at Sugar Tree in Decatur County. Told her he walked in on the beating that A-Train was giving Holly at his grandfather's house. A-Train hit her too hard and killed her. She said he told her her body was out there near the grandfather's place, Decatur County. She said A-Train is Zach Adams, brother of Dylan.
This is why they didn't find the 380 that was laying next to the body. Because this hearsay confession being relayed by Jason Kilzer's mom, when Jason Kilzer, I guess, maybe could have been a suspect. I don't know what's going on here. Somehow Sheila's getting a direct line calling this detective and giving the play-by-play. But what she's relaying was told was, oh, hit her on the back of the head as if an accident. And that's how she died. But the cause of death was determined to be gunshot wound to the head. So, but that information doesn't seem to come into play until after Zach's already convicted.
She said Dylan is in jail in Union City on drug charges with her son Jason. She also said the grandfather of Dylan and Zach Adams works for the water department in Decatur County.
You now know that's not true, correct? If you
Well,
believe
it wasn't what we later learned. Like
Okay.
I said, this is
There you
initial
go.
information from her.
Not good advocacy for victims at all.
so. But in hindsight, on January 24th, we know Billy Tucker told you something not
No.
true. Jason Kilzer told you something not true. Sheila Kilzer told you something not true.
Not true. I don't know that I ever interviewed Billy Tucker.
You ruled out the truthfulness of what Billy Tucker said.
No, sir, I can't say that.
Okay.
I talked to Jason Kilzer.
All right.
He's the one brought up the name Billy Tucker. I don't know that I ever interviewed Billy Tucker. Somebody else may have.
I see. Then on January 27th, you met Sheila Kilzer, IR 1888 at the Henderson County Fire Chief office, correct?
Yes.
And now she's clarified for you the third paragraph. She said that A-Train took Holly from her home, walked her into the woods. She said A-Train is Jason Autry and was told by Dylan that his brother Zach Adams helped him. That's impossible to reconcile with Jason Autry's trial testimony and what Sheila Kilzer told you January 27, 2014, correct?
I wasn't here when Jason Autry testified.
Are you aware that he testified that he was in Benton County? Well, at the trial, you said we got our guy. We did it. We got it right. We made a lot of mistakes, but we got it right. That was based on Jason Autry's version of the truth, right?
Based on the totality of the case.
But Jason told the story how it happened.
Jason told a story.
Okay. And that story is totally inconsistent with Sheila Kilzer.
It's inconsistent with what she said this day.
All right. Well, tell me who's telling the truth then. Door A, Jason Autry. Door B, Sheila Autry or Sheila Kilzer.
You have to look at the totality of the evidence, totality of it.
Not an answer.
One.
No, these are two people saying things that are impossible. And I'm asking you which one, in your opinion, is telling the truth.
I don't know.
You aware sworn testimony went to the jury that Jason Autry's version was what happened? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Are you aware that when Jason Autry pled, the prosecutor said his testimony answered many questions left open factually by our investigation?
I heard that.
And now you're saying, I don't know if it was true.
I didn't say that. I wasn't in here when he testified.
Are you saying?
You're asking me two different questions.
Are
You're
you-
asking me about Jason Autry, Sheila Kilzer, or Jason Kilzer. Which,
okay,
what's the truth? The truth lies in the totality, not individually.
Are you aware Jason Autry testified that he showed up at Shane Austin's house at 30 Yellow Springs Road? Miss Holly Bobo was wrapped in a blanket. Jason was called in to dispose of the body, drove to the river, realized she was still alive, watched Zach shoot her. Jason then needed to get back for lunch plans, followed back up to get some morphine from Victor Dinsmore. That was his only involvement with Holly Bobo that day.
Yes, I heard that.
That is totally inconsistent with A-Train going to her home, walking her into the woods, taking her and killing her. Correct? This is not
This is what Sheila Kilzer had. She wasn't there. She didn't. She's
okay.
not a direct participant.
So
she's repeating what she heard 6 months earlier, 7 months earlier from Dylan.
So was Sheila lying to you?
I don't think she was. I think she was recalling from memory.
Why'd she
what
wait
she
so
heard
long?
Dylan say.
So, but it wasn't true. What she just had bad information.
That's why I went to Dylan.
Okay, but she had bad information.
I wouldn't call it bad information. No. This was the first time when Sheila Kilzer called. This was the first time that somebody had given us information of seeing Holly Bobo post-kidnapping, post-abduction. First time. Somebody that knew her. First time.
But if it was wrong, what difference does it make?
That's for us to determine through the investigative process. You wrote down, documented what she said. We went to Jason and we went to Dylan. Went to the source.
And what Dylan told you was not true.
I'm not going to say it's not true.
Why? No, the court's going to ask you to answer your questions, to answer my questions.
He is answering the question, Your Honor. He's disagreeing.
Hold on. He's answering your question, Mr.
Okay.
Banks.
Was the part about Dylan's testimony that the first person to rape Holly was A-Train?
I don't remember that without looking at it.
Well,
What exactly he said.
The first recording.
You gonna refer to an exhibit, Mr. Bates?
Yes, I believe this is
just the video.
10A. And what was my recommendation? You remember conducting an interview with Dylan and Jeff Jackson in September of 2017.
Yes. So I don't remember the date.
Do you remember
September of 2017?
14. I apologize. Do you remember and can I see what's been marked identification 12 and put on 10A? Yeah. And so yeah, hop up for a second. And Your Honor, we're going to start on minute 20 right now.
So we're going to refer to exhibit 10A first, and then you're going to come to exhibit 12?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, starting at minute 1948. I'll just play for a second and authenticate.
Say you got Brent's number. I can tell you and make sure Brent's number.
Where did you get something like that?
I had no clue. I won't say hopefully I'll have it down there for a splash up.
Oh, a smooth one? How does it work?
And it's just like, I won't say just like a little count number, but no, they can make any number, but they hope to show up. Brent, no, not.
Do you identify, Mr. Booth, that this recording?
Yeah.
And this is the September 2014 interview with Dylan.
Yeah.
And we're going to fast forward to minute 25. Okay, 25:12.
Was she in person? Did you see any of this too?
Look, I see the vision. I see what I look like it. That no phone over there. And then
You remember it being on that side of the face? It was over here. This eye looked puffy and your nose. Did you see any blood coming out of her mouth or nose or anything? You just said you saw him look that. You remember us talking about some scratches that you said you saw on that? Did he already have the scratches on him at this point? What do you remember about that?
I don't know how many scratches on when we come back.
When you come back with her, or? So as he's coming in the house now, he's scratched up on his arm. And she is bleeding or has been bleeding, she has been bleeding, her eye, nose, and busted up. And she having to be led into the house. Did they say anything about drugging her or anything like that?
Did she look like she was just rolling along in and out?
My sister, you know,
Where they carry them down there? Okay. Now, upstairs, you got no pool table, go up the steps, and then there's that bar and that open window area, and you all in that. Look at where, because if you go to the right from there, Zach's bedroom, that way. So you kind of go to the left, there's the living room. Okay, look at that. Immediately,
Describe that.
tell us everything, I want every detail of who took her clothes, how much of her clothes, how much of whoever was doing the raping. Let's go through that part of it. Who did what? You got her in the house, she then walked up into the living room, what furniture in the living room? Green couch. Okay. Now, the way that house is laid out, that couch was sitting, if it was the same way then as it was when I saw it, that couch was kind of sitting one end close to that window and one end further away from it. Is that kind of right? Or was it sitting?
it was, at that time, it was, that's where he was in the bar like that.
Okay, so maybe it'll help us to draw that. Right? Let's take this and draw, come into the house. Carport down here, came in this way. Here's that entryway, and that step, pool table here. And the window area right here, okay, in that door. So you're saying that couch was sitting this way along, right? Bear with me, that being the couch. This end, the end arms of it, back up, you get the little bar, yeah, the bar coming out like that. Okay, that's a good fit. All right, so it was sitting that way. Which end of it would you put her in? Toward the front of the house, toward the road, the front of the house, which probably was coming right over there. So you look at that line, not always leave. Because this wall comes on over here, this is the old carport.
Yeah, old carport, you come up, so that would be right. Actually, everything would be, actually the door would be right, be behind the house.
Okay.
Because you got, like, right here's the bar, right here's the couch, and then you got kitchen table here, and you got this window right here, you know, and then you got the side of the big window, door right there.
There is a big like bay window in the front of the house. So this is the big window in the front of the house, and this is the door. If I draw that couch position right,
The window's down behind the house.
so the couch is sitting this way. And that's gonna get out. I need to draw it right first time. And this being the door, and that being the window on the front of the house. And that opening where you can see down here where the pool table will be over here. Right, in that kitchen, yeah, I forgot about, this is actually a kitchen area, right in here, right? And then that wall actually comes like that. And then that bar comes out. Is that right? Okay, all right. Before we're done today, I think I have somewhere in this book to find a diagram of that. How said it was, the way that we were there. So I'll try to find that for us before we're done, because I want to, it's important to me where exactly this couch was positioned and all that now, okay?
Do you guys want to boost the volume? Because there's also like fuzzy background noise. Let's try like a little bit of a boost. But it might just be that the background noise is going to overpower no matter what we do. But let's see.
But, all right, so she's coming in, and even if I got that wrong, we're gonna fix
I think
that.
it's better.
All right, I'm gonna pause it here before we get.
And then they pause it. Sorry.
You were in the room with Agent Jackson and Mr. Adams.
Yes.
And let's put the record. When did you pause?
It was horrible timing on my part.
Thank you. So the timeline is January 24th, Sheila Kilser gives you information. January 27th, 2014, you have a longer sit down with Sheila Kilser, correct?
Yes. You're looking at 1888?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Was it your opinion that Sheila Kilser was giving you information in efforts to try to get her son some favorable dealings with his pending charges?
She didn't ask for it at that time. She told me, she said, after you left the house, Jason brought Dylan over and I asked him about Holly Bobo and here's what he told me.
Did you have any indication that was Miss Kilser's angle, trying to help her son?
Not really. Not at that time.
Did you sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the ways you identify why people lie is self-preservation. That extends to family members.
A lot of motives.
And so right now it's a little susceptible to you in hindsight that Sheila gave you information for her son to give you to help his case. In hindsight, you see it.
Well, why they came forward at that time, she told me that she said, I can't live with this anymore. I'm afraid y'all are not going to find out who done this. Here's what I know.
But that's what she said
initially.
Under the same vein of initially telling you that
Her son is in.
I'm not done with my question, sir. That A-Train's the one that walked in the woods and picked Holly up and killed her.
I believe she told me what she remembered.
What she remembered somebody saying to her. And if somebody who said that to her was lying, what does it make Sheila Kilser repeating to you? What is that? A lie, right?
I believe she gave me the information that she had.
But if it's not true, it doesn't make it trustworthy.
I didn't know it wasn't true.
Of course you did. But hindsight has proven it not true. With cell records of Mr. Autry, right? In other words, if the court officer tells somebody in the back, who tells somebody in the front, who tells co-counsel, who I tell you, if the first thing was wrong, it's going to be wrong the whole way around, right?
Possibly.
And if the first person who said the untruthful thing had a motive for it to be untrue, it kind of explains the situation, doesn't it?
I don't believe that was her motive, was to tell me something untruthful.
When did she ask you for help for Jason's case?
I don't know that she ever did.
Did she imply it?
The only thing she ever asked for was that Jason be moved closer to her home where she didn't have to drive so far to visit. And that included from, give you an example of what it was, from, was it West Virginia to Alabama? And I don't know, at some point, I know that was done. I don't know if that was it. I don't remember. We didn't request it, but I know it was done. I don't know if that's.
So Jason did receive preferential treatment.
I wouldn't call it that. I don't know that he was moved. I don't know if the Bureau of Prisons moved him as part of their regular routine. I don't remember ever asking for that for him. I have very little influence with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. We can't, you don't tell them where they're going to move inmates.
Who was the federal prosecutor at this time on Jason Kilser's case?
There was, may have been Beth.
And what's Beth's last name?
Beth Boswell.
And who was the state assistant district attorney in this case during that time?
When it started?
Yes, sir.
Or are you talking about later?
No, when it started.
Beth Boswell.
Okay.
And
so then Jason was he charge partners with Dylan? Or was it unrelated charges?
You talking about Jason Kilser?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I apologize.
Let me pause right 1 second. We have multiple Jasons in this case. Let's use last names, first and last if you wish, but let's make sure we specify the Jasons.
Jason Kilser charge partners with Dylan.
That's my understanding.
And at this point, do you have any memory of what happened to Jason Kilser's charges in federal court?
No.
Were you a part of the Dennis Benjamin solution?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea why Dennis Benjamin was the location, the house arrest location for Mr. Dylan Adams?
No, sir.
Did you have, after it happened, did you have you come to have an awareness of what the situation was?
Yes.
When did you come to this awareness?
I guess it was right before or at Dylan's release from Union City facility or federal custody.
Okay. He went to Dennis Benjamin's home.
Yes.
At that time, what was your awareness of who Dennis Benjamin was?
He was a retired Memphis police officer, police detective. I didn't know a lot about this. That's what I know. Good guy. Good guy.
How do you know he was a good guy?
I think it's based on what others had said about Dennis.
Who vouched for him?
Maybe Jack Van Hoosier. I met him. Met he and his wife.
Did part of your work in this case, did you listen to his interviews with relevant witnesses?
Whose interviews?
Dennis Benjamin's.
No.
Okay. Are you aware that he spoke with Victor Dinsmore?
I became aware that he did, but I didn't know it at the time.
When did you become aware?
Oh, gosh. Maybe last year.
Have you listened to the recording between Dennis Benjamin and Victor Dinsmore?
No.
Have you had any communications with Mr. Benjamin the past year and a half? January 1st, 2024 till now?
No.
Okay. Your understanding, however it happened, whatever it happened, Dylan pleads out in federal court on a case prosecuted by Beth Boswell in federal court, goes and lives with Dennis Benjamin, would you agree was a friend of Miss Agent Van Hoosier?
Friend of law, yeah.
And when you would agree Dennis Benjamin was also helping the Bobo family solve this crime?
I later learned that.
Okay. And you would agree that he was also some regard helping TBI?
Yes.
All right. In hindsight, do you realize that was inappropriate?
No.
You think it impacted Dylan Adams' truthfulness?
Yes, positively.
Positively.
Mm-hmm.
Play. Picking up right where we left off.
None is green chairs in there.
So there's a green chairs, but you're talking about the couch.
Yeah. What color is it? I know it's green. I don't know exactly what color ground. Leather.
Okay. Who did what first? What you got it now. Okay. What exactly did he do first? Okay. Everything with her naked. Okay. How much of his own clothes did he take off? He didn't take them off his legs, he just dropped them out. How did he hold her against that couch?
He bent her over. Poked her arms out, pushed her down over the, so she couldn't get away.
Over the end of the couch. Yeah. Okay. What all did he do to it? Okay. Okay.
What do you mean, both ends?
When you say both ends, you gotta help me out there, because literally, did they make her perform any oral sex?
Anal, heroin.
Anal, vaginal sex with her. You know, it's gonna get first thing you stand there looking. And then, how long? Was she still conscious, fighting, saying no?
That's when she turned himself back. Because
She was there, did they make her take her clothes off, or did
they take herself back?
Okay, who's they?
Thank you, Kay Schmidt, for the 5 gifted.
When you say they, I need to make sure we understand we're saying the same thing. Yeah. Are you saying Autry alone is the one that took her clothes off of? What was she saying when that was happening?
Well, I mean.
Okay. And so then, does he ever speak to her? All right. So he puts her across the couch, bends her over, has her pinned down from behind, and has her arms
over the end of the couch. And he raped her. And for how long? What made you keep up with that time?
Estimated 900 seconds.
Have you ever been around anyone else that either having a consensual sex or witnessing any other rape in your life? When you watching the clock, do you know anything about these times being accurate, or do you just somehow guessing? Okay. Once he's raped her, what happens next?
That's that is. That's me. You don't hold the parent. That's not on him.
If you do, how long did you rape her? How you know you raped her 10 years? Exactly how you rape her. When you're married, the thing you do first. Did you need a condom or anything? Did you finish? Inside her? On her? How did you finish? Before? And that's what I was in before. How bad was she bleeding? Is that the wood floor in that part? What was ever done to clean it up?
Well, I know that. After that, I don't know.
You don't know if you ever come back and you kind of do, you never make you do cleaning up? What code, I need to back up just a little bit. What code did you have on?
In this part.
Did you tell the address, or what did you do? Get blood on your pants? Get blood on your shoes? What did you do? What did you do with your clothes? What do you think about that? You didn't burn or destroy your clothes? Did Zach or Jason Autry burn or destroy their clothes? I'm not trying to get you to say something that's not true, but they're having stories out there that something like that was done. So I'm trying to verify if that's true or not. Did you clean anything up?
Did someone like fall over?
3747, just before that, Agent Booth, you asked specifically, did Autry ejaculate inside her, correct?
Yeah.
And he said, I believe so. Correct?
I believe that's what I heard.
Wow. That phrase, I believe, do y'all remember criticizing Dylan for saying, don't tell me what you believe? So, is that
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Okay. And you remember him saying that?
I just heard it.
Well, did you forget after this interview in 2014, did you forget that Dylan said the first person that raped Holly was Jason Autry?
I haven't thought about this case in years, sir.
Okay.
When did I forget it? I don't know.
Because one of my first questions to you was, do you remember a video? And you said, yes, I remember seeing a truck on a video. On a video that had multiple vehicles. You remember seeing that video in an office in Jackson, even though you had a bunch of other cases and you did mostly field work.
What you said is not true.
A very important point. You're saying you forgot that Jason Autry was said by Dylan after living with Dennis Benjamin, who you said helped his credibility. You forgot that Autry was the first person in this story to have raped Holly.
And your question? Which
you're saying you just forgot that?
It's been 14 years.
So yes, you forgot it.
Yeah.
Now, you know that's not true based on the cell records of Jason Autry. I'm referring to my demonstrative aid, Your Honor. You know that morning, Jason Autry's in Benton County. He swings by for a minute, goes under the bridge. At no point was he there for 45 minutes. And his testimony was she was wrapped in a blanket by that time. Right?
That's what I later learned, yeah.
So we know no matter what Dylan said, no matter what Sheila Kilzer heard Dylan say, no matter what Dennis Benjamin heard Dylan say, based on the cell record of Jason Autry being in Benton County that morning, it was a lie. Right?
There are things that we will never know what happened, whether she was at the Adams house or at what point she ended up at Shane Austin's trailer where Autry says he first encountered her. We don't know. She
You
was
can tell the
abducted
jury
at
that.
7:42 a.m. So we're talking about 7:42 for how many hours? We don't know.
You never once told the jury, we don't know.
Can he finish answering?
Let's finish answering questions.
Tell us everything we don't know.
What happened to her body after? What happened to her body, say, after Mr. Adams let Jason out at the church? Where'd he go with her body?
This involves the rape before she was killed.
I agree with you. But you asked me what we don't know.
Okay.
That's one of the things we don't know.
You think Jason Autry raped her?
I don't know.
Did you communicate this to the prosecutors? Hey, I don't know if Jason Autry's testimony is going to be truthful.
I provide them the information.
You were a
They
part
make
of
that determination.
IR 3152, we'll get to with Miss Ferguson. You were there on a speakerphone when Jason's laying out this whole story. You had concerns about the truthfulness of that story, didn't you?
We have concerns about every statement we get. I mean, it's not, we're always looking for a way to verify, always looking for a way to substantiate what to say.
Like cell phone records.
Like cell phone records.
What time was Shane and Zach in Parsons on April 13, 2011?
I don't know.
Well, you said you're always looking for verification.
Yeah.
Approximately when were they in Parsons?
Later, around lunchtime, as I remember it.
In the Silverado?
I believe that was a statement we had. They said that, I think, in their initial statements. They went to Parsons in Dillon Silverado.
What did you do in preparing for today's testimony?
Oh boy.
Not a lot. I've been retired for a year.
Did you email Kathy Ferguson a photo of the video of the Silverado?
No.
Did you tell her where it was, the video?
No.
Who'd you tell about the video?
I don't remember telling anybody about the video.
Somebody talked to you about it after the pleadings, though.
When the pleadings came about, yeah, I talked to Kathy about it.
Well, which is it? You said, I don't talk to anybody about the video. Now you're saying I talked to Kathy about it.
Well, you're taking that out of context.
Can you play minute 130 on exhibit 10A?
Minute 130, is that correct?
Correct. Before we hit play, the green couch was discussed in this video, correct?
What we just heard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
TBI pulled the green couch expecting to find DNA evidence, correct?
We were hopeful, yeah.
Found no DNA evidence.
We did find nail polish.
It was not attached to Holly's.
What?
It was not Holly's.
The nail polish?
Correct.
Consistent with what she had on that day, as I remember.
In a color.
Without seeing the report, I don't remember. But I remember generally it was consistent with what she had on that day.
The same color, correct?
I'm not going to say that without knowing exactly.
Okay. What other characteristics of the nail polish was consistent?
Color, make, well, I don't know.
Fair enough. Do you know of any physical evidence that corroborated all of these stories that circulated that Zach Adams committed this crime?
Repeat that again.
Do you know of any physical evidence
that corroborates all of these stories that Zach Adams committed this crime.
What physical evidence? What
Precisely.
specific?
I mean,
Minute 1:30.
So you're talking about an hour and 30 minutes, not.
I'm sorry, 1:30. Yes, 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Okay, I just want to know the truth. I want to know what was said, because it's very important. What was said and what was done. Because what you told us so far is about the first part of the rape. And my big question to you is, when they got back to your house with Holly, if Shane Austin was with them to take her, well, do you know what time of day she was taking? What time did they get to your house? Okay. Where were they at between the time they took her? I can drive 2 loops around Decatur County in that amount of time from her house to yours. Where'd they go? Where was Shane Austin when they got back to your house? How did he get to his house if he went with them to take her? How did he get back to his house and then them to there, but there's a big gap in time? You believe it or you know it? I know it. How do you know they went there? They didn't come straight back to the house like that. Don't hold anything back. Every minute that I talk to you about this, and when I back you up in a corner, you keep spitting out more details. If you want to help me, then quit making me do it like this. I don't want to sit here all night to do this. If you're trying to do right that, you should be talking.
Do you remember what time of night this was?
No.
Y'all were prepared to stay there all night?
Yep.
Keep playing.
So fast I think you shut up so I can take notes. Okay? Start back from where he got to your house. Did you really know how he got to your house? Did his mom and dad really got there on Shane Austin? You know he got dropped off. And you know he got there around 7 p.m. Is all that the truth? And once he's there, and it's about 7, y'all have the conversation about, let's go get somebody and rape him. And then, hey, I know somebody. And he mentions Holly Bobo by name. What does he say about her? I don't care how vulgar it is. I want to know what he said. That's one hot, whatever I want to fuck her. I don't care how vulgar it is. I want to know what he said. If it's his idea to go get her, that explains a lot to me, but I want to know what he said that convinced, he's not the leader of that pack. And your brother and Jason are the leaders of the pack, and y'all 2 are followers if you're lucky, or somehow get to be included. So if that's how it is, then I want to know what all he said. When you said he mentioned he knew where she lived, there's more conversation than that about it. I mean, if you're going to go take a girl from her own home, there's been some research into this idea, or he's been stalking her, or you've been stalking her, or Zach or Jason's been, one of y'all knew enough about her to go get her. Which one of you is it? And I don't care who, or if it's all of you working together. How long has this plan been and being hatched out? You're saying that are you saying that it got hatched out just literally? Sitting around smoking dope with nothing else to do, get horny and start talking about raping a girl? I'm not sure you use that all the time. Say her name. Get used to saying her name. I don't know how much you do that. I was told that when you talked around and telling her whatnot, that probably went to the same school she went to at the same time, but you had no same class. How do you know where she lives? I don't know. Did he say that all around? Did he did? No, did he not? Believe me, don't ever say that the rest of the night here. Don't say I believe blank. Don't just drop that after you go okay.
Tell me why the TBI doesn't allow witnesses to say I believe in their testimony or in their witness interviews.
Don't want them guessing. We at this point, if you're taking it in the context of this interview, we wanted to know exactly what he knew, not Don't guess at it. Tell me what you know.
As you watch this today, do you have any regrets about this interview?
No regrets.
No.
Where's his phone?
We are paused at 1 hour, 35 minutes and 3 seconds.
Are you done with this video?
I am for now, Your Honor.
Okay. You believed Jason Autry's story as reflected in IR 3152, correct?
Do I have 3152?
The February 2017, where y'all are driving around and Jason's telling everything what happened.
I'll listen to his version of what happened.
You believe it?
Believe those events occurred? Yeah.
You believe the events occurred according to Jason Autry?
According to Jason Autry.
All right. There was about a 5-second pause, would you admit, in your answer?
Try and formulate the correct what I want to say, and I'm correct and I'm truthful in what I'm telling you.
Okay. You believed every part of Jason Autry's story.
Believe what he said. I think he left out some things, maybe. Who knows?
Did he say anything that was untrue to you?
Not that we were able to find.
Did he say things that you did not feel, based upon your investigation in the case, were true?
Not that I recall.
Specifically, he never saw Miss Holly Bobo beyond wrapped in a blanket. Never had sex with her. All of those things.
That's what he said.
But you believed it.
I followed the evidence. I listened to his statement, what he said. Whether my personal beliefs enter in or it doesn't enter into it. It's follow the evidence. My job is a fact collector, an information collector, evidence collector, and bring that to the district attorney. My personal feelings can't enter into that.
Tell me what your personal feelings were.
Judge, Your Honor, to the relevance, they just lose personal feelings.
This goes to prosecutorial misconduct, Your Honor. If the case agent did not believe Jason Autry, this is.
He didn't say he didn't believe Jason Autry, Your Honor. That has never been.
I'm arguing the relevance. She's suggesting the answer.
I'll allow the question.
Whether I believe Jason Autry, I believe what he said as to his recollection of what happened that day.
Not his recollection.
Go ahead.
Do you believe Jason Autry raped Holly?
No.
You believe Dylan Adams was lying to you in September of 2014?
Maybe. Maybe not. I don't. I'm not going to go there. I don't have physical evidence to say Jason Autry raped her.
Nor do you have any physical evidence that Zach Adams did. Correct?
Correct.
You have cell phone records that had Jason Autry in Benton County this morning, correct?
I'm aware of those records.
You had cell phone records that Zach Adams and Shane are at a south tower of Parsons at 11:15 and 11:16, respectively.
I'm not the cell phone guy.
Your job's to collect
I'm
evidence.
aware of that. It's my job. It's not my job to collect those cell phone records. I didn't. And I didn't analyze them.
But you're aware that's where they were at 11:15 and 11:16.
I'm aware of those records.
Okay. Now, let's rewind the day starting here at Parsons. Jason Autry said the reason Shane was at his home on 30 Yellow Springs Road and getting rid of the body was he had a satellite guy coming and he had to get everybody out of there, correct?
I remember that.
The truth is, though, Shane spent the next 2 hours in Parsons, right?
Shane, just to keep the name straight, Shane Autry is the one who was offered immunity to testify against Zachary Adams, but killed himself in February of 2015.
Didn't hear that.
Well, you think he was separated from his cell phone during that time?
Quite possibly.
Who was using his bank records? Who was using his debit card?
Who knows?
No, you pointed at
I don't
Zach.
know. Maybe Zach. Who knows?
So you say that the bank records on Shane's bank card that shows an ATM withdrawal is not, just means nothing.
I didn't collect those records. I'm aware of them. Didn't look at them.
Okay. But you would admit we've got Shane's cell phone at the South Tower of Parsons, number one, and we've got Shane's bank records with purchases. And earlier this morning, you said, I believe he was there around 11 to 12.
That's what, as I remember, the cell phone record, the bank record, who knows?
But earlier you didn't say, I don't think Shane was there. I think he just threw his cell phone and threw his debit card to someone. So let's clarify. You believe Shane was in Parsons that morning?
Somewhere around lunch.
Okay.
Maybe.
Which, depending on how early a riser you are, 11:15 would be around lunch, right? Yeah. So cell phones are consistent. And cell phone records can't be manipulated like person's testimony, right?
Correct.
So Jason Autry saying Austin had the satellite guy coming, that doesn't appear to be true, correct? Because Austin spent the next hour or so in Parsons, right?
I don't know that.
We just established that. We just established with the sale records and the bank transactions. We just established that. As an investigator, it's your job to tie up independently corroborating bits of data like bank transactions and sale records to say where somebody was.
I didn't do that. I don't remember that.
Okay. We've got Shane and Zach at 10:38 and 10:43 in the morning, midday, leaving their home. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
Your cell phone data, I was not a part of all that.
Don't you agree? That is an important part of trying to recreate April 13th, 2011.
It was important.
Because y'all based this conviction on what people said months and years later.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Correct.
So now, according to your understanding, you heard Autry say that Zach and Autry left Birdsong together around, well, the cell records say mid-morning. And at 10:32, they're on the northeast sector, right?
Something like that. I remember that.
And this route you ran with Autry, you admit it's through various back roads. It's not the direct road.
Not down I-40.
All right. Are you aware of how long it takes to be driving, stop at the Yellow Springs Church, stop at 30 Yellow Springs, stop at 256 Adams Lane? Are you aware of how long all that traveling takes?
We ran that, timed that, but I don't remember what it was.
Did y'all disclose timing it?
I'm sure we did.
Who signed off on that?
I don't know.
All right. Now, at this point in our story, you have Dylan, Jason, Zach, and Shane. Jason goes back to Benton County, correct? You remember that part? You remember that part?
I think so.
You do?
I think so. I think I remember that.
Okay.
Which Jason are we talking about?
Jason Autry.
Jason Autry.
Under Jason Autry's story, the whole morning had been this difficult task of disposing of a body. Correct? They called Autry in. In other words, they planned this monumentally complex abduction, but then when they get the body, they got to call A-Train in for help. That's Autry's story, correct?
Yeah, he's the cleanup guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
They drive through thick wooded country from Yellow Springs to the river, right?
It's a route known to them. They run it all the time.
And the wooded area looks exactly like the wooded area on County Corner Road where the body was dropped, right?
Say that, repeat that again now.
The wooded area along this route is the same route where it's the same wooded type of area. It's woods, it's trees.
Woods and trees, but yeah.
Right. At no point in that day you remember, at some point there's helicopters flying this area, correct? In Decatur County.
We're flying. I couldn't tell you where all they went. They're all over Decatur County.
Okay.
All over the area.
So this hour or more of driving, they get back with the body. And does it make sense to you if they had a body in the back of the truck for them to say, let's go to Sonic. Let's go to Matco. Let's go to BP. That doesn't make sense, does it?
No.
Shane and Zach being in Parsons that morning makes no sense to the Autry story, does it?
The paper trail from less than 100 yards from Shane's driveway down Yellow Springs Road to near the intersection of Bible Hill of her personal effects does make sense. The dollar bill and the receipt for her books and Shane and Jason's grandmother's deceased grandmother's driveway yard makes sense. Question I posed to you earlier. Where'd they go with their body in that short amount of time?
They didn't have any time, sir. If you ran the route at that time from 1032, they could not have run this route and got to the ATM at 1112. Correct?
Not correct. Takes less than a few, I would say less than a minute to pull that truck in behind grandmother's house. When you brought up Victor Dinsmore earlier.
No, that's
even Victor Dinsmore's garage.
Okay.
Where the paper trail leads past. That was an area I explored as well. So
you brought up
timing, yes.
Now,
and what your client said.
No.
Drove 100 miles an hour to town.
No, he didn't. Jason Autry said he was driving speed limit.
Let's let him finish what he's saying. Mr. Bates.
Drove 100 miles an hour into Parsons. You can cut that into a 9-minute drive or less. Yeah. You can get there.
So on purple here are the locations and towers of Ms. Bobo's phone that morning. 811, tower 12531. You acknowledge there was no movement for 30 minutes where her remains were. Correct?
You would need to ask the cell phone people that collected that information.
Is it your opinion that the body stayed with the cell phone throughout this travel to 9:25 a.m.?
No.
Okay. So the body somehow is separated from the rest of the physical evidence, correct?
Yeah.
But the physical evidence ended at Gooch Creek, correct?
Ended there, or did it start there?
Your opinion is it started at 9:25. The last ping is at 9:25, where a bunch of other evidence is, correct? The Gooch Creek location.
I remember a ping in that area. You got to remember, you're dealing with 2G cell tower.
Okay.
It wasn't 3G. It was not. You couldn't triangulate exactly where that was.
I couldn't. That's why John Walker was involved in this, correct?
No.
Why'd you smirk?
That's why we brought in AT&T experts and Verizon engineers.
Okay.
I depended on those folks.
So did those boys tell you that Jason Autry was in Dayton County that morning?
No.
Did they tell you that Shane and Zach's cell phone were in Parsons that morning?
I don't remember what their reports were, but those were folks that we relied on.
Okay.
For timelines and locations.
Do you admit the last known place the SIMS card for Ms. Bobo's phone was found where other evidence of her physical possession was also found?
The SIM card was found on Old Camden Road.
Is that close to Gooch Creek?
No, that's just east of Parsons. Near a sawmill where the Parsons radio station road that's on.
I apologize. Was a cell phone found at Gooch Creek?
No.
What was found at Gooch Creek?
Books, her pharmacology cards, lunchbox, other items. I wasn't there when that was collected. That was on Thursday afternoon, Thursday night.
It's your testimony that no cell phone, there was no other cell phone activity after this last locate around Gooch Creek Road. That's your.
I never heard it was Gooch Creek Road.
Okay.
I never.
It's such
I
a
knew
crazy
it came back.
name.
Her cell phone came back south, close to her house, but to say it was Gooch Creek Road, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Just to label a specific location of it, I was never told that.
Are you aware it's close to Terry Britt's home?
Gooch Creek?
The last location of this evidence. The 925
on Gooch Road is close to Terry Britt's house. Yes,
okay.
That is close. Closer.
You do not agree with Marshall Walker's premise that her phone was taken and traveled in a clockwise direction. Her remains and phone were separated where her remains were eventually found. The rest of the physical possession traveled and the remainder was thrown out of personal effects around this Gooch Creek area. Do you agree with that general premise?
No. Marshall Walker is a law enforcement officer, not a cell phone expert.
What he does for a living and or did regarding tracking fugitives?
He guarded vaccines in Memphis. That's what he did.
You think he ever tracked fugitives using 2G?
May have, but
no. Do you know if he did?
Know what he said? I don't know.
Don't believe him.
I believe he probably did. If he was on the Marshal Service, that's what they did. But his task was guarding vaccines in Memphis.
Okay. So you're aware, Autry said what happened is after the Yellow Springs drop off, the truck got put in Victor Dinsmore's garage, right?
You saying that's what Autry said?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't recall Autry saying that.
Okay.
That was a theory that I had.
And you're saying that
I explored that.
You're saying that this was not Autry. You're saying it was a theory you explored with the same truthfulness you answered regarding seeing the ATM video prior to trial, right?
A theory that I explored, yes.
Okay. You remember going to Indianapolis.
I did.
And seeing Victor Dinsmore.
I did.
And you remember recording this conversation.
I did.
And you acted appropriately at all times in this conversation that you recorded with Mr. Dinsmore, correct?
Yes.
And this was on May 18th, 2017, correct?
I don't remember the date.
Today's May 18th, 2017.
Is this your voice?
It is.
Objections to entry of this, this is all audio, just an audio recording.
Audio, sir.
We'll mark this exhibit 58.
Yeah. Hey, man. I'm good. You ain't? What in the world happened to you?
Who was the voice we just heard?
I don't remember. Somebody, I guess associated with Victor. I don't know. Maybe Victor. I don't know.
Good. Go, it's good. They're separated. Mike, let's do that up here and take advantage of the deal. No. There's twofold. One, I caught some subpoenas, and my daughter's in class up here. So. For what? Nursing. Oh, really? Yeah. What school? She's down the road here at a nursing school, getting some extra training. So it's kind of a twofold trip.
This city's good for medicine.
Oh, man, is it ever?
But it's turned into a madhouse, Brent.
That
Brother,
good job.
all on east side where we're at.
You in Spearco looking around here.
Even towards the other city where we're at, Brent.
Really?
It's bad. Our house paid off 3 payments, so we're able to move now. So.
Where are you going?
East Tennessee, Kentucky. Not sure. I gotta stay here. My daughter's she got the 21st century scholarship. So
Yep.
for her to go to school, she has to stay in Indiana.
Okay.
So probably be here for this.
All right. RG1 St. The 10th of July, let me tell you. Okay.
Have you developed a memory now of this?
I remember.
All right, and who's on the video? Who's on the audio?
That sounds like Victor and his, maybe his wife Sandy sitting there.
Okay.
I told them, and we called.
Yeah.
When I'll call you before and let you know exactly when to come.
Okay.
Y'all got a minute? There's been some developments. Let me talk to you. Come on over here. Sit down.
I saw it there sitting on.
Yep.
Around her dick meter, should I say?
Yep. Come on over and sit down. I'll tell you. Whatever you get in the front, other than the back. I don't care.
Somebody, you pause this.
Okay. That was it. Well, that was sudden. That seemed like it cut off kind of in the middle. But that's all I had seen as uploaded footage from that day. So I guess we're ending that with Mr. Booth relaying a little bit about going to Indianapolis and recording a conversation with Victor Dinsmore and his wife Cynthia. So yeah. Well, Trakisha was like, when does this get off? When does this guy get off the stand? And here we are. Aw, hey Hella. So Hella's raiding us. We're actually about to raid somewhere else. So we're just going to start a party train. We've been here for 9 hours, you guys. We are doing a deep dive into the Tennessee versus Zachary Adams. Right now, the fight, post-conviction fight for a new trial and or post-conviction relief. We're going all the way back. The petition was filed in January of 2024, but it's still ongoing. There are hearings taking place this week and 2 more sets of hearings to follow on December 29th and 30th, and then January 7th and 8th. But we're rewinding. We're going through the May hearings, and then we're going to go through the August hearings, and we're going to get caught up with this week. So we'll be back at it through the workday. I'll probably start earlier tomorrow, catching up with what we can. And if we have to stream on Saturday to get caught up with what happens this week, we'll get there. And then I think next week we're going to do a rewind of Trial 1. We'll rewatch Trial 1. So there you go, you guys. You're getting here right as we're wrapping up. But tons of love to Hella. Hey to MLS, who also has a channel, but I think you came here with the Hella raid. Yeah. And I think if you guys, today Megan Thee Stallion took the stand in the defamation trial down in Florida against Milagro Grams. So that's where we're going to redirect. We're going to redirect over to attorney Pam, who went down and watched everything in person to see her recap of everything that went on. There's no cameras in that courtroom. So we got to rely on people that are there to tell us what was going on. And Pam's been doing a really great job. Yeah, John, we're still live, but we're about to shut it down. I've got to go get something to eat. And I've got a little bit of work to do. Because I'm not going to be able to do as much work tomorrow. I've got the Pam redirect set up. I want to get Hella's link. Guys, I call her Hella. A lot of people call her Hella. But her channel name, if you ever want to search for her, best thing to do is type Excited Utterance, which is one of our favorite exceptions to the hearsay rule. What actually comes up if you just type Hella? I gotta explore that. But yeah, you want to type the whole thing out. She's one of my favorite people. Certainly, I think my favorite also. You can just take that crown. So there is her link in the chat. And Hella's been covering all the HTC drama, you guys. So claims of a stalker, but do we really have a stalker? So go check that out. And Young Black Economist, good to see you. I always have you check in. I always see you in chats. So thanks for popping over here. It's good to be I'm on opposite sides of you, but I always love being in the same chat with you. We are going to be redirecting though. So, oh, and there we go. Let's see. Any closing thoughts, you guys? Tomorrow again, I think we finished up with the May stuff. I'll double check if there's any other clips from the May motions hearings. If we're done with May, we'll get started with the August and hopefully get through all that and start looking at what happened today. Because we got through what happened yesterday at the beginning of the stream before we went down this rabbit hole. But other than that, you guys, it's been awesome. Thank you guys for popping in. Thank you guys for spending like hours here if you've been here for a while. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. It's crazy. Come hang out tomorrow, Amber. Come hang out tomorrow, Amber. See you guys in a few minutes if you want to come hang out with Pam, who's going to break down what went on with Megan Thee Stallion versus Milagro Grahams, with Megan Thee Stallion taking the stand today. See you guys in a few.